Greetings, friends. We are live on Truth Seekers. This is episode 7, Ghost Hunting with Rachel E. Hoffman. It's funny how things work. I just happened to be scrolling through Facebook, and for one reason or another, I found something called Paranormal Expeditions some time ago. Sounded good to me, so I clicked on it. And what I found was this interesting girl who runs around investigating haunted locations. Her content is just interesting to me because she brings in a lot of history and tells the historical side of who lived there, who the ghosts may be. And sometimes she's in these beautiful Victorian locations. Sometimes she's in places that look like no one's lived there for 100 years and are falling apart. There's something interesting about that voyeur thing, just like being able to look into this girl's world has been a guilty pleasure of mine. And I've been keeping up with her through Facebook. Before I forget, I just wanted to make sure that I share this. Sometimes I get a little busy during the show with all you guys in the live chat and everything else going on. And of course, it's not going to let me share it now. I'll come back to that. Let me see here. Actually, I'll do it through Chrome. 1 second. One second, folks. Before I forget it. Okay, here we go. Let me just get back to this. I wanted to share her Facebook page before I forget. So that you guys too can visit her Facebook page. Make sure you like her Facebook page. If you like anything paranormal, ghost related, you want to make sure that you like her Facebook page, because I, for one, I can't tell you how much I enjoy watching her go and check into these haunted places. And she's doing a rare thing now, which is field investigations. You know, a lot of people call themselves a paranormal investigator and they sit on the internet. She is at the location, checking on the stories, interviewing witnesses. It is amazing. And I think that you guys would really enjoy supporting her. So check out her Facebook page. We have it up on the screen here. And we're going to come back. And without any further ado, we're going to bring in our guest tonight, Rachel E. Hoffman. I've got a ton of... let's see here. I've got some notes. I've actually got notes here and questions. I'll try not to get sidetracked. And folks, let's welcome Rachel Hoffman. Hi, Rachel.
Hi, thank you for having me.
I can't tell you how happy I am to finally get to talk to you. I got a lot of questions, but the first question that I had was, oh, you're in your bus.
Yeah,
Are you in your bus?
Yeah, I'm in my bus tonight.
That's another great. I have this cabin, and my second choice before building the cabin was to convert a school bus. Rachel has this awesome school bus that she converted little by little, and also shared that journey. And what an amazing journey that was, right, Rachel?
Thank you. Yeah, it's still a journey. It's still going on. I'm still, the electric and the plumbing and stuff, and a lot goes into it.
Yeah, I followed a lot of schooly Facebook pages, so I know what kind of work that is. The other big question that I wanted to have for you was, hold on, let me see. Oh, there we go. That's probably better. Now I could see you much better. Hi. So how did you get into all this ghost hunting stuff? And when did you start and what? Because you're like obsessed with this stuff, kind of like I'm obsessed with certain things, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I feel like people say they're born into things, and I think sometimes we are, our fate twists in different ways. But I had an imaginary friend when I was younger, and her name was Maybelle.
Oh, this is I couldn't believe this story, folks. I'm going to let her tell it, but she had this is an amazing story. So she had an imaginary friend when she was younger. Go ahead, Rachel.
So I had an imaginary friend, and her name was Maybelle. And when I got a little bit older, we actually found her tombstone in my yard. and we had to scrape the moss off of it. And my family was like, how did you know her name was Maybelle? Because it was underneath the, the heavy moss that we scrape off pretty much every year. But my imaginary friend was actually buried in my yard.
That is a little scary. And were your parents freaked out, or did they think maybe you saw somehow saw the gravestone earlier? Because she's got pictures of the gravestone, and your dad was into this stuff too, right? So maybe he kind of got you started off. He seemed like a cool guy. He's like charging crystals in his front yard and stuff, right? He's a little new agey, but cool.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. We're old agey. It's something that we've always done. And we're Native American. So we have a bunch of totem poles in our yard, a lot of overgrowth in our yard, as you may have seen. So we were the only ones who ever lived there. So it was very like almost virgin ground from the time that Maybelle was buried over there. So we're like her adopted family.
Oh, before I forget too, Rachel, this is totally unrelated to your appearance, but the people in the live chat will understand. Yesterday, we did this kind of strange show, and everybody's been joking all day on Twitter related to that show. And just out of respect for my guests tonight, I see people in the live chat. Nobody's done it yet, but please, guys, no jokes about the subject matter yesterday or anything we've been joking about on Twitter, because she's a female guest, and I don't know if she'll get the joke or understand what it's about yesterday. So I wanted to ask you about this Victorian house, which is the last sort of thing on your Facebook. You've been there like 10 times. Can you tell us a little bit about that house and its history and why you keep going back there?
That house is absolutely enchanting. I have been there through projects helping the roof stay on and intact throughout the years. I've tried to lend myself back to the paranormal and kind of go and do these lectures and give all the proceeds back to the Historical Society or to the locations. And the Victorian Mansion has always been high on my list of things to do. It was on my bucket list initially, and I felt totally blessed that I was able to go in. And when I went in, I was surrounded by all females. And I had done a few productions now that haven't really made it to fruition over the years. Stories about Maybelle and different things like that have been recorded. And one of the sessions were actually recorded there. So I got to meet the ladies, and we have a really tight bond after all these years. And I've watched the house be developed in the accurate direction to keep it growing and to turn it into a bed and breakfast shortly. And each room is so amazing. I hope that each person that, wants that and that's on their bucket list gets a chance to go there. It's just incredible.
Yeah, it's like a Victorian house that they are fully restored, right? Like piece by piece. Like every room looks like it's out of the 1800s.
Yeah, and they did an amazing job. Restoration is never easy. Getting things back to looking like they're from the early 1900s can be a difficult process, and they did smashing. It's just beautiful.
And can you tell us a little bit about the ghost activity there?
Each and every room has its own enchanted story. There was a man that actually spontaneously combusted in one of the rooms. And we were, it was, you can smell the burning. I mean, when you get in there and you really get in the environment and you get in the, each room, you can actually kind of relive the past, and it comes alive in all your senses. You can see it, you can smell it, hear it, feel it, so, each room had its own little kind of component. The Burning Man was one room. The basement, the pelvis of a young girl was found in the lower chimney area.
The skeletal remains, right? Yeah,
right.
And they knew it was I heard somebody ask you in that video, right? They knew it was a female because the pelvic bone is different in a woman. I learned something that I had no idea. So now I know a little bit more forensic science. And
amazing.
And what else is going on in there? You said every room has something weird, right?
Yeah, every room has something weird. And there was a room that was meant for the children. That was a nursery that was later, kind of renovated. And me and my sister were in there, and she was 6 months pregnant. And the doll that didn't talk actually said mama when she picked it up. So, and she's a skeptic. So she was, thrown for a loop.
I'm not a fan of creepy dolls. I don't like creepy dolls. No, definitely not.
Not on your list.
So do you think it's past residents of the house that is the ghost activity? And that's really a big question I was going to ask you. You are one of the people that believe that ghosts are departed human spirits, right? That maybe
I
are.
do. I believe that ghosts are made of their own kind of DNA. I'm actually writing a book on quantum physics that's related closely to why we are able to see this kind of undissolved matter that is a ghost. We're not able to indefinitely say what it is, but we can definitely say that it's material of some kind.
Wow. And I wanted to ask you, what do you think? I've read a lot about some of these haunted houses that the activity is not human spirits but demon activity. Have you run into that much? Because
I
that's
have.
scary. That stuff is. I grew up and like The Exorcist scared me so much. Like, and all this demonic possession and oppressed houses. I grew up with a friend whose father was a Christian minister, and he swore that the parsonage, or the house that the minister at that church stayed in, was oppressed, not possessed, but oppressed by demons, because there was some kind of activity going on in the house that they couldn't explain, knocking and shadows and weirdness.
I noticed that too. It's funny that you say that, but a lot of people that are on the Bible Belt seem to experience a lot more demonic activity. But a lot of people also ask ghosts to throw things, break things to make themselves known. And then as soon as they do, they're like, oh my God, it's a demon. So, I mean, demon aggressive ghosts, you ask for something to be thrown at you and then it gets thrown. It doesn't make it a demon necessarily, but I have seen different activity. Burn marks on people that are scratches that seem to come from the inside out. Injuries on children, that's very common. And I can see that, there's bite marks that are from like what looks like a small child. We've uncovered what seems to be demonic activity that disguises itself as a child. So giggling, laughing,
Sure, yeah. And
luring you in.
and you've seen this kind of telekinetic stuff thrown across the room and kind of weirdness like that?
I have seen a lot of activity that can't be explained. And fortunately, I always have some kind of a camera crew or some kind of equipment running when this is going on. So I have, 13 years of heavily validated experiences.
Wow. And do you believe that you've encountered some activity that was demonic and not human deceased spirits? And how do you as an investigator know the difference?
I can definitely feel a difference when I enter into a house that potentially has something deeper going on. Um, I noticed that the energy it can be freezing cold or very hot. It always maintains an uncomfortable level when it's something that's not human. Lorraine Warren, a predecessor of ours in the paranormal, used to call it inhuman. And that was her word for it. And so a lot of us have adapted that. And it makes sense because these beings were never born. They never lived and they never died. They just existed in almost a different realm. So they weren't human ever.
Okay, so they were never incarnate spirits. But
Right.
haven't I read somewhere that like some of these demonic entities will pretend to be a deceased human
Yeah,
to
I've
sort of
seen that a lot.
manipulate people?
I have seen that a lot especially with Ouija boards. A lot of people don't do the proper procedure to open and close, and they open a doorway. And I do hear a lot of feedback coming back that, it was something dark pretending to be their Aunt Martha. So yeah, it can be pretty bad.
And oh, you mentioned that Lorraine person. Is that the investor Conjuring?
Yes, that's her. That's it. She's the main character, but she was the one the stories were written after. And,
Yeah, she seemed like an interesting lady. I have a couple of books either mention her or talk about some stuff that she was involved in with her husband. Didn't they both investigate this stuff and they kept like haunted objects in their house? That's
yeah,
it's a little crazy.
yeah, she was amazing. Ed and Lorraine Warren. I've investigated with her and I've had the pleasure of being in her home and in the occult museum with the Annabelle doll. So that was when it was a full working museum, and I have several pieces. I mean, they used to allow us to go through and film and everything else. So I was extremely fortunate at the time because I know that they've cut off that activity since then. It was in Connecticut, and she used to bring us over to Ed's grave, in the Stepney Cemetery. And, we actually caught orbs with her and Ed in the picture. And it was like I used to print them every year and go back and give them to her and have a spaghetti dinner with her. And it was all very normal.
Oh, that's cool.
And demons and
that is cool.
It's like every day over spaghetti dinner type of thing.
I'm wondering now, did you talk to her about this? I think it's Haunting in Connecticut and Annabelle. Did she feel those were accurate depictions, or did they just Hollywood the story up too much? Because I love those movies. I thought they were great.
Yeah, they are. I have live interviews with her where I'm asking her basically a week after the Annabelle movie was released, before they even realized they were doing the next movie. I think it was The Conjuring first. Before they realized that they were releasing the next movie, she actually had done an interview with me only like a week after it had been let out, and she let out parts of the story she wasn't supposed to. And but she also did say, cool, other than the stairs where she's falling down the stairs, that spiral stair, obviously she couldn't fall 17 stories and live to tell.
Yeah.
So that was Hollywood for sure.
And they still have that Annabelle doll at their home, or?
Right now, the Annabelle doll is on tour with Tony Spera, her
sort of sideshow.
Her son-in-law, yes. So he's been married to her daughter for quite some time, and so now he kind of carries on the legend and lets people see it and view her and tell the story.
Yeah, I don't know. That is just a creepy. The whole story is crazy. And so, do you believe that a spirit or a demon can possess an object like a doll or like a Dybbuk box? That's another story that I think I'm going to do, because that's an amazing story.
I do believe that we can actually put life into something by loving it. So I'm a big believer in like an inanimate object having life, only because we're able to. For example, if you ever had a necklace from your grandmother and you lost it and suddenly the necklace found you again, it's because the object actually knows that it belongs to you. So I do believe that we can love something and cherish something enough to actually almost breathe a heartbeat into it. I know that I've lost things that mean something to me, and it's like I feel like somebody died.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it can be terrible.
Yeah, it can be common with cars. It can be common with, and I see people haunt their vehicles. Oh, no, that's fine. I see people haunt their vehicles. I see people haunt their jewelry, haunt things that meant something to them, haunt their houses. Houses are just a big object.
Well, I have a question here that's kind of a weird one. I always see you go into these haunted houses like totally welcoming all this experiences, like you're just fearless. And I got to tell you that some of those places and things that you've experienced, I think I would turn around and run to the car. Has there ever been, and I wanted to know, has there ever been one where you went, I'm getting out of here?
The only ones that I've ever gotten out of there was when I ran into like homeless people or ran into somebody. Sure. Yeah. So like the living scare me more than the dead. But
yeah, it's funny you mention that. When I was a kid growing up, there was this big, huge abandoned church, and it'd been abandoned. The roof was caving in, and like us kids used to like rip the wood out of the like basement windows and get in there with flashlights. And like there was a homeless guy in there, and me and this girl were in there. These pigeons flew. We ran out of there.
It's like something out of a movie. You'll never forget it. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll never forget the pigeons flying in this big chapel, and they scared the crap out of both of us. We got out of there. But then we were in the other part of the church, and there was like a homeless guy sleeping in one of the rooms or something, and we weren't expecting a human, Yeah. So we got out of there right away.
That can be pretty scary. You want to be on guard with stuff like that. And I go into a lot of these places by myself completely. So, I do it for the experience and also for the activity. And also it's hard to pin people down to get them to go to these abandoned places with me. They're like, hell no.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm very intrigued by what you do, but I don't think I want to go with you, especially some of those creepier places you've been. You've been to some places that look like, totally abandoned and beaten down and run down. Do you just kind of follow leads that people give you for places to go check out and see what's going on there?
Yeah, there have been times that I have done that. I've been invited to a lot of places for charitable causes. After I was on the Travel Channel, I got really lucky and had a lot of people reach out to me and ask me to come do lectures or, do little things for their building and their location. And so when I did, they gave me access afterwards. So
Oh,
anytime I
cool.
came, yeah, so anytime I came back, I was allowed to come in and do tours and kind of have like, free run of the place, and it's been amazing. So a lot of opportunities did open up to me. um, Going into places, it's really hard to have people like rationalize with you when you're saying, hey, I want to come in and do a ghost hunt.
Yeah, I was gonna be like, I don't know about you. Yeah.
They hang up the phone like right away, like goodbye. So now I say I want to do a historical research on your building more than anything, so that they're not spooked out by the activity possibly. And then
Well,
whatever you catch, you catch.
yeah, and I have another question here. I wondered about restless spirits, and do you think that some of this activity is restless spirits that maybe didn't finish something, or they haven't? I mean, is that the belief that you subscribe to, though, that ghosts are sort of earthbound and trapped here between one realm and the next, or what do you think about this? Are there restless spirits waiting on Earth still?
I actually have a unique perspective on that, but I just think I don't really believe necessarily that we're ever stuck here. Actually, when my grandmother passed away, I think she like went to Saturn. She was like, I was kind of like trying to see what she saw, but we're not really earthbound at all. Really, we're only bound by what we believe. Like a lot of people think that you have to die somewhere to haunt that place, but the fact is that you're free. Your spirit is finally free. You're no longer bound to this meat suit, and you can kind of bounce from place to place. We're not really, stuck anywhere. I do believe in there's a scar in the universe. When someone gets murdered or when someone is taken quickly, a car accident, unexpected death, that there are times where we'll go back to the same place at 3 o'clock every day, and their spirit will be present. The sound of their death will be in the air, but it's really
Ooh.
not them as an intelligent spirit. It's more residual. Like that's what we
It's like
call in
an
the paranormal.
it's like an echo of some kind of emotional energy or something like that.
Yes, that's
Yeah,
a
I've heard
perfect
that.
way.
I've heard that before.
And the spirits that I run into, like Maybelle, she's intelligent. She was 3 years, 5 months, and 8 days old, according to her tombstone, but she's mature now, and I can talk to her, and she actually has conversations with me. So she actually is intelligent and grew up a little bit. Whereas some of these spirits that I run into are more that echo that you describe.
Hmm.
And it's just like walking through a spider web, like you just happen to walk through that space and catch that activity during that point.
Oh, and that leads me to another question I had on my list, and you set me up perfectly for it. I wanted to ask you if you still talk to this imaginary friend, and what's that like now that you know that she's a deceased spirit? Like, how do you, I don't know, deal with that in your brain? Like that you had an imaginary friend. Now you know it's a deceased spirit. You're able to speak to her, communicate with her still?
Yeah, I still do. Yes, I was 30 years old the first time that I held a digital recorder and actually used it, and she was the first voice that came through. She was, and I recognized the voice from my childhood, and
Ooh,
so
so you got some EVPs?
yes,
Oh, if you still
so
have them, you got to send them to me. I'll play them on my show. I want to do a
yeah,
whole show on
definitely.
EVPs. That's
Yeah,
another one of my research projects lately. I'm not
yeah,
sure though. Some of that stuff seems like it's baby monitors or walkie talkies, you know.
and also there's a method in audio. I became like, I don't know if there's really an expert in the field or not, but I learned through an expert that there are ways that you do it. You can't really walk around with your audio recorder because you catch a lot of the from your jeans. And I've heard people like actually pretend to make up like words, and I just don't buy into it that much. Until you put your recorder down, you can say, which room you're in. Hi, I'm at the Victorian mansion, I'm in room 1. You
Hmm.
put your recorder down. So there's a way to do it, and then you run it for 5 minutes, and then you play it back immediately. It's called a burst session, and it allows you the most accurate, because you remember every little detail of where you were. If somebody walked behind you, if somebody coughed, you're very much in the moment.
Wow. And so do you think that some of these ghosts or entities are able to, what do they do to get their voice on there? Manipulate the magnetic spectrum somehow, or manipulate the recorder, or actually create an audible sound that is actually being recorded?
I've actually heard drips before, and the unique thing that we can do now is we can stretch out the audio. So I've actually heard like running water, and when I stretch out the audio, it's like, hey Jack, it's me." Like, I mean, it's a whole huge sentence that, yeah, it's huge. Like, so they are working at a very much higher speed and higher level than we are. And if you're able to view your audio instead of just listen to it, and you can see the sound waves, you'll notice that there are times where there'll be a little hiccup that you didn't hear, that you're not reacting
Mm-hmm.
to. And if you go down and you like kind of quarantine it and stretch it out, you start to realize there's a whole sentence inside that little blip.
Well, that's creepy. And did you find this stuff later, unless you do that burst session where you find out right away, right? Because I know somebody that did these EVPs, and he would take hours and hours of this stuff and then take it back and analyze it later, you know?
Right. And people do that. And that's smart to do, just in case that there's that one jump scare, that moment where somebody's like, hey, I heard that at that moment. The problem with hours of audio is if you do an 8-hour session somewhere, that's hours and hours to review. That's really, it's a whole, you can only do so much before you start getting like tunnel vision with this whole
I do.
process.
I was a musician and ran a studio, so I agree with you.
Yeah.
Except in my case, it was trying to mix terrible punk rock bands to sound good for 8 hours at a time. Like, why am I singing out of key? Because you did, bro. You know? Yeah. So, I have a question from the audience that I think is a great one, and this is from Super V Fun Cat. She says, "Has she had a spirit or strangeness attached to her after leaving, and if so, from where?"
Yes, so I have had quite a few of those. We call them paranormal hangovers when we get them, and they come from different locations. But I would say the worst one that I had was, I was the only team to investigate James Whitey Bulger's bar from the old Triple O's, and he was the second most wanted criminal in America at the time when I did it. And when I went downstairs, I noticed that there was this face of a little boy that looked mummified in the corner. And instead of, when the lights trick your eye, instead of it becoming like something that was an object, it became more and more real, and it looked like a 3-year-old boy. And there was rumors that he had had younger children there that he had murdered. There was 26 bodies that were put through this basement area, and I believe that he was one of them. And I had a 3-year-old at the time. And so that both haunted me physically and mentally, and I actually got physically ill leaving the place.
Wow.
Yeah, and that was my one and only time where I actually physically vomited and got sick from this apparition showing itself to me. I think it was both because I knew the truth. These are true crime stories.
Yeah,
We
Whitey Bulger he was a bad person, man. He killed a lot of people. So there has
a
to be some
lot.
kind of dark energy around him or his spirit if it's hanging around, I would assume.
Yeah, he was alive at the time, and he was
Oh,
one
he
of
was still
those.
alive. Yeah, right. He's still alive, right?
He was, yeah. Well, no, he's dead
He's
now.
dead now, but he was alive at the time. Okay.
He was alive at the time. People were actually like calling me crazy because the Winter Hill Gang is down there, and we were kind of like going down there filming and making a really huge fuss over the
Yeah, like I said,
people.
you are fearless, girl.
Thank you.
You are fearless. Like,
Thank you.
you want to go hang out with some mobsters and some demons and ghosts. We have another question from the live chat. Rachel, and I don't know what this is. Have you ever heard the parting music? I don't know what that is.
I don't know what that is exactly, but I can assume maybe like as we're leaving a place. I haven't really heard parting music. I don't know if I'm using this in the right context, so excuse me. But when I'm leaving a place, I do notice that sometimes the levels of activity on my equipment will spike. It'll be quiet the whole time, and then we'll get ready to leave and pack up, and all of a sudden things will start spiking up because, they don't want us to leave. They want us to stay where we are and still come, enjoy the space. But as far
Wow.
as music, I'm not sure I've heard that.
Yeah, I've not heard of that phenomenon. But I have another question for you is, what about magnetic anomalies? Because I've read that in a lot of these places, if you take like a magnetometer into one of these haunted locations, they go crazy. And there's some scientific evidence that suggests that magnetic waves can affect the human brain and even cause hallucinations, auditory or visual hallucinations. So do you think that may be an explanation for some of this activity that people see, that it could just be magnetic, I don't know, waves or radiation interference?
I think there is a lot of times that these things can be debunked through different situations like that. I know that I've caught Morse code on my equipment before. So we have
Oh, that's
different.
weird.
Oh yeah, I was on a ship. I was on a naval ship, but it just happened to be something that was beeping through the air. And here I thought the naval ship was coming alive, you know. But the truth is, we have a very sensitive system, and I have heard that the magnetic force will cause, you know, for example, if I threw my equipment together and I ran it over a boiler, the equipment's going to go off because that's its own source of energy.
Mm-hmm.
And so sometimes we're able to trick ourselves into believing there's more energy. I've been in a field thinking that there was nothing and didn't realize there was towers all around me. My equipment was going crazy. I was like, oh my gosh.
Oh, so it was like cell phone tower interference or something like
Yeah,
that?
definitely. So there's all kinds of interference like that. That's the absolute truth. Debunking it and seeing if it happens the same each and every time, you know, making sure that you do it again and again, see if you get the same read, you know, that's the way that you can tell if the interference is, you know, substantial.
Okay. And I had another question here. Do you believe that people can communicate with their dead relatives in one form or another?
I think so. I think if anybody can or wants to communicate with you, it would be a blood relative, especially somebody that's close to you. Um, I know that there are times where people will write to me and ask me, you know, how they would know if their loved one made it to the other side. And I'll always tell them to ask out loud for a sign, to say, you know, please give me a sign. And you'll know the sign. Sometimes it's butterflies, flashing lights, a feather, a heart shape, you know, whatever you held, like whatever you held special with that person that you lost, they'll give you the sign to let you know that they made it. And not just one, but once you realize the signs, you'll start seeing them again and again. And it adds a level of comfort to know that they're still with you.
Wow. And I wanted to ask you about some of your future plans. I mentioned your bus and how you were converting this bus. Is that going to be like the Scooby Doo van for you? You're going to like hop in the mystery wagon and go check out some ghosts and demons? Because I
Yes.
think that's awesome. And I'll send you some Scooby snacks just for fun. You're going to go all over the country in that thing, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm going to do about 20 trips a year once everything's kind of bolted down. I'm getting the electric paneling going. I'm constantly pretty much moving it around to make sure that it's not going to fly all over the place when I take a longer trip, keeping it kind of up to standard. It's a diesel engine.
Oh,
So,
great. Those are the
yeah,
best. Those are the
yeah.
best. They never die. Change the oil. They never die.
Yeah, it's definitely a hardcore little special bus. I'm very blessed to have come upon this deal, and I've welcomed a few other people to the schoolie community since I've gotten this bus. They love it. I mean, it's cheaper than an RV. You can insulate it and decorate it however you want, so it's amazing. And I do intend on using it for the paranormal. It's going to have a little bit of magic stuff in it anyway, because you know I'm all about that.
Yeah, I watched as you were doing the things, and I had like deja vu of my cabin because you were putting floor down, and I remember learning like tongue and groove floors and trying to put walls up, and like my cabin's this huge project that's going to be going for another year probably, but slowly but surely. We have
Yeah,
another.
it's a labor of love. You know, you don't hurry it, don't rush it.
Yeah, I'm enjoying myself. We have another question from live chat from Reemsey, who says, I like to talk to dead loved ones with a Ouija board. Does Rachel use Ouija boards at all?
I do. I do. I love them. I know that in the paranormal that it's like a huge thing, but movies sometimes will scare people and we think that Ouija boards are going to blow up and do this, but really they're no different than any other equipment. We're using millimeters, obelisks, we're using pendulums, old age and new age equipment. I like to use Ouija boards by myself because I feel like it's very for show sometimes, and I enjoy just getting the answers from my pendulum or Ouija board on my own. So I communicate with people
Oh, so
Especially.
you use a pendulum too. I've seen somebody do that. I saw some demonstrations that I was not entirely convinced, but pretty curious about, like the fact that you could use a pendulum to sort of do divination or communicate with the spirits, right?
And some people use it every day. It's called scrying, and what they do is they don't even get up out of bed before they ask the pendulum what they should do next. And so it's a huge, it's a huge thing. I'm a witch, and so I use those old age things to kind of bring about the beginning of my investigation. I always started out with the pendulum and old age stuff, and lots of candles, and asking for the space to open up. And it's a respect thing.
Wow. And we have a question again from Super V Funcat. She saw your tattoo and asked, "Is she First Nations?" And I believe you said you were Native American, but can you unpack that a little bit and explain that?
Yeah,
You're Native American.
absolutely. Yes, absolutely. I am Native American. This is my I want to call it my grandmother. I never saw an actual picture of her, my great grandmother.
Beautiful.
Um, thank you. So I went to the artist and I asked him to kind of draw something that was in that realm. I'm Lipin Apache, and so I think like 20, 25 miles outside of the Mexican border in Texas is where my people are originated from. And we made our way up here to the upstate New York area, and that's actually where my family stayed this entire time throughout the course of life. But we live very much the Native American lifestyle. My dad carves totem poles from scratch, and I grew up without electricity and running water, and we were very salt of the earth type of people, and still
No,
are.
no running water. Wow. So
Yeah.
you had an outhouse and like a dry cabin, that kind of thing.
It was a creek. Well, we call it a crick where I'm from.
Crick. Yeah, yeah. I grew up my parents had this cottage in Jersey, and before it had running water, we used to have to go down to the crick to get our bath every night.
Hmm.
Getting there with a bar of soap and go at it, you know.
Yeah, and my
But,
grandmother boiled the water. Like we had hot baths, and we thought that was very luxury. It was a very luxury thing for us. I thought they were rich. Like they had so many beautiful things, so many stones and shells and perfect things, and I had no idea. I knew nothing.
well, you know, it's when you grow up with something, you don't know that somebody. I remember like going, you know, I grew up kind of poor, and then I got a little older, and like going to see some of these houses up in the suburbs where they had like 8 bedrooms and a pool. I was like, damn, these people are rich, you know. Like seeing the other side.
Yeah, absolutely. And the more I saw them, I was like, wow, I was just completely blown away by CDs and all the rest of that kind of fun stuff, like
Yeah,
technology. Just,
these people over here got electricity, right?
yeah, I felt like we were aliens. Like it was like they were delivered from space or something. But
And you had no
um,
electricity. You had like gas lamps and that kind of stuff growing
gas
up.
lamps, yep. My grandmother was born in 1919, so a lot of the stuff we had from back in that era. And I wish I still had that kind of stuff, especially living in a bus. You know what I mean? You realize the
Yeah,
value.
yeah. You know, I'm getting back to that kind of living. Like my cabin is slowly getting. I just got a shower. I built it out of rocks, but it's a shower, and like every little luxury there, like being able to use water from the sink with an RV pump. That's how I did that
Yes.
with a tank underneath. Like, oh my God, thank God I don't have to go outside to wash dishes. But one of the things the cabin taught me is how little do we need to be happy? Because when I started there, I had gas lamps, no electric, no lights, you know, and you know, we got internet there now, so we feel like wow, yeah. And
Yeah.
I had a comment from Reemsy in the live chat, which is a funny one. Reemsy says she is a nice witch. Yeah, she's a good witch.
Yes.
But still, I gotta tell you, friends, when any female tells me she's a witch, I try to stay on her good side just in case, because I knew a vengeful one when I was growing up.
Oh boy.
A vengeful, nasty one.
Oh no, those are the
Didn't
worst
start
kind.
that way, but she became that way. And ever since then, if a woman I don't make fun of witch. You know how sometimes people will say they're a witch and people kind of, you know, joke about, yeah, she's a witch.
Yeah.
Nope, nope. I'm totally respectful. Good for you for your beliefs. Please don't hex me.
See, I'm from Salem area on the East
Oh,
Coast.
wow. That's cool. Yeah.
So we are all witches, male, female, like everybody really, it's a very common thing. And it's funny because I'll walk through Salem sometimes. Now I'm like traveling around the East Coast. But, there are times where I'll just, be walking through there, grabbing my crystals, doing my normal thing, grabbing my candles and stuff. And people will run up to me that are from Salem and they'll be like, "Are you a witch?" Like, it's an immediate thing. And I think, even if I'm not wearing anything discernible, I'm just walking around in regular t-shirt and jeans, people catch the vibe and they understand and they know. I think it's really a vibe.
Oh, this is another great question from Reemsy. Does Rachel combine her witchcraft magic with Native American spirituality, or does she keep it separate?
I do happen to do both, only because sage is such a great tool in the environment of the paranormal, especially when you're trying to charge good energy. And it is something very familiar to me at the end of the investigation. Not every location lets you burn sage. So we sometimes do like a condensed spray, or I have lots of different sages, and I always use sage at the end of investigation. It's funny because all my witch friends that I just went to the Victorian mansion with gave me gifts that I'm taking pictures of later. I set it up on my altar of sage wrapped in roses, sweet grass, different feather fans to use to brush over people to rid of negative energy. And
that's what sage is supposed to do when you burn sage, right? It gets rid of the negative energy.
Yeah, it does that by charging positive ions in the air. So and that's actually the truth, like scientifically proven.
Wow, I got to get some sage then. Can you like burn it on people that are negative around you?
Yeah, I mean, I do it. I try to do, if somebody's doing something negative, I really just do more binding than anything, like bind their bad habits and bind their bad stuff. But if somebody's around me and they feel like something's attached to them and they want to have sage run over them, I know a lot of people that they love it. They love the feeling of it. And,
Wow. And we have another great question. Let me get this one up here. This is from Becca Smith. Becca, I don't think that I've seen you here before. Welcome to Truth Seekers. Have you ever seen images that weren't really there and felt they were supernatural, not connected to any other spirit activity? Do you believe this can be a negative omen?
Well, I have lots of paranormal equipment running at the same time. And sometimes we have different thermal images that'll show up. And I did have a thermal image that I took 9 snapshots. And it looked like, to me, what to me was a ghost. It was completely void of color and completely blue. I don't think he was negative. I actually think the opposite. He was there guarding the building. And when he realized we were taking pictures of him and I was snapping shots of him with the thermal camera, he actually reacted and ran away. So it was.
Well, I'd like to see those images. I'd like to see.
It's on the bio channel.
So is it on the bio channel?
Yeah, Bio's My Ghost Story, Middle Burning Town Hall. You can actually see him. It's almost like a moving video because I snapped it so close together, and it shows the time frame, and you can see him react and kind of move. And yeah, it was amazing. And thermal images are the most highly regarded paranormal evidence out there in the field, because they can't be faked.
We have another comment, and this is Brandon Young. Brandon Young, real classy, Brandon Young. Come to my show. Real classy, bro. This is not a dating game show. I live near Salem, is Rachel. You can't blame a guy for trying. He says, I live near Salem. Is Rachel single or married to some powerful sorcerer?
Oh,
real
boy.
Classy, Brandon. Thank
you. No, I'm not married.
So, I didn't know if you were single, though.
I am actually dating someone, but I'm not single now.
Oh, okay, there you go. That's what I thought. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Brandon Young still throwing you compliments. Thanks, Brandon Young.
Thank you, Brandon.
I can't. Here, Reemsy says, I can't burn actual sage smudge sticks because of Toby, but I burn white sage in an incense burner that Toby can't knock over. I think it works the same.
Is Toby a cat or a small child?
Wait, is Toby a cat or a child?
Either way, it's smart to keep that away from Toby if Toby's going to knock it over. I've seen people do. I have the cages for the for incense, so I just put the small cones of incense inside. And
I did that when I was an altar boy. We had those little cones of incense, and you put it inside, and you got to walk with it in front of the priest. And you got to be careful of those priests while you're walking in front of them?
Oh my gosh.
So I had some other questions, but I don't want to keep you too long. So I'm trying to get to like I had them in order that I thought of importance. I asked you about your future plans. You just got cast in a movie. Can you tell us about that? Because that's exciting, and I liked you already posted some. You didn't waste any time. You're like posting. Was that like a costume shot from the movie you got cast in?
No, I just got my costume kind of like the rundown yesterday by email. So I thought it'd be a fun little teaser to show the stockings and stuff like that. I'm not sure how much detail I can go into as far as the character and things like that, but the movie is Axe to Grind. And I'm very excited and humbled to be a part of it and to have been asked to be a part of it. So the producer actually found me on Facebook, and it was just one of those things. I was just so honored to have been asked at all. And when he approached me, we had been talking for some time, and he went over some of my paranormal videos. And, I've been in a few movies, in one movie, the Ghostbusters, and on television a few times, but most of my experience has been reality.
You were in the Ghostbusters? You mean the one with the girls, the reboot?
Yes.
Okay. Now I got to watch it again and find. Do you remember where you're at in that?
I'm in it a lot. So they asked me to come back like 14 times.
Wow. Now I got to see this. I'm sure that I saw it, but I kind of fell asleep through it. Wasn't a huge fan of that one. But I hear they're rebooting it again.
Yeah, I'm really excited about the reboot, to be honest. I can't lie, I cried when I saw the
Ectomobile, right?
Oh my God.
Yeah, I got emotional. I was like, oh my God, just like I remember. It's been sitting in the board all these years, and they're going to bring it back out.
It's like a part of our childhood, so it's...
I hope they bring back the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man somehow. That's all I have to say.
Me too.
Friend?
I had minimal acting experience, but he had seen some of the jump scare stuff that I had done for...
I've done some indie movies. You don't need acting experience.
Oh, good.
You hope for a good director. I had one guy that kept on telling me to do the same line over and over and over again for like 4 hours. I felt terrible. Like I didn't know what the guy wanted. I tried it. It was terrible experience. But
no, that's the worst.
No, hopefully you won't have that kind of thing going on.
Yeah.
This guy was a control freak, and he wanted it a certain perfect way. And then eventually, even other people on the set were telling him it's no different from the last time he said it. Yeah, I don't know.
I was very impressed with my scene that I had been given. So I'm very excited. I can't share too much, but I was very excited about the opportunity and, the whole thing. And it's just a totally different vibe than I've ever done. And I'm 40 years old. So this is a really exciting thing for me.
Wow. Yeah. And listen, friends in the live chat, if you have questions for Rachel, put them in all caps. All caps. This way I know that there's a question for Rachel. I also wanted to ask you about the Dybbuk box, because that's one of my interests. Do you know very much about this Dybbuk box? And do you think this is a true story, or is this some made-up legend?
I think that a lot of people like to add lore to the equipment. We have to remind ourselves that some of us that are involved in the paranormal have been experiencing things through microwaves, like through willow trees, through small things that weren't meant for the programming and the communication with ghosts. So I do lend credibility to the Dybbuk box, but a lot of people are trying to make it like Pandora's box. Like it's the biggest thing, and everybody's trying to make it this big demonic thing. I haven't had that experience, so I can't say for sure, but I know that just like the Ouija board, sometimes people like to play up these pieces of equipment.
Yeah, there's something about that story that I just love, because it's got a connection to the Kabbalah and to Jewish mysticism, which is always interesting to me. Things like the golem and now this Dybbuk box, because everybody that has this, for those that don't know the Dybbuk box, look it up. Everybody that got this box went through like all kinds of paranormal crazy activity before giving it to the next person or selling it to the next person. And apparently the story is that it has something to do with these women that were oppressed or maybe abused, and they put all this negative energy to create this entity to get revenge on people. So that's the origin of the story. Okay. Somebody said you look fantastic for 40. I agree.
Thank
God
you.
bless you.
Thanks.
Reemsey says, I am afraid of the Dybbuk box. Zach Baggins says it is the most awful thing. I can go near to look at it, a nasty thing. Yeah, I don't know. It's just one of those great stories. So what do you think was the most haunted location that you've ever been? And why did you consider it that?
I feel like it changes every time, but let's see. I have so many. Jeez. Oh boy, you put me on the spot.
Yeah, hard to pick one, right?
So you know what I'll do? I'll tell you the story about Fall River. That is a story that was really close to me. And a lot of people spend 4 hours to 14 hours on investigation. And I spent 60 days on investigation.
Wow, you're pretty thorough and fearless. If I find a haunted house, I'm going there with you. That's what I want to do.
And I went there and I made connections with these women. And the scariest part was that they were dealing with an unsolved murder. So these women, there were 17 bodies found in the Fall River, Massachusetts area. There were the New Bedford highway killings. And I did this whole entire docu-series on it, and it actually won a Chicago Paranormal Film Festival award because the young ladies had actually identified their killer to me a year before the police had forensically proven that that was who killed them.
Wow.
And so yeah, it was amazing. I sold the movie only, so a lot of people didn't have access to it, but I plan on letting it out because I think it's so important that these girls have a voice and they're heard. Initially, I was trying to produce funding for future projects, and it worked great because everybody was really excited for the production, and it wound up playing in the Somerville Theater for like 30 days or so. And you know, a few of the family members had gotten a hold of me, and the sheriff that found the ladies' bodies had gotten a hold of me, and we worked together throughout the remainder of the summer on the project. And I felt so close to them, and it was really scary what happened to them, and it was really scary that it went unsolved that long.
Yeah, you said it was 17 victims, so it was a serial killer, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah, and it was they were prostitutes, so a lot of people didn't feel
Nobody
as though
cared. Yeah.
Yeah, it's, you know, the funding wasn't there to check and see forensically who murdered them until, you know, more and more people are talking about it. And it was just sad that, you know, it wasn't funded, and someone must have heard about it and took up the cause for the right reasons. And, you know, it's 20 years past and the person was already passed away, but, you know, it helps the families to lay to rest.
Yeah, because at least they know at least they know that this was the killer and this is more than likely what happened.
Right.
Wow. And so what's your future plans then? You're going to, besides the movie and traveling around in the bus, what are you going to be up to?
So I have my cheat sheet over here.
You got a whole, she's a busy lady. That's why, listen, thank you so much for doing this, because I'm having, this is a new show for me, and I know the numbers may not be great, but we're still.
No, I'm really excited. Thank you for having me. I'm so excited. So I have some stuff coming up. I am officially changing my name at this point to Rachel E. Hoffman.
Yes, yes. I redid the graphics just for her today, because today's your new birthday.
It is. Today's my new birthday.
2020. And next year, I'm going to say happy birthday, Rachel E. Hoffman.
Yay. Yeah. So this is my official announcement. You heard it here first.
Truth Seekers exclusive. We love those.
And so my next appearances will be Gettysburg, July 24th through 26th. It's the Gettysburg Bash. It'll be filled with well, I don't know if they approve the lectures this year, so don't quote me on that, but we'll be doing ghost hunts and tables and kind of
I'm not far from Gettysburg. I'm in Pennsylvania. I'm in Warminster,
really?
Pennsylvania. I'm not that well. It's a ride, but it's doable.
I'll have to send you an invite then.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the next one is the Plymouth Paracon, September 25th through 27th, run by Sam Baltrusis, author of 13 Most Haunted and a slew of other amazing books in the paranormal. I'm in 7 chapters of the 13 Most Haunted. And after that will be the Salem Con, April 2021, which is a beloved event. And this is run by Mark Gavrila, a good friend of mine, and we always have a blast down there. So I always encourage people to keep checking back to get the tickets because we do sell out and the hotels sell out. I think that Gettysburg is completely sold out, but you can always check for day tickets and day spots and check back with us. And I just wanted to chime in with the Axe to Grind, and I'll be working with Debbie Roshan and Stormy Daniels in the up and coming Axe to Grind movie. I'm very excited.
You know what's so funny is that somebody said on Twitter when they heard that you were on tonight, somebody said on Twitter that Stormy Daniels is going to have her own ghost show and I should get her as a guest. And then they said, "Oh, maybe I should delete my tweet." And I said, "I don't think Rachel would mind." And now I just found out that you're working with her on a movie. So I guess you don't mind people mentioning Stormy Daniels.
Absolutely not. No. And
that's
and
weird,
actually,
right? That's weird that happened.
It's funny that you should say that because I found out that there's a few haunted locations that we're going to be at together over the week that I am in Oklahoma filming with her. And I was going to say to her, like, "Hey, do you want to, don't think I'm a dork or anything, but you want to go investigate ghosts with me? So thank you."
Yeah.
The awkward silence is broken. No, I love other girls that ghost hunt, and I always encourage women in the field to please. There's not enough of us. We need more girl power.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that because it seems to be like a pretty male-dominated field.
Oh yeah, and the girls, we always have so much fun together. We try to twin up. You'll see at the Gettysburg event, if you follow the page throughout the course of the next month, a lot of girl power in there. We love females, and I always love to see new faces in the paranormal.
Well, so do I, because who wants to see some dorkly, pimply face guy like search for ghosts? If I could be watching you or Stormy Daniels, you get my vote.
Oh, thanks. Maybe you'll watch us together.
Yeah, and there was something else that I wanted to ask about. Hold on, I'm sorry. I'm trying to read this live chat and I'm way behind here, but I don't want to keep you for too long. Okay. I guess I was going to ask you about, let's see. Oh, I'm sorry. Get back to my notes here. No, I think I covered most of what I really wanted to cover, and especially about this bus that you've been building. That's amazing. And are you doing that work yourself, or you got a lot of friends helping you?
My friends are like, they keep me alive. They keep me going. I have a friend that's a carpenter that helped me really lay everything out. And I did a lot of it. You could definitely tell it's done by me. I'll run you through all the mistakes and everything. I'm very humble about my mistakes. You know, I have a couple chopped up pieces here and there. It is a labor of love, mostly on my end, but I ask people before I put in floors and electric wiring and stuff because I don't want to burn my schoolie down.
Wow. Oh, yeah. This Ruby Punkett says, "I want to hang with Rachel and Stormy. They seem so much more fun than the other ghost guys." Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, that was the other question. Now I know. I skipped it here. I wanted to ask you about these ghost shows because, you know, I started trying to watch a lot of these different ghost hunting shows. And I don't know, I came away with like, if nothing happens, they don't have a show. And it seems like every little bump in the night, every little thing, they just automatically attribute it to ghost activity. And I've seen that you don't really seem to push that. We got to have some activity. Like you go to a place and if there's no activity, there's no activity. You're pretty honest. What do you think about some of these ghost shows? And are they just pushing sort of fake woo to keep an audience sometimes?
I think we could all say that, you know, after a while of being on TV and 20 episodes go by, people are going to expect something. And it's really, I mean, I can understand how much pressure it would be to keep the audience entertained and to continue to. I really have a lot of good luck with little things. But driving home the fact that something doesn't always happen on these investigations is really, really important. I'll be doing lectures and people will be like on a haunted location and be like, "I demand a ghost to come." And I'm like, "Do you normally see ghosts?" And they're like, "No." So I'm like, "You're probably not going to see one on a 30-minute tour with me. This is not McDonald's. You know, the ghosts don't like that."
Yeah, that's kind of like there's actually UFO places that's like, they pretty much promise you the world, and then you go there and you just see a little light in the sky, and
yeah,
I make mothership, and yeah, it's just.
I make them write a disclaimer on all my ghost hunts now. Like this buying a tour does not guarantee a ghost. That's just part of it. Like, you can't expect that. And
yeah, let's get some dude to dress up for you, or some projectors.
I know, but people want the real experience.
Yeah. I've done some
real
cool
deal.
stuff. I've done some incredibly cool ghost stuff with projectors. I used to be really into that. I should send you a video.
Yeah, I'd love that. I want to see that.
He's talking about. Oh, okay. Well, I don't want to keep you any longer, because I know you're a busy lady, and I kept you up late tonight in your bus there. It's so cool to connect with you, and thank you so much for doing this. I hope that you'll come back here and give us an update on what's going on, because we could use a resident ghost expert here on our show. We've got UFO experts and some other experts. I'd love to consider you a friend. That would be a great thing for me and for our show.
I would love that. Thank you. I'm honored.
All right. We'll be in touch, Rachel, and good luck with all of your future projects.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
All right. Thanks, Rachel. You have a good evening.
You too. Thank you.
All right. What a fun conversation. Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back to Truth Seekers. I am your host, as always, Stephen Cambion, bringing you some of the strangest mysteries on the internet. And you all know we do this a lot. We cover the UFO topic. Honestly, I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to keep covering the UFO topic, considering how it's kind of imploding in on itself lately. But I wanted a chance to talk to some people and continue these UFO reports and maybe bring in a different perspective, and certainly maybe some with much more experience into investigating and researching this phenomenon than me. So we're going to continue to do that. I have been pleased and delighted to have some of the best guests and people that, I make lists of people that I would really like to talk to. And tonight's guest has been on my list for quite some time. She has a very no-nonsense approach and is willing to go after the truth, even if it's an ugly one. So without further ado, tonight, welcome to the UFO Report. We'll bring in our special guest here from UFOs Declassified, Erica Lukes.
Hello. I mean, finally, we actually get to talk on camera. It's a miracle.
I know it's like a fun video chat, but I'm going to share it with the world because I'm selfish and stupid like that.
No, that's good. Well,
I do this all the time. Some of my friends are like, "Can't we just talk on the phone?" And I'm like, "No, whatever we're going to talk about, other people are going to want to hear this." So
you know what?
Yeah.
It's true. And I mean, and you and I have had great conversations, off the air and things. And I've followed your work, and I love your sense of humor and the way, you call people on their nonsense. Which I think is important. I love.
Well, you're doing your fair share of that lately, and I noticed that I think you're doing more of it lately. I think than you have in the past.
What?
And your coverage has sort of gone a similar arc to me. I think because we're playing these Midnight Hour show replays, which are from 6 years ago, and when I hear the difference in my level of belief of some of these topics and cases and things versus now, I'm a little shocked that I've gone that far. People beat me up like, oh, he's a heartless skeptic. I didn't start out that way,
Well, and that's the funny thing. I mean, it's like, and in fact, I was talking to somebody who's just started to follow my work, and he's like, well, you had your show and you were on with a bunch of skeptics. I'm just like, no, those are actually realists. They're people that, have looked into this for so long that they realize there's a lot of, 99% of it's absolute garbage. And I hate to say that. And yeah, we have been on a similar path and discovery process. And I think it's, I'm grateful that I've been able to do that and to have the people behind the scenes helping me with the historical kind of aspect of things. Because
and you've got Scott Brown, who I'm a big fan of.
And I love Scott, and I've got to
is amazing.
give a shout out to Scott. Scott's
and a great researcher, and he is very tenacious when he starts digging into a subject, and I love and respect that.
I love and respect Scott.
You guys make a good team.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Even though I thought he took my job, I was like, I should have got that gig. Who's this Scott Brown? When you did that, I'm like, who's this Scott Brown?
You can fill
this should be my gig.
Exactly. You can fill in. I mean, he's been wonderful. I think between him, Scott and Mario, who I both met in the field and things, there have been a couple of my really closest allies. And that's an important thing when you're in a field, as where you have people that are constantly trying to degrade you. You've got the online trolls. You've got people that are, this is a hard area to be in. And I think a lot of people don't understand that, but they quickly get their backsides handed to them and figure it out, and they either can deal with it or not. And
I've seen a lot of people start a UFO podcast in the past 5 years, and almost none of them are still here. Do you know what I mean? Like, It seems like that the subject got hugely popular, and a lot of people said, I'm really into this. I'm going to do a podcast. And then a year later, they're like, I had enough. This is crazy, And
that's sad because it should be, there should be some fun to it.
I'm trying to keep it fun. That's why.
No, thank you. Well, thank you.
Because you're a fun
God help
girl.
You, Lord.
Like, let's have like a fun one and not so. And sometimes I get a little too serious when I'm just hammering away on fake things constantly. I go, I have to remind myself there's still good researchers out there, and there's still people that are, enough interested in this to care about the truth and not, fairy tale stories. But I wanted to ask you, because I've never heard why. You seem similarly obsessed with this topic that I am. What is it that got you so interested and started down this rabbit hole?
Well, I've been a nerd my whole life, and I wear my nerd flag, proudly. And so I remember being.
I have a hard time believing that.
No,
you look more like you were the cheerleader girl in high school or something.
Are you kidding? Then this is a funny story. My grandmother, 6th grade Halloween, dressed me as a gnome, and I was a foot taller than any of the girls, with glasses and braces, and my Mean Joe Green jersey on. I mean, I was, like gigantic gnome and things. And, oh my God, I'll find him. She passed away, but I know that she, that she was probably laughing hysterically, when I'm standing there posing as a garden gnome and things. And I'm with all the girls dressed as cute cheerleaders. and I'm this awkward oaf, you know. And it was like I was just that was me. I was the girl back in grade school where I'm like, okay, meet me out on the track after school and I'm gonna kick your butt. I mean, I had my Vans on and my, 501s with the split up the side, and I
So
was
UFOs just became an extension of your nerdy and geeky
yes,
other
yeah,
interests, like
yeah,
maybe science fiction and
yep,
some other
yep,
stuff you were into?
yep. So I mean, I picked up a book off the shelf in the grade school library, and it was
Me
Dale
too.
White. Is there something up there? And I just looked at this, cover, and I'm like, whoa, what is this? And it was, and then it was a, book about Bigfoot or a book about ghosts. And I always was fascinated by the unknown, by that, part of us, and Battlestar Galactica and, all
Oh,
of
me
these
too.
shows,
Yeah, I love that
were,
stuff.
not that I'm showing my age at all, but I mean, it's just like um, some of these shows, and then the X-Files and things. And so it was always really fascinating for me. And I love that aspect of exploring mysteries and understanding that we don't know everything. There are things that we're
Sure.
going to be
Yeah.
learning about, our reality, about our planet, about the solar system. I mean, we will always be making discoveries. And so I can't sit here and tell anybody that this is where it begins and ends. There's a mystery out there or right here.
That
What
we
is
agree
it?
on. Sure.
And so, and how do we, especially now that you and I we've kind of jumped down a couple rabbit holes, how do we get through that and try to find the truth instead of jumping on the bandwagon with people that have inserted narratives into the subject so they can make money and
Yo, money's a big thing. We got to
do
get them UFO dollars. And
yeah,
you and I are, you know what I've been thinking about lately? I've been thinking that some things just aren't fair
no,
because it seems like that there should be two classifications of people that are so-called UFO researchers or authors, lecturers, whatever you want to call UFO people. There should be classifications because there are some people that are willing to just use fake sources, dead sources, child molester sources, murderer sources for alien stories.
right.
And they get huge numbers, make lots more money than someone like you or I, because we have this particular handicap. Like we're not willing to do that, you know? But at some point you had to go from just reading these things and researching these things to injecting yourself and becoming more part of the story. How did that begin?
You know what I did? And I just want to say that hello to everybody in the chat room. I mean, you've got a great group of people here, so it's really fun to see some of
Yes,
the
and I
people in
wanted
my
to
chat.
mention that I screwed up and I spelled your name with a K. We fixed it. I
Oh,
apologize. Names are important. I don't know why, but to me, in my brain, you were Erica with a K. Maybe
well,
because that's more exotic or something. I
well,
don't know.
okay, we'll go with that. But
No,
you
we
know,
fixed it though.
thank you. No, I appreciate that. And I did go. I mean, I used to love, I mean, there was a period of time when I loved, the paranormal. I mean, I went to the Whaley House, 15 years ago when I rented the whole thing. And I
Oh,
took
that's
a group
amazing.
of my friends. This is when they were still doing this. Took a group of my friends, and the tour guide locked us in there and said, "Good luck." Turned off the lights, and I mean, we just had a blast. And so and I went over to Ireland. I had to go over there for some business to England. And then I went to Ireland with my girlfriends, and we stayed in all the haunted castles down the middle of Ireland. And so we were in Lep Castle, we were in Kennedy Castle, and I was
Oh, that's cool. I would love
talking.
to go
Oh my
there.
gosh, it was so much fun just to hear the stories, but then to hear, well, we actually did this for tourism, to get people to
Yeah.
stay at the hotel and
So we
things.
just made all this stuff up about the ghosts so people will come and
So,
stay here.
it
That's
was
what some of them are, you
it
know.
was pretty funny, but he was honest and different. I mean, so I appreciated that. But I mean, I thought that was a fun, fascinating thing. And then in 2013, I had a series of strange sightings over the Salt Lake Valley, and I wanted to know what that was about. And so I became active in MUFON, and then I became the state director for MUFON, and then I
Oh, I forgive you.
resigned. You know what? Hey, I have repented and done all that I could do. But I mean, I began very quickly noticing in MUFON, first of all, in Utah, there was a lack of data, which I found very interesting. And Elaine Douglas, who was the state director before I became state director, she passed away, but she had experienced some things. She felt like that she was being monitored. She was also doing a lot of digging into Robert Bigelow and digging into MUFON's connection with Bigelow. And that was a very interesting thing. So I took over for her, and I noticed that there were cases that were missing. Cases had been changed. I wasn't being told, if I would ask Jan Harzan, okay, what have you done after 50 years with all the data? Where is it? What have you guys done? Well, I mean, it was nothing. It's
Yeah,
like
and I've heard varying reports of like somebody got metal samples or something like that, and they didn't even care, and he wanted them to do like some kind of scientific analysis on the metal samples. His name escapes me, and I apologize, but it just seems so ridiculous and funny to me that some organization that wants to get to the truth behind the mystery may have metal samples from one of the craft, and this guy's like calling up the chain, going, "What are we doing here? Let's get these metal samples." And they didn't want to do it. They did not want to pay to get the metal samples analyzed or find out what they were or prove that they were of earthly origin or not or any of that. And it struck me as funny. And then the later revelations about Jan Harzan being a creeper, it's just not good. And then Jan Harzan gets arrested for attempting to solicit sex from what he thought was a 13-year-old girl. I don't know what's going on with the case. But then after that, they give the reins to a guy who runs sex tours in Las Vegas, where you can go bang your girlfriend on his airplane.
Well,
right? Am I right? Like, that's the new guy?
The new old guy. He's been there for quite some time, and I think you can find different articles about him, which I think is fascinating. Flamingo Air is the organization, or his group, and there's one specific article, I think, from about 5 or 6 years ago. It might have been in Vice magazine, where he was interviewed, and he was saying that he's taking kids on their first rides, where they're, saying some things about, well, you could bring up, your animal, whatever you do behind the closed curtain is up to you. And it was, you read some of those quotes that are out there and you think, okay, I certainly, hopefully wouldn't be saying things like that in public. And why in the world, when you had the arrest of Jan Harzan, and then that person who was chosen to replace him in the middle of a scandal,
is a guy that's got some connection to the sex industry, which is fine. Look, I'm fine with that, but putting that guy in charge right after a sex scandal in your international organization is really not a smart move or decision, I think.
But I think the thing that's so crazy is it works, because nobody's said anything, and the handful of people that have said things have been, people that are not, like us, that get harassed and bullied and whatever, all this crap, and so it's
because we bother to talk about it. I think it's an important issue, though, and it's something that should be discussed. And another issue is, where does all this money go? You got to pay to play in that, and they take money from people, and they give you a little paper that says you're now a UFO investigator if you take a class with them, and you pay your dues every year, and like I don't know where the money goes, or
I think it's interesting, and I think that's one thing that they could have. I mean, you can hide a lot of things, and that was another area that Elaine Douglas was interested in, because she felt that there was something going on with the financial aspect, and MUFON might have been doing things that weren't up to snuff, and those were her beliefs and feelings. And interestingly enough, I was supposed to inherit all of her archive, all of her work, and that was thwarted by Jan Harzan and another person who stepped in at the last minute and took all of her work, and they're sitting in the basement, God knows, doing what. Obviously keeping people safe.
They're burning it. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, so it was just
allegedly
fascinating.
Maybe they are. That's speculation.
I mean, who knows? But I think that it's interesting. You have these different. It's a non-profit. I mean, you've got the organization here, and then you've got all these chapters that are supposed to be non-profits, and they can do whatever they want. And there's really not a lot of people holding at the upper levels, holding these chapters accountable or holding them to specific guidelines that if I had an organization, I would be making sure that my organization and the people involved were upholding certain ethical and moral guidelines. That's what you do for the integrity in a professional business world. It's what you do for the integrity of an organization. I would not be supporting racists or people that are,
I
abusing
forgot about
women
that.
and things. And
that was another scandal that somebody had made. I'm not going to mention his name. Whatever. I haven't spoken to him since that. And that's another scandal, I suppose. But I guess after a while after being a part of MUFON yourself, you just said this isn't something I want to invest time or money in anymore.
You know what? I had some really interesting experiences, and I think if you go out there and Google MUFON and was it Newsweek magazine? MUFON Newsweek, you'll find an article where it was quoted back when the scandal happened with John Ventry, and that gives a little bit of my background of why I chose to leave the organization with quite the bang. Me, I'm such a quiet, demure little flower. If something happens, I definitely cower in the corner and don't talk about it. But this was important, and I also want to just go on there and say that I did recently, 2 weeks ago, I spoke for MUFON Michigan.
I found that article. You spoke for them. They're still on friendly terms.
Well, because you know what? Well, there are some chapters that I have a lot that I like, and they're good people running the organization. I think they understand that, or the chapter, and I think they understand that there are things that are wrong there, and so
if as long as people are willing to acknowledge that there's problems that should be addressed, I don't see. You shouldn't have to not speak to somebody just because they're a member or whatever, but you should be free to express your opinions about the organization that they're a part of without getting in a fight or an argument, right?
Right. You would think, and I mean, it just goes back to leadership again. You have to have strong leaders, and I think that MUFON the organization highlights the type of field that we're in. It's a field full of people who are misogynistic, who are racist, who are, really, there's some real problems. Anti-Semites. They're people that are distrusting of the government. There are all sorts of interesting people that gravitate to the subject, and as a result, I think people get manipulated and pushed down roads for a specific agenda. And I think that to me is very frightening. And that's something that I will always continue to talk about, because this is the prime place to manipulate people. And it's not good. And unless we start pulling our head out, we're going to see a lot more damage as a result. And I also think, and I talk about, as you know, my show a lot about some of the different conferences and people that are speaking and people that are promoting these cult-like belief systems. And you have people that have had sightings that are very profound and traumatic, and they're struggling to make sense of what they've seen. And they end up, like some of us, we end up turning to the UFO community, and the UFO community is full of people that maybe have mental illness. And
that's a sad truth of some of this stuff. I know that you get some of the same kind of emails that I get for people that want to tell you their story, and some of it is like, please, seek a mental health professional. There's targeted individuals kind of fall in, and
it is sad. I mean, and to me, it's like when I go to when I was still on the speaking circuit, because now I'm on the B list, not even the B list. I'm way down there. But you go.
But have you heard of UFO Hot? Because I got to tell you, if you've been to a UFO conference, it's a different world there, and
I have, and I used to.
What are you talking about, B list? You got to be A list on everyone just because,
No.
Have
because
you seen some of these people that are in there talking? No.
Well, trust me, I have. I have. I've been on stage with them, and I think some of them are good people. But I think for the most part, it's a collective group of people who have made money off the subject, off of spinning narratives and off of creating an atmosphere that is really unhealthy. And like I mentioned, you go to these conferences and you see people who've had UFO experiences and they're there to try to understand. And here they are being pushed into a conference room where every morning at 6:30, you're going to do a daily meditation and a group hypnosis. And then the people there, the people there are going to tell you that you are special, that you have, that you are receiving messages from benevolent space brothers and things, and that you're here to save the planet, but yet make sure you don't wear a mask and make sure you don't take the vaccine. And so it's like,
oh, we don't talk about that on my show.
Okay, sorry.
No, it's okay. I think that'll get by.
No,
don't do it again.
Okay, no,
please.
I won't.
AI algorithm gods.
Oh gosh,
we support those things. We're speaking critically of the nutters.
Right, exactly. And I think that's the thing that is,
there's this weird subset in there that somehow infiltrated.
It's always been there. It has always been there, and I will tell you.
Well, I would think, you see, I did a sort of just in my own mind analysis of these issues, and just decided that a lot of these people are very distrustful of the government. Right. So it's almost natural that they would be against something that the government is telling you to do, even if science supports that this is probably, for most people, a good idea, And I've never understood the coverings, because to me, it's like, it can't hurt. If it can't hurt, I'm okay with it. I still, to this day, even though they're not required in my area, if I'm going indoors anywhere, I put one on.
Well, I think it's just smart. People do that. I mean, it's.
I'm loving this though, because since this began, I think that I got a slight sore throat once, and that's it.
I know.
I used to get sick. I used to get colds and flus and get sick 4 or 5 times a year because I have children that, they're like germ factories and they bring it home and then you get it. And I have not gotten majorly sick or ill since this began. But then I'm also taking a lot of supplements, vitamin D and zinc and all these other supplements every day to try to get my immune system up. Maybe I don't know what happened, but I'm liking it.
I am too. And I think, for me, it's just like, I think, and I have friends. I mean, I have a Pilates studio. I'm in the health and wellness industry. I love, meditation. I think there's so many cool aspects to things, and
but it's like, stay in your lane, right? If I go to a UFO conference, I want to hear about UFOs. I don't want to hear about this new age gobbledygook.
But unfortunately, it's all been
mixed
there.
in.
It's all mixed in. Always been there. If you just go back and I can sit back here and I've got a whole thing of Fate magazines back there.
Yeah, the Standing Rock things.
It's always been there.
Back in the 50s and 60s, and the contactees were space brothers, and let's meditate for peace.
Which is. It's like I said, and you look at who's paying for advertising space in some of these magazines that have been there for 40, 50 years. And I could say a
lot of kooky stuff. Yeah.
And a lot of things I'm not even going to say because I'm already on the bad girl list, but I think it's just important.
Erica is a bad girl.
I know. Did you hear that? I've been called.
I wanted to tell you something funny. I had some other content creator something get mad at me or something, and he made a video saying that he was going to get me blacklisted from the entire UFO community, and I felt like saying, like, do you know who I am, bro? Like, is that a threat?
I am the blacklist. Are you kidding?
I'm already the black sheep of this thing. It can't get any worse for me. Keep talking.
What a threat. You must have been scared.
I know.
So scared.
Well,
and I just want to say, Alien Girl, I think you rock too. So
we just had her last week, and I'm happy to say that we helped her get a little bit of a bump. I'm not taking much credit for it, but she got over her 1,000 magic YouTube numbers that she needed to get. So congratulations to Alien Girl, because I'd like to see more women involved in this and more female perspectives. At the risk of getting, every time I say something like that, somebody shows up in the comments going, simping much? Like some nasty, oh, I got called the soy boy too for hosting women here. So
soy boy?
There's that. And anybody that knows me.
What does that even mean?
It means that you're like, you eat a lot of soy, I guess. And, you're like, you're like a feminist male, and I don't know.
Okay. Sorry,
it's really
that's taken me
derogatory.
it's taken me a
It's
minute
the
to process that because
derogatory
it's so
term. Yeah, it's
stupid.
definitely derogatory term. And I'm like,
Oh,
okay, I
jeez,
thought I
come
did something
on.
good inviting women as well as men here. We're
Right.
not
Go get a big
like I don't
truck and
check.
tell me how it is.
I don't check anybody's private parts before booking them here. So I don't know if I gotta ask permission, right?
Well, it just goes to show how many weirdos, bored people, people that,
And
I don't
I don't
know,
want to
Matt.
put you on the spot, but we have to talk about some of this Angeli stuff because people want an update, and this could be a quick one. So people are posting somebody's, and I'm kind of upset, not upset or angry at anybody, but people are literally doxing some person who at first what there was a confirmation that was the person, and I spoke to him and I believed that was the person that she's referencing, and now people are posting names and addresses and locations, and she's saying no, that's not the right mountain, and doing a 180 on many other things. So I don't know what to think of the story and how it's progressing, but I do want to mention, if you're one of those people posting some guy's address on Twitter, maybe don't do that, because you don't know what kind of nutters you're going to draw to his home. That's his home, first of all.
And you wouldn't want people doing that to you. I mean, that's definitely not a good look. But I've had that happen. I'm sure you have too. I've had so many people over the years, come out and talk about my family and different things that are you just sit there and go, holy crap.
Yeah, I wanted to mention that too. I can share an email with you later, Erica. It's not that important, but it is important because some people, before people started posting this information on Twitter, were very nasty to me in emails. Like, can you give me the location? I won't tell anybody. And I'm like, I told this woman, I gave her my word that I would not release any of the research that we had collectively, the three of us, and more really contributing to it. But so people eventually got so nasty with me that were like, you don't really have this information, but I sent it all to you, right? Before the interview. So just for verification, this information is real, and I had it before the interview,
right?
Correct.
Right.
So then we get now to, is it the guy or is it not the guy? And people are finding other guys that may be the guy. But so far, no one matches any of the things she talked about insofar as owning a construction company, being very wealthy, and being and owning a mountain on his property. No other matches, not that close of a match. There's people that other people have found that own a construction company, but that so far there's no proof that those individuals own a mountain. So what do you make of all this back and forth? And is this the guy? Is this not the guy? There's other people, by the way, television producers that are threatening to fly drones over, or are flying drones over, for all I know, these people's property. And I don't know about the legalities of that.
You know what? I will tell you that I have had so much of my own personal stuff going on that I have not paid attention. Because
I have to talk to Scott too, because he has some more information and more developments.
I have not. That's not been my bag, because I just, for me, dealing with the Skinwalker stuff and how that's affected my life personally, and
we can get into that. We all have our focus, and that seemed to be a big focus of yours, and
that was, and it will be, because there's something rotten in Denmark there, rotten in Roosevelt, Utah, but
tell us a little bit about why you believe that there's. Tell us a little bit about your research into this. Why you believe that there's something rotten there? Because from some of the things that I have found, and this has never been my focus. I've always went, Indian reservation right nearby, all these mountains, maybe seismic activity, maybe magnetic anomalies causing hallucinations. Maybe there's something really
crap.
Maybe people making up a bunch of stories. Maybe there's something to it, but I don't see a billionaire studying it for years and then selling it as a good indication that there is a genuine phenomenon there worthy of keeping the place. Why did he offload it?
Well, I don't see a billionaire buying the property and doing absolutely nothing to study it. And not only that, but creating a myth known as Skinwalker Ranch now. You know, I mean, what happened? There was no equipment there. There's been
I thought they were
nothing.
studying it. I thought
I mean,
Bigelow's
well,
people
maybe
were.
I'm not quite sure what they were doing other than
But
pretending.
we don't have no release. We don't have any release data.
Well, I can tell you if I had right over here by me, or I've got a stack this big of the reports during the Bass days from the security guards and other trained military professionals that were there. And if that's the best that we've got to offer after 22 million, then we are totally in trouble, and we should be asking for an investigation to look into what happened at Skinwalker Ranch. And I will say that I think there absolutely is something shady going on. There was no equipment. You can hear from the testimony of Dr. Eric Davis. You can hear from all of the people that were involved that they were never given good equipment. The cameras that were there, 5 or 6 of them,
the potato
some of
cameras.
them, I mean, they were fake cameras installed by security guards. The cords were cut early out of the gate, so you could never get any information. But yet you have a lot of people that are making money. And let me just ask you, if this is a secretive study of something and we are keeping it out of the public, then you don't write a book about it. You don't have a website about it. You don't have all of these people coming from all over and, hey, I mean, spinning this myth. And let me just say too, the Dino Beaver, Charles is bringing up, which I just love the Dino Beaver, but you don't, I mean, it's like, and then I've been thinking about this. It's like we have people that, you've got the Skinwalker legend mythology from the Navajo. And people are, in my last show, people were a little upset because I was talking about this with relation to the new book, Skinwalkers at the Pentagon.
Mm-hmm.
My eye roll should just say it all there. But you've got the fact that, I mean, it's like here you are. Oh, you're disrespecting Native Americans and their beliefs in skinwalkers. But yet then people turn around and say, you're not supposed to even be uttering the name Skinwalker because that can bring all of this evil upon you. And it's like, well, then why didn't you talk to Bigelow, Kelleher, and Knapp and ask them why they're using Skinwalker if this is so bad to utter the name? They're shining a big old light down here to welcome in shape-shifting beings. So why are people not questioning that? I mean, it's like
that's a good point. Yeah.
The whole thing is just, the more you step back and look at it, you just think, really? Are you kidding me? And
I'd like to remind people that it was $22 million that they spent as a taxpayer dollars, right?
Mm-hmm.
On researching this ranch full of lots of myths and stories, but most of these claims, it's all, from what I've heard and experienced, it's all just stories, right?
Well,
like a myth, exactly what you're saying. They've created their own myth.
I mean, and it's so hard because I know that there are places, I've studied these places, I've been to these places all over the world where you have certain types of phenomena that are allegedly taking place. And I think for me, perhaps that area, somebody really good with marketing, somebody who was a really good storyteller, knew how to go in and take a little bit of this mythology here and
add the Indian mythology to it. I'm sorry, Native American. Pardon me, please don't cancel me. Native American mythology gets folded into that, right?
But
local legends gets folded into this,
right? And then you've got this, all of this other stuff. So it was really a great myth that was created. It was perfect marketing. I mean, you couldn't have done a better job to put a place on the map and to have it decade after decade make money for a few people. And Lord knows what's happening. And, are they using that as a cover to do things that are maybe a little bit more nefarious? Or is it a place where potentially, or the area, are they testing non-lethal weapons? it is really interesting to note that some of the people involved with Bigelow, psychological warfare, not only the weapons.
Yeah, I have heard a terrible rumor many, many times, and some people firmly believe that Skinwalker Ranch is a psyop, psychological weapons testing range.
I can
And
believe
maybe
it.
that's where some of that $22 million went. Let's see what happens to these people when we show them this or this.
Right.
You know?
I mean, it very well could be. That's something that I've thought about, especially when you look at the OSAP, the solicitation sheet, and what they were doing with RF weapons, all of these things. I think it's, that, and we have a huge military presence in Utah. I mean, we have the one of the biggest concentrations, largest concentrations of military and defense contractors in the country here. So would we need real life places to test things? Or could, again, that just be another myth inserted into the narrative to make money for people, to bring in, like with Dulce, maybe bringing in people into a community for tourism? How can we, there's we're dying, a town that is losing money because some of the natural resources are drying up. So how do we generate revenue? I guess create a place where people are walking up to a gate and getting their selfies taken.
It has become something of a tourist attraction for sure. If
Right.
people, I know somebody that happened to be driving cross country, and they made a point to stop there and do the selfie in front of the gates.
Well, I mean,
this is me at Skinwalker Ranch.
I mean, trust me, and I've been there and done that multiple times. So, and things, and so I totally get it. But I think, it's an interesting thing, and I think there's a lot going on. Could they be putting things out there and then seeing how people react, like it's a live action kind of role play thing? So, and then you get into social media groups and you say, hey, I saw this at Skinwalker Ranch. And then you watch everybody, their little wheels turning, and we're going to go out there and then we're going to report this. And then
get a new TV show, new book deal.
I mean, it's like
new documentary,
You're studying people's behavior, and that is.
But, I think it's important when we talk about, so $22 million of taxpayer money was spent on this thing. If we add in, it's got to be a few $1 million that people have made selling the myth of this place. So we're talking about, potentially, I don't know, $25 million sunk into this thing. And I don't know what we have to show for it, except somebody made an awful lot of money on TV shows and book deals and documentaries.
Well, and then
right?
You have some of the people that are involved now in up in that area, who have families who are holding political positions, who are there's a huge thing, the Uinta Basin Railway, where they're building this big the infrastructure to take the resources away from there and transport them somewhere else. It's been very controversial and things, but there are people who benefit from that financially, who are involved with the ranch and things. And so you've got to, not just only the fact that you've got this paranormal myth and people potentially making money off of books, you've got the fact that there are things going on in the area with industry and deals that are being made, and people that are serving on the governor's economic advisory board, who all of a sudden you've got all of this money being pumped into that area. You have COVID funding that went into helping to support businesses up there that were only open 3 months out of the year, when other small businesses in Utah who were struggling did not receive the PPE funding and things like that. And so you've got a lot going on behind the scenes, and it isn't just about the paranormal. This is very political, and like I said, I think it's it's been interesting.
It's a Pandora's box when you start getting further and further down the rabbit hole, because if you just take an outsider's perspective and just like watch the documentaries about it or the television show, you go, well, maybe there's something interesting happening here. But it is just a form of entertainment, largely, because we never get to any data or any conclusions, because you got to keep it going to keep, we're going to get a new season of the TV show. We're going to get another book deal, maybe a new documentary, because, and And isn't it interesting, this book, what did you think of the revelations about OSAP is the one that had all the funding, and ATIP, who Lou Elizondo worked for or headed, depending on who you ask, or had no involvement in, depending on who in the government you ask, had no funding at all? Are they kind of throwing shade on Lou Elizondo and the story so far that we've been told?
Well, that very well could be. That shade is I mean, there should
Well, it
be
seems to me somebody's lying. Either this Jerry person and George Knapp are lying about the sequence of events that Lou once described, or Lou Elizondo is lying. I don't think that they can both be telling the truth, but I've heard Lou in interviews speak very nicely about this other person, but I don't know if that's some form of deflection because he knows that they almost caught him with his pants down, because he's the source of the New York Times article. He's the source of these videos getting released. He's been profiting from the release of that taxpayer-owned property in the form of this video ever since it was released. I don't know about the ethics and morality of that. Like, I mean, because the example that I think is like, what if somebody in the intelligence community okayed the release of a video from Desert Storm showing whatever, attacks on civilians or whatever, and then he quit the government, and then he profited from the release of that video for the next 5 years. He wrote a book about that video. He got a TV deal. Would that be an ethical thing to do? And I don't think so. That's just my personal take.
I don't think so. And I don't think anybody that really had, was as embedded in the government, you don't sign your life away and make oaths to go out and kind of pull some of this stuff that we see. I mean, people that hold these top secret clearances, people that have been involved in things, don't go out there and broadcast things. This is very serious, and there are a lot of people's lives who are on the line as a result of this. And so I think you have to ask a lot of questions about what the motivations are behind this. And
it's usually money, though. We've seen a lot of them. If you follow the money, you go, that's why he released that video. That's why he got that video released, so he can make some money off of it later.
And then, I think the funny thing is when you also go out there and you really strategically listen to the things that these people are saying, and you hear the way they're using specific words, specific phrases. You've got to distrust the government. We need to rise up. We need to, yada, yada, yada. I mean, it's about, again, promoting a conspiracy culture, a culture that is distrusting the government, and then we can, hey, I might be thrown in the hat to run for office. I might be doing, all of this, stuff. And then
I might get a speaking tour on all the UFO conference circuits. I might get a book deal. And I wanted to ask you, because you've been studying this phenomenon for probably longer than me, and you have some understanding of how things work here. And like, I've never understood something with these former government people suddenly, finding religion, I guess, or morality, and saying, I've been one of the people keeping these secrets, but I'm going to bring about disclosure. I'm going to tell everybody the truth about those aliens, even though I never really do tell the truth, and, cite my NDAs when it's convenient to. Like, we've been taught that the government has been keeping this thing secret for 70 years. But now suddenly we're supposed to believe that a bunch of people that were formerly parts of this cogs in the wheel of this nightmare machine are suddenly going to come to, the table and bring us the truth. And I have a real problem with this.
I do too. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, if Jeremy Corbell is the bringer of disclosure, then I am going off world, get me to that freaking jump room where I can go to Mars tomorrow, because it's like, that's just not working for me. I mean, if there was something truly at play here, and there was a disclosure happening, we wouldn't have the people coming forward that are coming forward to talk about it. This would be far more serious, and they certainly wouldn't be going to conferences with different people that have been promoting a bunch of garbage for 30 years. So
yeah, I just got in trouble on Twitter because I did open my mouth about somebody did a UFO crash retrieval panel with UFO Jesus. And I just said, nothing says serious, incredible research like having UFO Jesus on your panel to talk about UFO crashes. You know, like it's such a circus anymore that I just and the circus ringleaders are the ones that are winning at the game because they're just out there giving people the circus, right?
Well, and this is why my puppet show is currently in production.
I've already done mine.
I know
Did
you
you ever
have.
see the one? Yeah,
I did.
I've
I
done
did.
mine.
And
You
I
got
am,
it. It's
I
great to blow
mean,
off steam and it's fun.
well, I've
Make
got some
fun of
things
it.
going on because it's just like, it's like, you can just see, it's like the Wizard of Oz. You've got this, little man behind a curtain who's appearing to be much bigger, and all of the flying monkeys and I mean,
I
it's
need
just,
more flying monkeys on my show. I'm putting some
oh
in. And
Lord, but
people accuse me of running the circus, and I just want to point out in my defense, I'm not running the circus. I'm just becoming a part of it slowly. Okay, so
well, and I mean, it's funny. It's like I mean, I have. If you go back and you listen to my very first show and you follow my work, you can see a very candid and painful process of me going
progression,
through
yeah.
this, where I supported these people. I was believing, I was like, go move on, and blindly following because I felt, honestly, that this, that there was something so cool. And I'm a supportive person. I want to give people the benefit of the doubt. And I do. And sometimes that is to my detriment, obviously. But I've learned so much and it's all out there. Go back and listen to it. I'm not a skeptic, but what I am is an intelligent human being who has learned and who has seen and who understands and has a beautiful archive. And I can look back at the history and see the same grift being repeated. And interestingly enough, it's like,
It's
wow.
a time loop. David Wilcock's
I mean,
talking about time loops right now while he's pitching the same
yeah,
garbage
little
now
more
that he was pitching
Fauntleroy.
10 years ago. He was
Right.
pitching the same garbage 10 years ago.
Well, and I have to say that some of these people I've been at conferences with, and I've seen some of
shenanigans. You've seen the shenanigans.
Oh, God help me. There's not enough freaking therapy to get over some of those things, whatever. But I think, for me to be at there's one specific moment that really had an impact on me. I was speaking at a conference and I was, lovely time. I was sitting there with the only Black man in ufology who I love and who's been on my show, but we were sitting there and he was speaking, but we were sitting back there and I was with my dear friend Craig Lang, who has passed away. He was an abduction researcher from MUFON. And there was a fellow, Jordan Sather, who was, I don't even know if he's still doing stuff, but he was kind of brought in, under, the new age kind of thing. And he was there and I had asked him, what are you doing?
We don't say that letter of the alphabet here.
Oh,
just so you know. We just say the alphabet conspiracy.
Okay.
The YouTube doesn't like that either.
Oh dear. Shizzle.
Yeah, I know what conference you're talking about, though. It was like a Contact in the Desert that he got invited to speak.
Well,
at, right?
It was a different one.
Oh,
but
a different
I
one,
was,
yeah.
I was there and I watched a beautiful presentation about health and wellness and all of these slides that were just gorgeous. I mean, I wish I could do a PowerPoint that was, that together. But it was interesting. Everything was black and white until you've got a scene of a crowd. And then you've got in color over to the bottom right, a Nazi flag in color. And then, three slides later, there's a beautiful photo of Hitler with a quote, from Mein Kampf. And I'm just sitting there going,
what is he doing? Right?
I mean, I sat there. I mean, it made me so physically ill. I had to leave because I just thought, this is what we are thinking of. We're going to these conferences. We are getting, I mean, we're being sold a bill of goods. And yet we don't understand how dangerous what we're being told is. And when you look at the benevolent space brothers and you look at their hand signals and you look at the fact that there are these tall Nordics, with blonde hair and blue eyes who are superior, I mean, you've got to kind of step back and say, there's a problem here. And if we don't get that as grown adults, then I don't know what to tell you. Good luck. But it's concerning.
Some of these conspiracy theorists, I don't think they care, but I think when you have a huge following, you've got a responsibility, and they're giving people health advice, or they're selling fake medical devices, or, I love the med beds, the new med bed scams. That's great. They're going to take you up through a Stargate into a spaceship and give you a med bed session for $250. But then at the end of the ad copy, they say it's just a Skype call. So there's that. But yeah, these guys sometimes these people have huge followings, and I worry about their influence over people, especially when they're giving terrible health advice, or, giving health advice at all, or, this conspiracy mindset. People have been murdered over this because they get too deep into it, right?
Right. I mean, people have committed suicide. There have been a lot of really negative things, that have happened. And I just think people need to be aware of that. There's a really, really, really dark side of this. And if you're looking for love and light, for, God's sakes, run away.
This is not the place. Yeah.
No, it's not, and
yeah. I love people like Corey Good. He's Earth's galactic ambassador. He was chosen out of everybody on Earth to be this super advanced intelligent species spokesperson on Earth. And he's all love and light and be of more service to others. And all he does is make up stories and sell garbage to people and sue people who say his stories are not true. There's people right now getting sued because they have the audacity to go on the internet and say maybe he's not really talking to Bluebird aliens and inner Earth people.
So who's his lawyer?
It's some
Danny Sheen.
No, it's a Llaneros. It's the sister of Teresa Llaneros. I think it's Valerie Llaneros, and she is suing all kinds of people. I lost track. I don't know how many people. I think it's like 10 people are being sued by Corey Good at once. His former business partner, his former conference organizer, he's suing her. He's threatening he may sue Jordan Sather, or Jordan Sather's threatening he may sue him.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, all the money. He didn't give Jordan Sather the money from that one documentary. And it's a big mess. And then he's suing some lawyer from New Jersey, more commonly known as C.W. Channer, because he had the audacity he used to just do critique videos. Like Corey Good would make a video, C.W. Channer would make a video and go through the video and go, this is ridiculous and here's why, or point out like the stupid stuff that he says was stupid. Like if spaceships really were landing in his backyard to take him to the lunar command outpost, somebody would have seen a spaceship, and his neighbors would have seen a spaceship, something. But he just starts suing people to stop anybody from being critical of him. And
that is such a flagrant abuse. And there's so many other important things that really we need to get through.
Yeah, in the middle of a global pandemic, he's suing people who say his Buck Rogers space fantasy stories aren't real.
Having, somebody
in the middle of a pandemic, there's nothing else going on. Let's just sue people that say my Buck Rogers science fiction fantasy stories I've been telling for 5 years with no proof aren't true.
And then there are people that are being abused, whether with domestic abuse. There are people that are
there's people that are being sexually abused.
Right. There's so many other there's so many other ways we could use our judicial system than to have these flagrant lawsuits, and that's really an insult on people that are having some serious issues, and we have to deal with that kind of crap being put in there. I mean, give me a break. Give me a break.
I'm supposed to say audacity a lot because everybody wants to take a hit or a dab every time I do.
Oh dear.
You see this high quality audience we have here. They're all looking for an excuse to get higher than they all already are, right? So I wanted to talk to you a bit about some of your historical preservations. I know we're kind of running out of time, so I'll try to make it quick. But you are real big on preserving the history of some of this stuff. to the point of going when somebody dies or when they, to try to get their research and digitize it, right? Is that what you're doing and making it available for everybody?
I am, and
And that's a public service I want to thank you for,
gosh,
because I
thank
love
you.
looking through papers and of researchers. It's, you never know what you're going to find in there, right? It's like a treasure hunt.
You know what? I started, gosh, I mean, I guess almost 10 years ago. I was sent a huge box. I mean, from Keith Chester, who did a great book on Foo Fighters, and he's a brilliant researcher. He spent so much time at the National Archives, and he didn't know me, but he had heard about me, and so he sent me all of these things. And I was, I mean, I opened that box, and I'm like, oh my gosh, how cool is this? And so from there, I had people like Fran Ridge send me things. Jan Aldrich, Barry Greenwood has been very instrumental in helping me learn how to archive and to preserve history. And Barry Greenwood is my mentor. You hear me talk about him. He wrote Clear Intent with his co-author, Larry Fawcett. But I have now, thanks to Gordon Lohr, who used to be with NICAP back in the late 60s, who also donated his archive to me. I have the Androffel files. Rich Vitello has donated to me, Norm Gagnon. I mean, I've had people from all over who have sent things to me to be preserved. And I've got 70 bankers boxes full of documents that have never been seen before. And so
I'm coming to your house.
I'm like telling you,
I'm coming there with some caffeine, and
I'm
going to dig through all 70 boxes.
This is just one little thing here. This is like the Catalina Channel Islands cases from way back when. So you've got these things. This is so cool. And I'm like, original, handwritten notes about these stories. There are communications from NICAP, from the Sheriff's Department of Los Angeles.
So all the paperwork and stuff.
All of this stuff.
That's a treasure trove. I love stuff like that, especially historical documents and police reports.
It's like, I'm telling you, it is like so freaking cool. And then all of these correspondence between Hynek and Androffel. I mean, correspondence with Jacques Vallée.
Back in the day, people used to write these snail mail letters. There was no email, so that's so
amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got over 100 audio cassettes of her interviewing people like Jacques Vallée, different people for the book that she wrote, Firestorm, on the life of Dr. James McDonald, and the autopsy reports when she was digging into his death that was ruled a suicide. She thought there might have been foul play involved, but I mean, it's just nobody has seen this. And so for me to hold this kind of stuff in my hand and to know that I have the responsibility to make sure that this is preserved, passed on, shared with people.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to digitize 70 boxes of papers, so good luck.
You know what?
I've do a little bit at a time.
I'm doing a little bit at a time. I'm getting my stride.
Got to micromanage it. Do so much a week, right?
Yeah.
Eventually you'll get through it.
But it's just like, I mean, I've learned so much, and I think it makes people uncomfortable because I've got 60 years worth of correspondence with some of these people who've been promoting the same nonsense for a long time.
So you got some nuggets in there, maybe.
Oh, I've got nuggets.
We got a great question because I'm not familiar. Matthew Riot is here. Thank you for the kind
I love Matthew.
Super chat. We're going to read all the super chats after the interview, but what's Erica's documentary on Hasdalen called? Is it still up for free on YouTube? Can you tell us about that? I didn't hear about it.
So I went over to Norway back in 2017 and went to this wonderful little Norwegian valley where they're doing the most amazing UFO research on the planet, 35 years plus. And they actually have scientists who are collecting data. And amazingly enough, their cameras aren't getting cut and things, and they aren't sending out dim-witted security guards to hide in bushes in their ghillie suits to, scare oncoming people. It's actually scientific.
Or pretend to be Bigfoot. Yeah.
So it's actually a scientific process over there. And so I went over there and I filmed some of these things. And I do not, Matthew, I had bits and pieces of what I filmed over there. I don't have the whole thing out there, but I will get to that. So and
Yeah, she's a
share
busy
things.
lady. She's got pages to digitize, tapes to digitize. Matthew Wright is offering. If
Thank
you want
you.
any cassettes digitized, let me know, Erica. I
Oh,
just got done with a bunch
sweet.
myself for the Discord archive.
Cool.
You know, I could help you too, because that would be great material for either of us to share on our channels.
I know, and I
These
love that.
old interviews.
Hit you
Yeah.
guys up. I mean, there's nothing like, I mean, I have an interview that I mean, it's just amazing between Anne when she's talking to Jacques Vallée. And Jacques Vallée is very interested in what Anne had found out about the death of Dr. James McDonald. And so to hear their exchange and to
And they're
hear
back and forth. Yeah.
and it's just like, well,
Very interesting. And thank you for the super chat. We're going to read them all after. And, so you're very busy with all of this stuff, but I checked in with your show. I've been trying to keep up. I know you did this show on alien autopsy hoax. And I just want to mention that guy was supposed to give me an interview years ago, but decided I wasn't big enough. This Spiros. So, but I was glad somebody got the interview and got him
that
to
was
lay it all
Scott.
out.
Scott Brown did that. Scott.
Yeah. So for
organized
those that don't
So I
know,
love
Erica
that.
Lukes had this Spiros. I don't know how to say his name. Can you say his name?
Malaros.
Spiros Malaros, who's a magician and is one of the people that were totally in on the hoax from the beginning of it. And he laid out the whole thing. And I don't understand why this is popping back up again, is maybe it was true. I thought that we've been over this 100 times, and everybody knows that this was one of the greatest alien UFO hoaxes, the one that made them more money than anybody. And the originator of the hoax is right now selling one frame of the film that he claims is the genuine, from the genuine film, not the recreation, for $1 million. What do you think about that?
I think that clearly I'm going to be putting some stuff up on eBay later tonight. I don't know. God.
Yeah. You might have some alien films around.
I very well could. You just never
and all
know.
those archives. Yeah.
And clearly
It's
people
just
are buying
ridiculous.
it.
This guy feels like, I feel like that was a completely greedy move, because like, how many millions of dollars did that guy already make on this hoax? It's been proven to be a hoax. Everybody knows it's a hoax. And then he's still going to push one last payout he wants to get on this and then retire. He even said it. He did an interview. He's like, yeah, I just want to get this last bit of money and, I'm going to retire. This is my last, this was his last dance, I guess, but it was funny.
Well, I mean, and he's still working it. He's still making money. And CalCorp did, a lot of investigation on that and things. So, I mean, it was, it's the whole thing is such a trip. But I guess, like I said, when you go back and you look at the core group of people that have been promoting this narrative and different narratives that keep on going and keep on going, it's just like, oh my gosh, it's ridiculous.
Well, you're going to have to help me answer this one, because I'm vaguely familiar, but not very much. Any thoughts on the 2019 Bainbridge Island Tic Tac event? If you were looking for more info, I put details here on YouTube. Thank you. And thank you for the super chat, Anonymous Rex. Much appreciated. Thank you for the support. My take on that is that there's, drone bases, research bases not far away from where this event took place. So if I had to guess, I'm still in the camp that believes that most of this stuff is one hand of the government not knowing what the other hand is doing. And I've been told by people that I trust that actually worked on some drone projects that when they're doing drone tests, they don't call everybody. They don't call the Air Force and say, we're doing a drone test right in these coordinates. So if you see anything weird, that's us. They don't call the Navy and say, we're testing drones over the water. So if you see anything weird, that's us. They don't call the Army, they just do their tests.
Right. It was shocking.
So a lot of this stuff, I believe, is drone testing that is being misidentified. But what are your thoughts on it?
I think you're absolutely spot on that. I mean, of course, there are things that are being tested, and there's only a handful of people that know about it. That's just called, security.
Yeah, I don't see anything in the footage or any data that supports the argument that these things are performing maneuvers or doing, going so fast that no craft on Earth could, as some people suggest. It's always like implied, like, well, these things did right angle turns. Nothing on Earth could do that. Any $100 camera drone can make a 90-degree turn.
Right. An anonymous Rex.
A military one, yeah.
Right. Yeah, and I'll definitely check that out because I have not really looked into that. So thanks for that.
Yeah, I agree with you. I could be misinformed, and I got that one on my list to do a deep dive on. But as you can imagine, Anonymous Rex, there's only so much time in the day, and we're all focused on certain stories that we find, for me, it's like which stories appeal most to me, and that's where I tend to focus. I'm going to check out your YouTube channel, and I suggest everybody else do, because if you have more information, I would be happy to see it. And I want to remind everybody that we put Erica Luke's UFOs Declassified channel is in the description of it.
UFO Classified.
UFO Classified in the description, but your channel address is in the description. So I apologize for that, but it's definitely, you guys should definitely go and subscribe to her channel. Her and Scott do an amazing job, and I'm really impressed by their coverage and by their objectivity, because so many people in UFO land, they lose all objectivity, all discernment, and everything's aliens, everything's proof, disclosures coming in every minute. If you like my coverage and you want to hear someone else, I think that they do a great job of providing this balanced coverage, and let's get to the truth regardless, even if it's an ugly truth, because Erica's not winning any popularity contests right now, giving people that truth, and that's not fair.
You know what? I'm definitely not, but I guess the one good thing is there are people that are reaching out to me that are paying attention, that are mainstream journalists, that are people from all over the world that, that are not in ufology, that understand that I'm doing something of merit. And, so that to me that's what I'm here for. So that's great. And I guess people who want to be on, in their little club and support people who aren't necessarily telling the truth because it makes them feel better, and maybe they get popularity points they didn't get in high school, then I guess, rock on. We all have our we all have our own shtick, but
those people are what I commonly call the UFO circle jerk crowd. And that gets me in trouble. But
I need to bathe in holy water after thinking about that one.
But see, my whole premise is this: if you're a show host or a podcast host or whatever, and you have one of these UFO celebrities on who has obviously used fake sources, child molester sources, murderer sources, dead sources that they couldn't have interviewed at the time they claimed to have interviewed them because they died 6 years prior, that you have a responsibility to ask those UFO celebrities those hard questions, right? And so many of these people don't do it. They do the UFO circle jerk. Just let them talk, praise them and all their excellent work for disclosure, right? Mm-hmm. And on goes the circle jerk, and we get nowhere. You don't do that. I want to make it very clear that Erica Luke does not run UFO circle jerks on her channel. So we want to applaud her for that. There is no UFO circle jerking going on with Erica.
It's good. It's good to know.
I don't mean to make you feel uncomfortable, but it is funny. Someone asked earlier, and I think this would be a good one to end on, because I know we're over time and I apologize, but this is a great question. Somebody asked earlier, what is your favorite case involving UFOs and why? Not to put you on the spot, but what is your favorite case involving UFOs and why?
That it's wow. I need to think about this because I'm so jaded and cynical right now. I'm just like,
I know. I just decided on Roswell and the Cash Landrum incident myself, because those two haven't been disproven to my satisfaction yet as being, nothing to see here.
And I guess, my favorite case, I can't point to a case that's widely known, but what I can say is, and I will get this out there, and thank you for asking me about what happened in Norway and some of that video interview, but I did interview a man who was in his late 70s, and he and his sister was a part of the Portal, the Hessdalen phenomena. That was a wonderful documentary, and I interviewed him with the help of Erling Strand, who translated for me, and he spoke about the different sightings he had and how kind of traumatized people were and things. And that was a really profound moment. And I think for me, that's where the great cases are. And so it's not one big case. I can't, point to.
Some of the lesser known ones are the most interesting to me because
really
it's
are.
new to me, you
Right.
know, and it hasn't been proven to be garbage yet. So you get to do that whole dance again until you decide, right?
Right.
So what's coming up? What's coming up on your channel going forward? What do you guys have planned?
Lord.
I know you're not playing in any UFO circle jerks though, so thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No,
But what do you guys? I know that that Scott's always digging into something, and so are you. So I'm curious to see what you got.
He's
what
pretty
you got
amazing.
going on.
I love Scott.
Yeah, he is. I like him.
Yeah. So this week I'm interviewing a fellow who just passed away. I mean, actually, I interviewed him 2 weeks ago. Thank goodness. He is a poet, a scholar. He worked in military intelligence and had a couple of very profound UFO sightings as an expert in the Native American culture here in Utah. And I interviewed him 2 weeks ago.
Well, that's interesting.
And so he just passed away last week.
Oh, geez. And you interviewed him 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, I did.
Wow, that's bizarre.
I am going to be, it was really bizarre, but it was a beautiful interview. He was such a lovely man, an amazing spirit. He had done beautiful work. He was LDS, and it was interesting to talk with him about his faith and about UFOs and the unknown and things. And so that'll be coming up this Friday. And I think that's, to me, to interview people like that and to get them preserved,
it's
their
sort of
memory
like
preserved.
His last testimony
right,
of things.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's,
and I wanted to mention that we were doing these replays for my old audio podcast radio show. And this Thursday, we're going to be airing my interview with Stanton Friedman, which was made not long before he died. So that's another one of those interviews that most people haven't heard that one. So we're going to put it on the channel here. That's this Thursday at 8 p.m. And that I feel the same way about that. I talked to him privately off air a whole bunch of times, and he would always take my calls, and I was a nobody to him. He didn't know who I was when I first started calling him. He just had his phone number on his website, and I had questions about this or that, and he was always very kind to me. But then one day I got up the gumption to ask him for the interview. I didn't think he would do it, and he just said, "Sure, kid. What time do you want to do it?" And away we went.
saying that.
Yep. Yeah. It was
my
a
last
great
conversation with him was about Jeremy Corbell and things, and just the kind of the Bob Lazar, the retelling of the Bob Lazar thing. So it was really interesting. So
yeah, he told me something that not that long before he died, and he said, I won't always be here to set the record straight. So some of you younger guys and researchers are going to have to try to keep these people honest. And he told me, and this stuck with me to today, he said, I know it's hard because people so desperately want to believe in this Bob Lazar or other stories, but the facts are the facts. and you can't argue with them. You can not like them, but you can't argue with them, kid. He always called me kid, which
that's cute. But
yeah.
It's funny. And I love, I think to me, whether I find the truth at the end of the day or not, it's the intimate conversations I've had with people, getting people on the record and preserving that and a little bit about themselves. So hopefully other generations, other people can learn when they come into this. That's a really cool thing. That keeps me going.
Yeah, and Sixth Sense is kindly sharing your Erica Luke's UFO Classified
thank
website.
You guys.
And also the channel address is right in the description of this video. So please go over there and let's get her a bump. It's well deserved. And her and her partner do an incredible job. So I'm going to throw you out of here, but I hope you won't be a stranger.
No, I would love to come back.
And your first time. I'd like you to be yeah, absolutely. Let's do that. And if you like, I'll just I could just give you the recording to this, and you're free to upload it to your channel
I
as
would love
well,
that.
so we both get content out of it.
Let's
Absolutely.
do it. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to throw you out of here.
Okay.
You have a good evening. Thanks so much for
Absolutely.
doing
And thanks,
this.
guys. Thanks, everybody in chat. You guys are awesome. So take
All right.
care.
Good night. All right, friends. What can I say? What a great girl. I'm glad that she's out there digging into some of this stuff and is one of those people that are grounded and, you know, cares about the truth more than she cares about perpetuating fantasies for people that just want to believe. And it's interesting, as you hear, we both kind of went through this similar arc of, you know, you can see the difference in both of our work as time progressed for both of us. The more we dug, the more cynical we both got. The more we dug, the more, you know, I suppose the more our cognitive dissonance started falling away, and our desperate want to believe that this is all true started falling away, and we got more practical going forward. Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. Tonight, I have an incredible guest, a very interesting and talented person. And isn't it pretty amazing and artistic? And the video that we have just played for you. And what's most interesting to me about it, being a computer science guy, is that everything that you have just seen and heard, including the music, was AI generated. But let's be very clear, because some people have some misconception about AI generated artwork. It takes an incredibly talented and creative operator, a human partner, along with the AI to create these things. So the video that we just saw, it was generated by AI, but of course it was generated under the direction and input of a very talented and creative human operator. And that would be tonight's guest, Sheila Aliens. So I'm anxious to hear more about her artwork and things that she is doing. Right, she is right on the cutting edge of this emerging. It's a whole new art form that is slowly emerging, as well as having an interest in some other passions of mine, like UFOs and aliens. After all, she is Sheila Aliens. So I want to thank her for joining us tonight and remind you to support her work on YouTube. The link to her channel is in the description of the video, and we'll put it into the live chat as well. Let's bring her in here. Sheila Aliens, good to see you again.
Hi, thank you for having me. I'm sure you guys heard my cats fighting just now. Sorry about that.
Oh no, you're muted when you weren't on screen, so you're fine.
Okay, good. It was like they decided to start fighting right now. But yes, hello. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, can you tell us a little bit about the piece I just played? Because I think that I was just talking to a friend who's an artist, by the way. He's a painter, and he's pissed off about this AI stuff. He said, "Oh, that's going to destroy art. That doesn't take any talent." And I argued with him. I said, "Have you tried to create things with these early programs? You have to really know what you're doing in order to get the AI to generate something, intelligible, and that makes sense, and that is, what you want it to do." So can you tell us a little bit about this process that it takes to generate like the music video that we just saw? Because I was blown away that even the music was AI, which is amazing to me.
The music I made with something called boomy.com, just like it sounds. That's a great place to make AI music. It's so cool. That's where I made that. And then the visuals was something called Disco Diffusion. So you have to have either a really good GPU card, or you have to pay Google to use theirs remotely. And it's called Google Colabs. And it's like a Python code thingy. Like, I don't know any coding, but like they make the
what I find most interesting is that you're not like a computer science person, but you figured this all out. I'm a computer science guy. I haven't figured out half the stuff. I'm stuck still at AI image generators. I'm still learning those.
You'd be good at this then. It's easy. It's like, I don't know any coding whatsoever, because it does it all for you. You just like push these play buttons in Google Colabs notebooks, and each step does what, like, executes a block of code, which does something, whatever. And you like fill in the parameters, like what your text prompt. So I put in a text prompt, like that one was something about a Leviathan under the water, like a Kraken type of thing.
Oh, that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, and then at a certain frame, I changed the prompt to change into like a hookah lounge. If you notice, like towards the end,
I did see that. Yeah, look, that's exactly what I thought. I thought that looked like a hookah lounge. Yeah.
Yep. So I changed it to that, and you could change it as many times as you want throughout the thing. So yeah, that's what I did. And it costs a bit of money. Like Google just raised it. It was $10 a month. Now it's $50 a month. So it's becoming more like an elitist thing to be able to do this. And it's kind of frustrating. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that that's a shame that it's like, I'm a big supporter of free software and Linux and things like that, because I don't like the barrier to entry. like, who knows? There could be some kid in the inner city whose parents don't have $54 a month for Creative Cloud that could be an incredible filmmaker, but he doesn't have the software to do it.
Right.
But at least the free software will, even the playing field a little bit. But these tools are getting increasingly more popular now, right?
Yes, they are. It's just the AI, it takes a certain like GPU, like a processor that nobody has, like the regular people don't have it on their computer, and it costs a lot of money. You could buy one and then you can use it as much as you want. Or you can rent it from Google, which is the $50 a month thing, which is what I've been doing. So
well, I'm gonna do something that I haven't done in like 10 years and build a new computer. And I'm going to look into what GPU this thing wants and make sure I have one, because I want to experiment with this. And I need a good GPU anyway for the new computer I will build.
I think it's called like an A100, if you know what that is. I don't know.
I do know what that is. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a very, very high-end GPU card. Yeah, very expensive. We'll see.
That's the one Google lets you use that remotely if you pay them. So that's what I've been doing.
Well, yeah, and that's stupid because I guess they could make it work on any GPU. It would just take longer, but they have specifically, you have to have that GPU. You can't use a lesser one, right?
It depends on the notebook. Some notebooks might let you do without it, but then it will take like days versus like 16 minutes. So it's really important to try to get.
Yeah, and selfishly, I have a song that I wanted to do that, what you did with. I have a song that I wanted to make an AI generated music video, and maybe I'll talk to you off air because you already know how to do this, and I'm afraid I'm going to get lost in the weeds for 3 months trying to figure this out, right?
No, I can show you how to get started, and it's like I don't know much about the details. I know how to do it, and I can get you started. I do it all the time.
You got a whole YouTube channel. You're like an expert at this stuff now.
On the user level, but like as to what each code is actually doing.
Isn't that interesting? You don't even know what it's doing. Just pull these sliders, put this.
I know how to make it work. Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Learn how to make it work.
Yep.
So
I think that a lot of people are like that.
I do. I'm very interested in this AI and all of your artwork, but a lot of people, most people know you for having a YouTube channel that was about UFOs and aliens, but you've taken some time off for quite some time, right?
I have, yes.
And you had a beautiful baby girl, right?
She's 3 years old now. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's endlessly more important. Those, I was so lucky, Sheila, because when my children, both of them were born, I got to be at home with the babies for a long time. And that you never get that back that time. So I don't know. I don't blame you. Like it's so much more important than YouTube, those formative years, right?
Yeah, in the beginning, definitely, like all the years, but yeah, definitely, so I was happy to have her like right when the lockdown started. I mean, so we kind of just stayed indoors and
yeah. Well, you sure didn't have a problem keeping busy during the pandemic then. I remember babies, Jeez.
Yep.
And I remember the laundry was like constant because they spit up, they make a mess.
Yes, the changing table, like everything.
Yeah, but I miss babies that you could put in a crib or a playpen and they stay there, because now I got 2 boys, 6 and 10, and they're just running around the house like maniacs all the time.
Yeah, that's how mine is now. 3. Yeah.
But I do ask everybody this. So you have this YouTube channel that was focused on UFOs and aliens. What was the thing that got you into that rabbit hole and kept you in it for so long?
Into the UFO stuff?
Yeah.
Well, because I was living in Tucson, Arizona in like 2008, and there's a lot of weird stuff in the skies I noticed. So I started recording that. I was on the local news because I was using the city cameras. I didn't have a camera, so I used these webcams that are mounted on the top of the buildings in downtown Tucson, and you can point them, you can tilt them, you can do all kinds of stuff. So I was just screen recording that, posting it to my YouTube channel, and the local news channel in Tucson found out, and they did a whole segment on me. I thought that was kind of cool. But then after that, I got my own Sony Handycam with night vision, and I started recording that stuff and uploading it. It wasn't long after that, though, like maybe 2012 or 2010 or 2011, I started doing like conspiracy videos. Like there's a guy called Dutch Sense. I don't know if you remember him, like weather modification. And we were into all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, and the harp stuff. I do remember him actually.
And the mass shootings. And I probably shouldn't say that.
No, it's all right to say it. It's just you can't say anything about it.
Right.
That's the problem. You can mention it, but yeah, don't go too deep, right?
Basically, certain theories that aren't really allowed nowadays. I was just into all of them, or exploring all of them. Doesn't mean I bought into all of them. So yeah.
Yeah, but did you have a personal experience that got you so interested in UFOs and aliens, or was it just that you were interested?
Just all the UFOs I saw all the time in Tucson. And
Oh, well,
when
that'll do it. Yeah, so you kept seeing them, and then eventually you
yeah.
start filming them, and you have a YouTube channel for that.
Yes, my channel it got terminated a decade ago. It had all my UFO videos on it, but it came back to life 2 years ago for whatever reason. So I got that back.
Yeah, that's bizarre, isn't it? So they just
After 10 years. Yeah, I guess a copyright strike maybe expired or something. I don't know, but I got all the videos back. There was over 1,000 of them. They all came back. Very strange. So I got all those back. So I got all my old UFO videos back. So that's kind of cool. That's my old Sheila Aliens channel. In the meantime, I made my new one that has about 50,000 subscribers, and my old one still has 20,000, even after being dead.
amazing
Yeah.
that they're still there. It's good to get all that stuff back, though, isn't it? So you can take it out and keep a copy of all that work you did. That sucks when they just delete a whole
Yes.
channel.
I was so happy to have my personal videos back. That's all I ever wanted, and I'm glad to have that back now. It's just weird that they hold on to everything that long in their servers. Like that's a lot of videos to
Yeah.
hang on to. So yeah, I was
Yeah,
happy
and
with
I
that.
have a video here of mountain UFOs. You say that people kind of debunk this, but you're still unsure, right? This mountain UFOs, this is from 2010 in Tucson.
Yeah, I'm unsure. I mean, I saw these things almost every night in Tucson. That mountain is 20 miles away. It's called Mount Lemmon in Tucson, Arizona. And this is just one of the weird things that I would record all the time there. I would also record strange craft because there's a military base right there. I'm sure it was all like military related. But they have some weird things going on. So which one is this? This is the mountain
Isn't
one?
this just mountain UFOs?
Okay, yeah, you're right. You're right. So yeah, it gets interesting in about 20 seconds. People telling me that's cars on the mountain 20 miles away. I just don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah, it would be good
me-
to get this in a daytime shot and see how far up the mountain goes. Because if it's above the mountain, it's something in the sky. But if it's on the mountain, it could be just cars or headlights. It looks
that's
like it's
on
above it.
that's on the mountain. I have
Oh,
daytime shots. That's actually on the
okay.
mountain. But
Yeah,
you know,
that is
it's still weird if it's still on the mountain. I don't see how that's cars still, but weird things like that would happen all the time every night.
Yeah, they
even
would
during
be moving more, I would assume, right? If it was headlights as the car moved down the mountain or up the mountain. That's weird.
I just don't get
Yeah.
there would be two up here and then one down here. It's just weird.
And you saw this kind of stuff every night?
Yes, I did. Yeah, it's a weird area.
That is definitely strange. Yeah. And it's interesting that you can see that every day and sort of compare, right?
Yep. So I have daytime footage too. I have all kinds of footage on my old UFO channel called it's Sheila Aliens. My new one is without the S at the end. So
Yeah. I put your new one in. I'm sorry. I'll put your old one into the description of the video as well.
Okay.
But interesting footage. And I could see how you could be so interested if you can capture something weird like this every day, right?
Yes, it was very strange. And I saw all kinds of weird stuff there. So I think there's something going on in Tucson for sure. Or there was back then anyway. I don't know about nowadays.
You know, did you mention, I think that this is near military base, maybe?
Yeah, Davis-Monthan Air Force Base. And Fort
Davis-Monthan.
Huachuca is not far from there either.
Well, that's interesting. Do you have any idea what this activity was if it wasn't something very ordinary? Do you think it might have been military flights or military test flights of weird technology or?
Well, the ones on the mountain, I don't know what those are. There's if they are what I think they are, they're like orbs. I could be wrong. I don't know. They seem like orbs of some sort. I don't know if they're intelligent or man-made or what. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's cars. I don't know. But then the military would fly all kinds of weird things, and I got a lot of video of that, and that's just the military doing weird military stuff. So I don't know. Something weird. That's all I know. Like, I don't really try to assume what it is because I have no idea.
Well, it's good that you're not one of those people that's like, no, Steve, it's definitely aliens, because I shut right off with somebody. You know those people, they're filming a satellite. They're like, no, Steve, it's not a satellite. I'm like, I have the satellite trajectory data right here.
Exactly. You have to check.
They're like, No, Steve, that's a mothership. I'm like,
There's even some
okay.
satellites that travel in threes, so it looks like a triangle when they're traveling.
Yeah, and up at the cabin, I have seen these Starlink satellites, and
Oh
that's
yeah,
even crazier because you see a whole train of lights, and they move in weird ways, and it
that's
just
so
looks
cool.
bizarro. It looks like nothing you've ever seen in the sky before. The first time
Yep.
I saw it, I thought it was UFOs, and my neighbor, he quickly brought me down to earth. He's like, "Relax, space cadet. That's Starlink." And I went, "Oh, that's what it is." And then I looked at videos online of Starlink satellites and went, "Yeah, it matched exactly to what I saw."
I
So
haven't seen those yet, but I want to. They're so cool. I
yeah,
mean,
well, we have an expedition here going in 2 weeks. I think it's 2 weeks. Two different YouTubers that all have really good cameras and night vision and all of that are coming up to the cabin, and we're going to do a sky watch with all their great cameras and night vision and FLIR cameras and all their stuff. So
that's
because
so cool.
it's so high up in elevation and the light levels are so low, there's no light pollution, that you can see all kinds of stuff in the night sky that you can't see. I've never seen so much in the sky as I do there. And
Yeah, I think you're gonna see something weird. I'm sure. Like that girl seeing UFOs. PA. She used to be on YouTube.
yeah, I'm going to reach out to her. Thanks for putting me in touch with her. Well, I haven't
Yeah.
gotten in touch with her, but I'm going to try. Yeah,
She
I
used to
want to
record
talk to
some
her.
cool stuff. Yeah, she would record cool things in the forest there. So yeah, I think
Yeah.
you'll see something. That's what people should be doing more of, is getting evidence, or like at least just recording just to see what happens. Like it's better than just like exploring old things that happened that you weren't present for, type of thing.
Mhm.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
So.
I see that also you a lot of people had talked about you recently because of this Third Phase of Moon documentary.
Mhm.
And isn't it funny how many people, for those unaware, Sheila like went after Third Phase for faking things ages ago. And so many people have taken that clip of her. We have it here.
Was that your
You
documentary? I'm not even sure like what's going on with that. Was it your
know that
documentary?
well, this is where it gets complicated. I keep screwing up and calling it a documentary. There's a person on Reddit called Sapiens Culture, and he's
Mhm.
doing a whole series called The Hoax Files, and he's covering things like Third Phase of Moon, but also like the Nazca fake alien mummies and all of these other
Mhm.
fake hoaxes, alien autopsy. So it wasn't really a documentary, but it was a 2-hour first episode of this Hoax Files series of his. But yeah, he took that clip of you and he put it in there, and I think it was great because back then nobody really said anything, kind of like now. Like now nobody says anything. They just
Yeah, I know that's kind of weird because like it was so obvious back then. Like I sent you a clip that we should play for everybody. That's what I was looking at. That was what was on their channel at the time, which is so bad. The
it
CGI
is
was
so
so
bad.
bad, and it was their CGI. They made it themselves, very badly done, and they wanted me to come on and debunk them. My channel was bigger at the time, a long time ago, and they wanted me to keep coming every week and just to be on their show and like debunk them, which I give them credit for because at least they weren't hiding from it. But I don't know how they are nowadays. But
Well,
back
now
then,
they're hiding from everything and threatening to copyright strike everybody who plays anything from their show,
man.
and they're making all kinds of claims, you know, and they could copyright claim me for playing that clip of that bizarro video.
Yeah,
But
but you
we'll
could
play
dispute
it.
it. You could dispute it because we're going to be commenting on it. That's the purpose of commentary, so it's fair
It's
use.
fair use. Yes, actually, here's what we'll do. We'll put up our fair use banner. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public. We're critiquing the video. We are sharing.
Commentary. Yeah.
We're commenting on it, and this is covered under fair use. Where did I put it? I lost it. Oh no,
It's not.
here I got it. I
Oh,
got it.
okay.
Yeah, I put it in a separate place. No problem. I'll get it for us here. And this one is laughable. And before we play it, we should point out, or I should point out, that what they did here is completely and totally fraud. It's theft by deception, because they created this fake, totally fake alien, and they put it on YouTube pretending it was a real alien sighting. That's fraud. It's against deceptive practices on YouTube. It may be a crime. I'm sure the statute has run out on that, though.
Yeah.
But let me share this video here, and we can laugh at this. see, people now with those talking points of like, oh, we used to fake things, but we're trying to do things right now. I don't think they should get a pass for all the past stuff.
I don't watch their stuff anymore because whenever I think of them, I think that it's just fake, and their thumbnails look fake. Their videos look like suspect every single time. They look weird. Like there's something weird about it. Like they're messing with it somehow. The sources
they once
are
told
sketchy.
me that you have to do that on YouTube. You have to do the clickbait titles.
Whatever.
You have to, and everybody does it. That was their other defense, and I was just like, I was kind of blown away that they just was like, yeah, we do clickbait titles because you have to do that, Steven, if you want to get any views. And
That doesn't mean their videos aren't fake though, because they are. Their videos are still, I think, are fake. I know these ones we're about to show them are definitely fake, but
you think so?
And then
this,
on,
for those unaware, is the famous creature under the car, alien under the car video.
This is for Goof On. Every time he says it's never been proven that they fake something, this is for him. It's never.
Well, no. Then he said you can't prove that they did in the past 5 years. Then he said you can't prove they did in the past 3 years.
But he goes right back to saying the first thing though. It hasn't been proven. I heard him say it the other day.
Big spenders too. Flametext.com is where they got that logo. Highly controversial video of what happens to be a tow-away alien underneath the car.
This is so funny.
So fake. A normal family outing. The Haggards are unaware of what's on board their vehicle.
Looks like Hawaii. Doesn't it look like Hawaii?
It is. It's a Hawaii tag. Family has declined an interview, but it has allowed companies to broadcast recent video.
This is great.
Oh, no.
Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh, come on.
Now watch closely and you decide.
Right.
Here comes the money shot, Sheila. Here comes the money
It's
shot.
coming.
Oh, let's take a close look, Sheila.
Let's.
So
Now, what is that? A fucking puppet? Or it blinks, but it's like bad. I think it's a puppet plus bad CGI. It's just anytime Goof On says anything about this, show him this video. Of course, they deleted it, but it's still out there. This is what I was talking about when I debunked them the first time.
I don't know why it's stuttering like that. I'm sorry about that, friend.
Yeah.
Zoomed in and slowed down. Get the money shot going again.
Very funny.
Why would it just be hanging out under a car? It doesn't make any sense.
It's so stupid. So if you think that's real, then yeah. That's why they're fake and will always be fake.
Is it an alien? I don't think so. No, I think it's a CGI program.
It's like maybe a puppet plus CGI or maybe just CGI. Either way, it's really bad.
Comment and let us know what you think it is. There's the other part of this game. Just say, we're just putting things out there and we want people to tell us what it is.
Somebody sent it to us. We don't know. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and that's the other thing that makes this fraud. Nobody sent them this. They made this.
Yeah, that's the majority of their content.
Terrible.
They can just say that somebody sent it to them. Oopsie. So dumb.
Well, I will send you off air. I'm going to be posting some videos of my own in the style of Third Phase Moon, and wait till you see some of the stuff. It's so funny. I have one that's like an alien in the desert. Wait till you see what it really is.
Okay. Look forward to that.
If they can get away with it, we're going to try it and see, if that's just okay. But I have a feeling that I will get a bunch of, people telling me that that's wrong, Steven. You can't do that. But
well, they don't really have credibility. I don't think when you actually, if you're in ufology, I don't think they have much credibility, do they? I mean, nobody actually thinks they're not fake, right? I've been out of the game for 10 years. I mean,
people have been coming here trolling them. It's so funny. You won our money, Goof On. I got that penny check for you.
I like this person. They're funny.
Yeah.
I just thought it was kind of common knowledge that they're just fake. That's what they've always done.
Third Phase of fake. I could do with it. I need to pay my mom some rent. Oh.
They probably make enough money. unfortunately.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's interesting to me that they buy people for YouTube pennies, though. They like UFO Proof and Goofon and a few others got bought, for
yeah,
pennies. They try to do
what
some kind of deal with me, I think, to get me to shut up, but I was like, I'm
they
not
tried to
chasing
pay you
around.
like money or a
They
deal
tried
or
some
something?
deal with me where I would take a percentage of YouTube ad
Oh
money for this
Lord.
project, and I just said, I'm not going to chase you around for YouTube pennies, and then that would mean I probably would have to shut up, right? I couldn't be honest about
You'd
them
have to
and
be like goof on.
business deal with them. Yeah, and
Yeah.
that's not going to happen.
No. No. And it's dumb because Goofon will call out every other thing but them, which is just whatever. And I get they're nice. I thought they were nicer than him, but you tell me that they're pretty cruel to you and other people. So that's kind of messed up.
Well, I think it's interesting that they have, they have people that work for them that are running around calling people pedos with no evidence or proof, and they have yet to say anything about that. And if I had somebody that was being a subcontractor, they try to say they're not employees. Okay, they're subcontractors. But if I had somebody that was a subcontractor for me running around calling people critical of me pedos, I would instantly fire them and say
Yeah.
that's wrong. You can't do that without
That's their
evidence.
minion. That's a way that they can do it without it being them, just like with their videos, that
Yeah, it's
third
pretty
party
powerful.
layer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. That's what it is. So they went after you though when you wouldn't play their game or like work for them for pennies or something too, right? They try to get you to work for them
Well,
and this is their pattern. Everybody that's critical of them, they go over to and they try to pull into their I think it's a con,
yeah, because they're so nice and everything. They wanted me to be on there every week, and I was just like, no, that's okay. I'm not going to do that. So I just didn't, and then I went on with my life. But yeah, I guess they did try that with me too, because yeah, they wanted me to be a reoccurring guest, and I was like, why? So I can keep calling you out, because they probably wanted to befriend me to where a point I wouldn't want to like call them out anymore, because they are very personable men, but no, like it doesn't excuse what they do. Like it's all an act. I mean, honestly, they suck. Enough said.
Yeah, yeah. We should talk about more important things like this AI artwork. So I want to know, how long have you been into that? Like, how long have you been learning this software and doing these projects with the AI software? Oh, I think we lost her. And by the way, I should have warned the audience. Sheila's got a wonky internet connection. She may be gone for a moment, but she will be back shortly. She told me it usually lasts a minute or two and then she'll just jump back on. So let's see if we can take some comments and questions from the live chat. Third Phase of Fake says the grift continues. My flock is everywhere. She's on point. By the way, my flock is everywhere. I have to talk to you off air because I need you to not, what was it? Hide users without talking to me first. And I know that you were at Ron's hiding a bunch of users or something that I heard. We'll talk off here. Sheila Aliens gave us a pimp smack. Yes, she sure did. Third Phase of Moon hackers again. No, I don't think so. Oh, there we go. She's back. You're back.
Did we forget to warn them about my internet?
I did forget. She told me 3 times, guys. It's my fault. I should have said something. I apologize.
Yeah.
So if you happen to freeze up or de-res live on the show, don't everybody be concerned.
I'll be right back.
She's just got a wonky internet connection.
Yeah.
I was asking about how long you've been learning this software and how long you've been making these videos with it. What was the learning curve like too?
It's been like over a year, and learning curve, I don't know, like I never like really pay attention to how this all starts, but I started with Google Collabs, I think, because I wanted to make an AI voice of somebody I know. And I did figure out how to do that. I had to use Google Collabs, and there was something called Night Cafe. It still exists, where you can go and make AI images. So I knew that existed, and I was like, I knew it was AI. So I thought maybe there was a way to use Google Collabs to make art. So I looked it up, and I did find some what they call notebooks to make AI art. And it just went from there. The learning curve, I don't know. I did it. I don't know anything about coding, so I think anybody can do it, honestly.
Well, that's pretty interesting. And when you go into a project, like, do you have preset goals, or are you just letting this thing loose and seeing what happens sometimes?
I just go with the flow, like whatever I feel like making. Like you can borrow prompts because prompts are everything. That's what you type out to make the images and stuff. You can like copy, or you can take bits and pieces of other people's prompts that you find like on Mid Journey, which is another one I beta
Oh,
tested.
so you can copy and paste some things.
Yeah, there you can go and look at the gallery, see which one looks like what you're trying to achieve, copy parts of that prompt, obviously not the main subject. Like your subject would probably be different than theirs. So but if you like how it looks overall, you can just take the end of the prompt, which would be like 8K cinematic, detailed, hyper realistic by this artist, that artist, whichever artist, that type of stuff. But obviously, you would change the subject matter. If they made a girl, you would make like an astronaut or whatever you're trying to make.
I got another one I can share, but I have to mute it because of the music. But that's cool. We can play this while you're talking about it. It's just interesting to me. And some of these things that you've done, I've been watching them all. Some of them have a certain style, and then others have a different sort of style. Is there a way to push it to do a certain, aesthetic?
Yeah, this one actually I didn't use anything special. I just put cute aliens, neon, something like that, cute alien cats, in outer space, neon, something like that. So I just did, this is what it came up with. It kind of looks like chalk drawings or something.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It looks like a blackboard in some sense, maybe.
Yeah, and that's
Alice
cute.
in Wonderland and aliens, and it is trippy, right?
I might have also said trippy. I can go back to the file and see exactly what I put.
That's cool that you can check later, right? Like,
yeah,
what did I do to get it to do this, right?
Exactly. It'll save your whole settings file so you can replicate it later, which is very cool. So that's what I do with that one. Other ones that look really like an anime or something like that, those are prompts that I borrowed from other people and changed. So yeah.
And are you aware, like, people are getting paid for creating this stuff, right? And some people are having monetized YouTube videos, and
well, it's all about, if you're a hustler, if you know how to do that. I don't, like, my videos are monetized. The ones that I don't use, most of these I use commercial music with, so I don't care because nobody's going to watch them anyway. So I don't make any money on them. I'm not trying to, but
yeah, I noticed you're using commercial music, and that kind of acts as your ability to monetize it, because then the people who made the music get paid for it.
Yeah, but it's going to be like 600 views. I'd rather it be an experience than worry about the 2 cents I was going to get for it.
I'm with you, I guess, but I happen to have a huge catalog of music that you can just have. Like, I'd be happy to give it to you. Okay. And give you the rights to use it for whatever you want, and no copyrights, because I own the copyrights, right?
Yeah. Oh, cool. That's why I kind of started making music at boomy.com for some of them. But sometimes I'll hear a song.
Did you see this? Third Phase of Fake says, excellent guests. I'm sharing a bath with Brent watching.
No.
Somebody also mentioned that maybe they wanted you to work with them and be a guest every week so that they could grift off of you, because certainly people, especially more men would tune in if you're there, Yeah,
and at the time I happened to have more subscribers than them. That was probably part of it at the time. So yeah, it was just something like that. And they also wanted to neutralize me, so I wouldn't be going after them probably.
That's what they do to a lot of their critics. They bought off GoofOn, they bought off UFO Proof. They try to buy me off. They try to buy Heathcliff Spencer from Lions Ground and National Citizens, and a few other people I'm aware of.
And it's hard because they are very nice, and they never personally did anything
wrong. No,
like
I fell for the we've changed thing. When I talked to them on the phone a few times, I thought, well, they're okay guys. They faked a lot of shit, whatever. They're saying they're going to try to do it the right way now. They built a huge platform. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. And then they put out a garbage documentary with Stephen Greer lying through his teeth right after that.
I can't stand that guy.
Forget this. These guys haven't changed one bit. It's garbage.
I met Stephen Greer in person. Me and Seeing UFOs PA, we went to his Hollywood premiere of Sirius. And he told me that the aliens were insulted by my name, Sheila Aliens. He said it was an insult to them.
And he's like, Greer bust your balls, really?
He's an asshole. Yeah, and he's like 8 feet. He's like 8 feet tall too. He looks like an alien. He looks like a lizard alien. He's really, really tall. It's crazy. he's weird looking. That's all I'm gonna say. But he was a jerk. For the most important part is, yeah, he's a jerk. And me and my friend just sat in the back row laughing the whole time. Because he used fake UFO clips in the beginning of his serious documentary. It's just like, what the hell are you doing?
Why would you use fake UFO clips? Yeah, it doesn't make, like, he uses provably fake UFO videos in his
Like the Jerusalem one, yeah.
Uh-huh. And then he also uses provably fake documents. Like this NRO document, it's reported to be about, you know, everything that everybody believes, recovering alien spaceships and biological samples and all this stuff. And he claims it's a real document. And like people who actually know government documents looked at it and just laughed like hell because everything on the document was wrong. It was totally, you know, like the wrong seal, the wrong wording, the wrong agencies. Like this is just a completely fake document. He just cited that completely fake document on Theories of Everything with Kurt Jamungal, which is a huge podcast. And
So
Kurt,
cool of it.
God bless him, but he didn't know that he was citing a completely fake document.
That's the problem. People don't pay attention to things. Like, you know, the Atacama mummy thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's not an alien. Like we had dinner with the guy who did the DNA testing.
Oh, that would be Gary Nolan. You had dinner with Gary Nolan. He blocked me. He doesn't like questions. Oh no, we lost her again. Oh, this is so frustrating. It was just getting good, friends, but we'll bring her back. In the meantime, I apologize. We'll just take comments and questions from the live chat. We have Mario's Takeo says, I hate Stephen Greer, by the way, so much. Yeah. Bob Perkins are here. He is the king of just saying random weird shit in our live chat. You need somebody to just do that, I guess. Shining light with invisible wire. Okay. Dr. Greer, we want to get you on to do a human sacrifice show. You down. It will be, oh God. I don't know how, but people who want to troll either Goofon or Third Phase of Moon have found their way to our live chat and are trolling them here. And I'm sorry, but it's funny. So we will allow that. Solar Marshall is here and says, Sheila's hood, Steve. I knew her years ago. Interesting. Yeah, and as I mentioned, Sheila's got a wonky internet connection that drops every so often. She warned me to warn you guys, so she'll be back shortly. Sheila's no hoaxer. She became a skeptic. She's very cool, brother. Yeah, I agree. I think she's awesome. And I like Solar Marshall. I really like creative and artistic people. She's obviously an artist, and some of the stuff that she's doing, me being a computer science guy, I always love people doing something interesting and new and innovative with computers or software, and she's right at the cutting edge of that. It's just amazing. Louise Robinson is here. Welcome back. Good to see you again. I just love all these grifters are slowly getting exposed. I have got so mad with the blindness of the field over the past few years, and this is a breath of fresh air. Yeah, and I'm glad for that, Louise. Unfortunately, we will get a tenth or a small, tiny percentage of the views that the grifters get. But we're still here to educate people about the grifters, the hoaxers, the fraudsters, like Third Phase of Fake and others working for them. You know, oh, geez. Everybody's here tonight. Jeremy Corbell is here. Oh no. And Bob Perkins is still saying random stuff in the live chat, right? Hank McGurk is here and says Cambium putting in the work every day. Yeah, and you know, it's interesting too. Tomorrow we're going to do a show on this Nazi girl, Marina Sarin, who recently was interviewed by Third Phase of, or not Third Phase, geez, recently was interviewed by Linda Moulton Howe, and I just think that is hysterical. Let me show you this. This is tomorrow. I still haven't picked a time yet. I'm not sure if we're going to do it early morning, early afternoon, or if I'm not going to do it till late tomorrow because I'm heading to the cabin. Linda Moulton Howe interviews New Age Nazi Marina Sarin. And what can I say about this one except what we have here is a woman who has been caught selling provably fake alien pictures twice in the past year and a half or 2 years, is now interviewing a alien hybrid starseed super soldier Nazi who was a SS Nazi general in a previous life, apparently. This interview is hysterical to listen to if you know who both these people are, not who they are pretending to be, both of them, through this whole interview. It's like watching two LARPers have a conversation. It is so bad, it's good, and we're going to go through the whole thing. Well, maybe not the whole thing, but we're going to go through it, right? How I won the lottery. I don't remember what episode that Third Phase produced some document. I, as a retired NYPD detective who worked in document fraud, saw the docs were fake and stated that they all flipped. Yeah, they push a lot of fake stuff and a lot of fake documents and, fake UFOs. Third Phase of Fake says, Goofon, is that your Nazi wife? Yeah. Pragmagic is here. AI art folks just use AI TP, generate their show. Project art is questionable at best. AI to generate their show. Project art is questionable at best. Yeah, people have differing views on this, Pragmagic, but I've seen really bad AI art and I've seen really good AI art that came from the same generator source. So I believe that this will become its own art form, and that some people, like I believe our guest tonight, Sheila, become very talented operators of these generator softwares. You can't get it. You have to be good at it to get it to do really good stuff. Otherwise, it just all comes out random mess. That's my opinion so far, having really delved into the subject recently, right? Linda did not understand the answer to the question she asked. That Goofon says, I love Marina. She is one of the good Nazis, not a negative one. Yeah. Mario's Takeo says, this is going to be epic, Stephen. It's going to be fun. I think it will be fun, yes. And here we go. I think she's back, coming back, slowly rezzing back to us. There we go. Hello.
Hi, I love how every time it cuts off, it's like, because they're trying to silence me or something. Like, it's right when I'm about to be juicy.
Third Phase of Fake has a hacker team out, and every time you say something they don't like, they cut you out. That's
how it is. Yep. But so I was saying, we went to dinner with the guy who did the DNA testing for the Atacama mummy in Stephen Greer's whatever his name is. Yeah, his serious documentary.
Yeah.
And so that guy who did the DNA testing said it's 99.9% for sure human DNA. But so the amazing part was that a full-grown human only grew to be that tall. But Greer completely glosses over that and calls it an alien. It's kind of amazing that somebody grew to be that tall as an adult. I think that's kind of interesting.
Well, allegedly. Yeah, it was a deformed human for sure, with all these different genetic problems and deformities, but still human nonetheless.
Which is interesting in its own,
Isn't it kind of gross that Stephen Greer was running around with a dead baby for years trying to make money off of a dead baby that was a deformed dead baby? Like, I had a problem with that.
If that's what it is, I mean, I thought it was like a full-grown adult, but like a mini person, like I don't know. Either way, it's messed up. It is messed up because it was a human. So it's pretty messed up. Yeah, no, just because its skull was shaped that way does not mean. Am I lagging? I'm probably lagging right now. Sorry.
You're lagging a little bit. It's okay.
I don't know what to do. My computer is just so messed up.
No, it's quite all right. We're happy to have you here in any way. I'm happy to have you here and talk to you about these things.
Maybe if I stop my camera.
It might be better if you do that, because then it won't lag so much, or it's less data to be transferring, so you'll probably be a little more stable that way.
Okay, I'll try this.
you're not a fan of Stephen Greer then, running around with a dead baby. I guess we can
No,
agree on that.
I wasn't a fan of it the way he interacted with me when I met him. I wasn't a fan of his documentary series. It was a joke. And
Well, you're
the whole
lucky he didn't try to bang you, because he apparently
ew.
swings the other way. So
Wait, oh, he does. Good for him.
I don't know. That's what I heard, and I heard some horror stories from some men that attended. Yeah, I don't want to
Oh
get in
yeah,
trouble.
yeah. Well, I think the guy who did the testing was the same way, which is kind of funny. But
Yeah,
whatever.
he lives with a dude, but that not that there's anything wrong with that.
No, that's fine. My mom's a lesbian. It's cool. Whatever. Be gay.
Well, she's a lesbian that had children, though. That's interesting.
I know. I shouldn't be here. Yeah, she had 3 kids, and then she's like, "Oh yeah, I'm a lesbian, by the way." So they got a divorce.
Happens, yeah. It happens with men too. Sometimes men are married to women and have a whole family, and then they figure out they're gay, and they go, leave or whatever.
She knew the whole time, but she just thought she had to. But it's cool. My dad raised us. He's a great dad. He's a retired military, so he's great.
I wanted to ask you too. We titled tonight, "Can you be a believer and a skeptic?" Or a skeptic and a believer, because you and I have something in common, I think, that we both probably get a lot of flack for being so skeptical, but we are still both, at least I am, still believe that there's something mysterious here to this phenomenon.
There is 100%. There's definitely something to it. I mean, but I told you off air that like when I was in my 20s, I dated this guy called Hoax Killer, which some of you might have heard of. But we dated long distance and in person, and he taught me a lot of things about what's real and what can be mistaken for a UFO and this and that, like rocket launches, all kinds of stuff. So things that you can actually verify, like parachuters that have flares on their feet, like all kinds of stuff like that. Pyrotechnic skydivers, I think they're called. So there's just all these different things you got to look into first before you assume it's a UFO, but I can usually tell by sight basically what it is nowadays. Not always.
Yeah, and so don't you think though that it's best to be skeptical given the number of fake things out there? I have a problem with these people who just get mad at me for showing them that something is fake. Like, don't get mad at me. I'm just showing you it's fake.
No,
I'm
I
not,
know. And there's a lot of like misrepresented things too, because rocket launches look crazy, and it can be a planned rocket launch. It goes off the day it's supposed to, and that's the day that all these weird things get seen in the sky. That's what the rocket launch is. That's what it was, like over Russia or whatever it was. That's happened to me before, yeah, and they called me a shill for saying that. But it's like you could see where they had it planned. It took place. They have video of the rocket launch. Like, what more do you guys want? But that's what we got to discount. What we can discount, and then like look at the other stuff, because there are some really genuinely weird things. I've seen some weird things in the MUFON database even recently. There's some pretty cool footage out there.
No, I agree with you, and I really do like the genuine mysteries, but I have no patience for people that are muddying the waters with garbage, fake information.
Yeah,
and there's also this perception, Sheila, that some in the past, especially when I was drinking heavily, I was very rude, much more rude and harsh to them. And people would say like, you can't be that nasty about it. I don't think that I have an obligation to be nice to people that are shoveling garbage into the conversation and fake information.
Well, if they're not looking at the what you show them that can prove otherwise, then that's just them being ignorant willfully. I don't have patience for that either, because when I first started out, like, I was that naive. I really was. Like, I would post all kinds of things, not realizing what it was. And then I would feel dumb, and I would take it down later. I would make a correction when I realized what it was. That's what I would do. I still do that to this day. I feel stupid if I realize, oh yeah, that's just something explainable. But I don't also just assume it's what somebody says it is just because. If it can be proven, then it's probably what it was.
Yeah. And I'm sure you've come across, like I have though, haven't you come across a lot of people just shoveling fake stuff out there? It seems to be a lot of the same characters. They do it, and then if they get caught really bad, they go away for a little while, and then they come back with new fake shit.
And they reuse the same stuff over and over again too, and they'll put a different date and time on it, or different location. Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff like that goes on Facebook, and and even TikTok and everything. Yeah.
And Twitter as well. Yeah.
It's so stupid.
There's a video that's making the rounds again that was debunked like years ago as an airplane. It doesn't look like an airplane in the video because it doesn't the way the video is shot and the distance, you don't see wings and everything, but somebody checked flight data and yeah, that was an airplane. And now there's people yelling and screaming at Mick West for telling people that was an airplane. Like they get pissed off at.
That's dumb because there's enough real stuff out there that we can focus on, that we don't need to focus on the fake stuff. We just don't need to. We shouldn't be hoping it's something when it obviously was not. We should like leave room for the real mysteries because they are out there.
Yeah, that's what interests me, the real mysteries. I don't really care about somebody that filmed an airplane that looks a little weird in the video, you know?
Exactly. Yeah. And there's some places that have reoccurring phenomena, like those kind of things need to be investigated more, I think. Even Tucson, like people are like, why didn't you just go up to the lights and see what they are? Because it was like a desert. I was a girl by myself in my early 20s. Like I kind of regret not doing it, but I guess I should have like driven up the mountain and see what was going on. That kind of stuff. Yeah.
This person blocked me, but I was looking for this video that somebody just posted. But Mick West says on Twitter, he said, "Old hoaxes never die so long as they're sufficiently odd. This is a proven hoax from 2 years ago." And then people went nuts on him. They like went nuts on him. Like that's awesome. It can't be an airplane. He's like, the flight data and the flight path, everything matches the FAA data. It's an airplane. No, it's not. That's that's a tic tac, you know?
I hate the tic tacs because it kind of looks like an airplane almost every time. But yeah, people have the memory of like a goldfish collectively. They don't remember things, and people aren't that into ufology like we are to where they're gonna remember something like that. They just see, the red circle in the thumbnail and they click on it and they say, wow. But if you don't know any better, you don't know any better. I didn't know any better at first either.
Yeah, I'm sure that you made some mistakes early on, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, until I learned what certain things were or how to check to see what certain things were. Yeah, I didn't realize like the pyrotechnic skydivers are crazy with on their shoes. They have.
I have seen many. Yeah, I have seen those. What is it called? Pyrotechnic skydivers, right? We'll see if I can't find a video that we can share because that stuff looks crazy.
It does look crazy. It's like fireballs dancing around in the sky, but it's just skydivers. There's that. There's all kinds of like weather phenomena, light pillars, sundogs, leaping sundogs.
Yeah, and one of the things that bugs me with third phase is that they pretend they don't know what ordinary things are before they post them.
We've all been at this for 10 years or more now. There's no excuse for it. I learned. They should have learned by now. I don't have any patience for that shit. I think him and secure team, I don't know what they're up to, but they are another one that act like they don't know what a rocket launch is each time. They act like it's something they just heard about. Or they just ignore the fact that that's what it is.
Yeah, I found footage, but it's of the actual skydivers in the sky. I don't know if I can find. Oh yeah, that does play.
There's footage of them jumping out of the plane. There's footage of them from the ground.
I'll show this because this is interesting. And again, this is fair use, transformative work. We're discussing and critiquing what we're sharing. From the ground, though, it looks absolutely bizarro. They're all lit up. They've got pyrotechnics. Look, they're all.
Oh yeah. That would look crazy. I contacted a military base recently to ask them about some flares in San Diego, and they got back to me actually. So that was cool.
Oh, that is interesting.
Deorbit in a few years and come down. So maybe it'll get better, maybe it'll get worse. Who knows? It's Elon Musk,
So besides the AI artwork, are you getting actively back into the UFO topic, and are you going to be making videos about that soon?
Yes.
People are asking me, and I think it's better if you answer that, right?
Yeah, I do plan to start making videos. I ordered a new computer. As you can see, this one is frustratingly bad, but I ordered a new MacBook, but it's on back order because of the chip shortage or whatever.
Chip shortage everywhere, yeah.
It went from October 31st to now December 2nd. So I'm just like, oh my God. Just waiting. But that's when I plan to really fully get into it, because then I can start streaming on my own. Because when I stream, if I try to host a stream, my computer's not having it. So yeah, I do plan to. Like, I never stopped looking at UFO stuff. That's why I don't know what's going on in ufology, but I always kept looking at the MUFON database to see what people are uploading, and then in the news to see what's going on.
Yeah, and isn't it interesting that you kind of got pulled back in when this Sapiens culture jammed you a 10-year-old clip of you going after third phase? Everybody's like,
somebody else.
Everybody started asking me, like, who's this girl? I'm like, I don't know her. I heard about her. I don't.
That's a coincidence, because, like,
she had the channel. Yeah.
For the heck of it, like, by chance, I just decided to go on Goofon's channel like 2 weeks ago or something. And I guess the next day I checked my Facebook, and a week prior to that, somebody had sent me a DM telling me about this. Somebody put me in a documentary, this and that. I was like, oh, okay, that's weird. But I had already just gone on Goofon's, and it was a cordial stream for like an hour or so. But the next day he freaked out on me. Yeah.
Oh, so you got the backstab.
He called me all kinds of things. I was like, yeesh, you don't even know me.
And yeah, I think, what was that over, that you wanted him to clarify whether he's saying they never hoaxed anything or they only hoaxed in the past 5 years, like.
I was asking him, well, you say they never hoaxed, and it's never been proven they hoaxed anything. And then you also say that they hoaxed, but they already apologized for it and get over it. So I was like, which one is it? They never did, or they did and they apologized for it? Which one is it? He wouldn't answer. That set him off, dude. That just set him off. He went crazy.
Did you hear? Like, me and Gigi had a fun talk last night, because Gigi is the guy with cancer that Goofon is running around telling everybody he's faking his cancer. And by the way, he's not. He posted the proof that he has cancer. So I think that's a horrible thing to do. But then Goofon decided to curse us live on his show. And
I heard about that.
He went to Five Below and bought like tarot cards and a book.
Tarot cards for cursing people? That's so stupid.
That's not how this works, right?
It's not how that's for divination. It's not for cursing people, but okay.
I'm surprised he didn't curse you. He's pissed off at you now too.
Well, he's the one who's cursed. He's like not a very happy person. I guess he's probably doesn't have a wife or whatever. He's like not very happy. You can just tell.
Wife will make you happy. Ask how many married men that are happy do you know?
I know several, actually.
Oh, by the way, I'm very happy, honey. I'm very happy, just in case she watches, Well,
I don't think his wife would be happy with him, to be honest, because he just seems kind of like a miserable person. But no, like I hang around Comicsgate guys. Those guys are like conservatives in the comic industry that got kicked out for voting for Trump. Basically, they all have like really amazing wives. Like, I wish to have that type of relationship someday, where the wife basically handles all the business behind the scenes for them and just does everything for them. It's really cool. They have.
I want to have that. My wife yells at me because
she's working.
I get yelled at because I have to keep better spreadsheets of everything. She gets pissed off at me with my business because I'm kind of a mess. Like, I wait till the tax time comes and then I worry about it, and I got a box of receipts over there. And
yeah, she's also the breadwinner or whatever, something like that.
Yeah, pretty much. She's got a big corporate job, and I've got a business, and then stay at home and take care of the children. One of my children has special needs and needs a lot of extra time, and she's great, though. I should never complain.
Yeah, no, she sounds like a great wife. I mean, she's out there doing the damn thing. But yeah, with him, he just seems like an unhappy person. I don't know who hurt him, what his problem is, but he's been hurt. That's all I can say.
Louise Robinson wanted me to tell you, I feel bad for Sheila that her cam went down. Can you tell her that she looked like a queen, simply gorgeous?
Thank you, Louise.
Thank you, Louise. That's very nice
sweet.
Of you.
Thank you.
And I'm sure I'm going to get a whole lot of people that are asking me about you and your relationship status. People come here sometimes, Sheila, and they think it's like Tinder. I'm like, go talk to her yourself. I don't know.
I know, right? That's what happened when I went on Goofon's channel.
Dudes in the live chat are like, is she single?
Yeah, Goofon's mods were trying to hook me up with him. I swear, like, it was really weird. But no, I am single, I guess you could say. I'm still on good terms with my daughter's father. But
you baby daddy.
I have a baby daddy, but we don't live together. And we were never married. We just decided to have a child out of wedlock just because. And she's great. So he's a good dad. So yeah.
Well, then you're good, right?
Yeah, it's all good.
So you're kind of waiting on this new computer. Do you have some plans for what kind of videos you want to make, and what are you going to be working on? Or
Yeah, well, I've been thinking about it, but just covering like what's going on with the latest news, whatever's happening, sightings or whatever. But also, like, I like going through the MUFON database. I know a lot of people don't like MUFON, but there's some interesting stuff, even going back years, that deserves a second look. Like, anytime I find a cool one, like, I'll tweet about it. So I'll just go back to my old tweets and find what those case numbers were and go over those. And there's even some recent ones that I saw that deserve a closer look at. And you can see patterns of like the same type of sightings happening in different places that I would like to cover some of that. And also Tucson, I want to cover some of that stuff.
yeah, and isn't it interesting too? It's easy to discount MUFON though, because there's a lot of people who were part of that organization that say they do a terrible job. You know, they turn in like stuff and they ask for resources. In one case, somebody got physical samples from like a UFO dropped some kind of molten metal, and he got samples of it, and he wanted them to test it, and they wouldn't do it, which makes no sense. Aren't you here to solve the mystery, and we have some kind of physical material? Like, get the money, you know?
Yeah, I don't know about them as an organization. They're not that great, but the database, anybody can upload their sightings and their videos to it, and people still do that. I wish there's another place where people did that, but that's where they seem to do it. Otherwise, it's scattered around on Facebook and YouTube or wherever they tend to upload it. But it's just people can still upload their videos there, which is cool. But the organization sucks. I mean, all that should be open.
Oh yeah, they just took their public database offline, right? And now you have to pay.
Yeah,
be
I have a
member
membership
to access it.
Yeah, it's like $5 or $6 a month, which is dumb. It should all be open information. What are they trying to do? You know, it's really shady. It was, for the longest time, it was free, as it should be.
Yeah, I remember hearing a podcaster call them live on air and say, "Why did you take the database offline?" And whoever answered the phone was like, "Oh, it's just for members now. They changed it or so."
That's
But there's
ridiculous.
there's been no explanation for why they did that. And I would
there's not on the
say
website.
they get enough money from the members, and that some of those people that run the actual organization are getting paid like $100,000 a year.
Wow.
Why do you need to charge everybody for access to the database that you're generating from public reports?
Exactly.
You know?
That's crazy to me. And it used to be connected to UFOstalker.com. I don't know if that is even working anymore because they closed off the public access to it. So yeah, on the website, it doesn't even tell you that if you sign up for a membership, you will get to search the database and see the videos and stuff. It doesn't tell you that. It's ridiculous, but I just kind of figured it out and bought the membership, and lo and behold, you get access to it. They're shady. I don't like them as an organization, but it is a central place that people still use. So
yeah, it's interesting that also that they got caught selling their entire database at one point to Bob Bigelow. And when people give them their report, they're told that the information will be kept confidential. And then they sold it all to a billionaire.
Really confidential, because it's like you can always look at it. That's weird. It's like not confidential at all.
Yeah, it's definitely not confidential if they're selling it to somebody.
I wonder what he's doing with it. Yeah, I have a feeling like the government wants to be the place, because they have their new UAP thing. They want you to like report it to them somehow, probably. So maybe they're going to buy the database. Who knows? Because sometimes the database is like offline lately altogether.
Yeah,
It'll be down for like
this whole organization is not very together, right?
No, not at all. There were a couple of weeks there where it was just down, and then nobody could.
And did you know, Sheila, that the guy who's the international director of MUFON now, he has a business, and the whole point of his business, he's a pilot, and he takes couples up in an airplane so they could bang.
Oh, no, I didn't know that.
Like, that's a thing. That's what he does. It's like the Mile High Club. You know, you pay him and you get your girlfriend or boyfriend or significant other, whatever, and then he takes you up to a certain altitude, and then you bang while he's there. That sounds fun.
Yeah, creepy. Well, good for him. Good for him. But he needs to run his organization better.
Yeah, and it's a shame with this Jan Harzan got arrested. That was a lot of bad publicity for them, right?
Which one was that? Was that somebody in charge?
The international director before the current one, he got arrested because he was communicating with what he thought was a 13-year-old girl online, and he tried to meet her for sex.
Well, screw him then. Like,
Yeah, and he's
I
like
hope
a
he goes to
60-year-old
jail.
gross dude.
That's disgusting. And what was his position in MUFON?
He was the international director of MUFON. Jan Harzan was his name.
Disgusting. Yeah, MUFON had a headquarters here in Irvine until recently. They moved it, I think, to Ohio or something. But
Really?
they were here for years. Yeah, in Irvine. But I never went over there or anything. Yeah.
Well, it's good. We both agree that whatever data they have should be public. It should not be,
Correct. There's also New Fork, which I guess people can report to, but they can't upload anything, which kind of sucks. But yeah, it should all be open. I mean, it's public reports. So
you know what's interesting too is I'm going to share it because I'm just that kind of dickhead. Jan Harzan, when he went to meet the 13-year-old girl to have sex with her, he was wearing a MUFON shirt. That's a
oh
MUFON
my
shirt.
gosh, no. Oh, gross.
That is gross. And
What a
you know what
douchebag.
always gets me with these older dudes that are pedos is like, what makes you think that a young girl would want to bang you at all? Like, look at you. It's gross, right?
I know. They're just that horny and desperate. That's so messed up. I hope he got prison, or I'm sure he didn't, though, because they hardly ever do.
I don't know what happened. I know that he pled not guilty, but there's supposed to be a trial.
What an embarrassment.
Yeah, and then here's the head of major UFO organization arrested on child solicitation charges. This is some time ago. I should do a story and follow up on this story because everybody asks me, did he go to jail or what happened? And I don't really know.
What was his name? I want to look.
Jan Harzan. Yeah,
we can look in the sex offender registry, see if he.
Yeah, Jan Harzan, head of Mutual UFO Network, was arrested July 3rd and is accused of soliciting sexual activity from a detective he believed was a 13-year-old girl.
Yeah.
Well,
screw that guy. I mean, what state was that?
Gross. I don't know what state he was in. I think California when he did that.
Yeah.
They've had a lot of controversy. Yeah, then John Ventry, he made racist comments about African Americans.
Jeez. What a great bunch of people.
Yeah. It's just kind of gross.
Yep. So yeah, their organization's all messed up. And their website's all outdated and
it looks like it's from 1992. I've just seen it.
Yeah, it sucks.
But you do think that their database has some valuable information at times? Is it worth the $6?
I think it is because, like, if there's a mass sighting or something, you can go on there and see everybody's different videos. Usually it's like a rocket launch or something like that, but you can still see it. I think it's interesting, yeah, because you can still upload your raw videos and people still do that. So, of course, yeah, it's like UFO videos that aren't put out by Third Phase of Moon. They're actually just people...
you mean that they're not bullshit right away? They take just some time to figure out if it's bullshit or not?
They may be mistaken. They may be poorly recorded to where you can't tell. They may be something that the person thought was UFOs, but it was just like Starlink or whatever. But it's still an honest video somebody put out there because they thought it was something, so they recorded it. And that's a lot better than going to Third Phase of Moon, I think.
Honestly, I would pay the $6 to get those videos because...
Yeah,
that would be something interesting that we could talk about here. It would be worth $6 a month to me.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly. That's why I pay for it because it is good, interesting content. You can just go over the ones that look the most interesting, or even some of the ones that what they were. You can say what they were. So yeah, it's very. I think it's
helpful though to know to look at those because even the ones that you're initially fooled by, if you can find out what it really is, the next time you will recognize that thing.
Exactly. So
like
it is
Chinese lanterns. Once you know what Chinese lanterns look like in the sky, you're never fooled by them again. You instantly can look at it and go, that's probably Chinese lanterns, or flares being dropped, military flares, right?
Yeah, I saw a Chinese lantern video on there recently. I think today. Yeah. So they're out there still. People don't know any better. They don't know any better. So at least it's still an honest person just recording something and uploading what they saw to not to YouTube even. They're just putting it on this little database. So I think it's more honest and more interesting. So
yeah, isn't that interesting though? Like I guess if people have a serious interest, they do what you do and did, and they find a place where you can get more honest, real UFO videos.
Mm-hmm. The
And
source. Yeah.
yeah. And
Yep.
included in that database is there people's personal or contact information that make these videos?
No, because the people in MUFON will go and like redact it if they catch it. They'll redact a person's name or phone number because
Oh, okay.
they'll
I'm
and
saying
it'll
that'd be cool because then you can go interview them and get some more details or
no
information, right?
they seem to remove pretty much all identifiable information, and they'll put their little initials that they were in there redacting it, but they leave the rest of it up. But sometimes you'll be able to still find them through YouTube if they have uploaded it there. But yeah, they redact all phone numbers, names, and like YouTube links and stuff like that. So yeah, they kind of do that. But it would be interesting if you could contact them. You'd have to figure out how.
Yeah. So back to the third phase, you don't think there's any redemption for them? Like, I kind of think that they said they were changing, and then we can prove they didn't. They kept faking things, so there isn't. But some people still think, maybe they could turn it around somehow. Do you think that, or
People
do you
can.
think it's just that's it? They're fraudster hoaxers forever.
To me, I don't find their content interesting at all, because they seem to just, when they're not being fake, they're just covering the same old things that they heard from some other channel or that everybody already knows about. It's not interesting to me. I don't like their style, but as far as redemption goes, I don't know. I think they'd rather fake something than go out and take the time to sit and record something and see if something happens. They're not going to do that. So they're just going to chase stories, and they're just going to maybe post fake stuff. I don't know. I mean, it just depends.
Do you see why they do it though? Because if I can estimate that they make $500 a video, right? And you have children and you have bills. I can kind of understand. At least you can, if you understand the money aspect of it. I mean, $500 to sit there and pretend that you don't know what a rocket launch is, or you don't know what space debris is pretty good money. All you gotta do is lie and pretend that you don't know what this is.
Yeah, exactly. And like the majority of their views are going to be from people who don't know any better either. So, that's just how it is. I think they're good YouTubers. They're businessmen. They're YouTubers. Like I would love to pick their brains about their YouTubing knowledge, but they cracked the code long ago that faking UFO videos is the way to go. That's how they started out, was by faking them to see what kind of response it got, and they've perfected it over time. Good for them, but not.
Yeah, I think the same thing. I think good for you. You're making a lot of money, but you're not doing anything of value. Well, it's garbage,
Yeah, and I don't know if they've, like, I haven't honestly looked at their stuff in recent years because of what they did in the past, so I don't know what they're up to, but I saw a little bit of something. They're just covering something that had been covered on Secure Team, like a recent sighting that was seen on a security camera. But even if they're covering that kind of stuff, I'm not interested in it coming from them. But good for them. I mean, they're not stopping me from doing what I want to do. They're not in my way at all. So I don't care what they're doing, but it's not for me.
Yeah, I guess they're not in my way either. But when I had an opportunity to really like bust their balls, I took it because
that's good. That needs to be
done. I
might
never get to do this again. And then I felt bad because I was on a friend's show and he didn't like that I cursed at them and really, really was aggressive, going after them for faking stuff and whatever.
Well, they might have harmed ufology quite a bit, I mean, as far as evidence and all this stuff. People send me Third Phase of Moon videos because they know I'm into UFOs, and I'm like, no, dude, don't send me this crap. They don't understand that that's a fake channel. To me, it's a fake channel. I'm not interested in what they're posting. Best of luck to them, I guess, but I think they've kind of damaged ufology a lot.
I think that they've done more harm than any other person, maybe, because and then people do come after me and they say, oh, well, Secure Team 10 faked a lot of stuff too. You don't talk about him. Well, I condemn that as well.
He's bad too.
But he didn't fake quite near as much shit as they did, or at least he didn't get caught faking as much shit as they did, as far as I know.
Well, he sensationalizes. He will sensationalize and play dumb about things a lot more than they do. Like he'll just like take things out of context with the rocket launches and other certain things and act like he doesn't know what it is. When he's been at this long enough, he knows better. So that's just as bad, kind of misrepresenting common things as UFO.
Isn't it interesting, though, that the two biggest UFO channels on YouTube are both people that have been caught faking shit constantly, and they're still somehow allowed on YouTube? I don't understand how this works.
Well, YouTube, that's kind of how it operates. There's these fake prank channels. I haven't seen a real prank video in quite some time. Those are all actors. They're all acting. So they allow this kind of stuff. Those kind of people rise to the top. I don't know why, but good for them. It doesn't matter. I think it's more important to like cover real things honestly and just go from there.
Yeah, I think, I had a personal experience, and that's what got me down this rabbit hole. And I get angry at the people that are faking things because it's just more time wasted. Like, why am I sifting through so much garbage? It's because it's come accepted to fake things. And, like Linda Moulton Howe faked totally fake alien pictures she used, claiming they were real pictures of aliens twice within a year and a half. She did it twice. And somehow she still gets booked at like Contact in the Desert and gets some ridiculous speaking fee, like $10,000.
Yeah, I can't.
Talk. It's just crazy. Like
those coast to coast AM people, they all need to get out of here. They need to like retire it already because they're all full of crap with their books and their nonsense. Like I'm sick of all those people too. But what are you gonna do? That's the dinosaurs that are.
They are the dinosaurs, yeah.
But the new ones like Third Phase of Moon aren't any better. So just
and even after that, I don't know if you've been up to speed or catching up, but the 2016 article in the New York Times brought this huge flood of younger new people in, and none of them know anything about the history of all this stuff. They only know 2016 forward.
Exactly.
And there's a lot of grifters out there that are just true believers, and it's always aliens. No matter what you're looking at, that's got to be aliens,
Yeah, that's silly. I mean, because maybe they do exist, maybe not, but how do you know what it is, to call it that without knowing is disingenuous. So yeah, I think it's okay to post videos pointing these things out and debunking them or pointing out that they're fake, but also to make other content, because people, they're here for the real stuff to begin with. So you got to give them well,
that's the problem. Like, people get mad at me and I go, look, here's what I do. I start looking into a story or a person that's telling the stories, and then I report what I find. It's not my fault if every time I do that, here's another faker, here's another fake video, here's another hoaxed alien, here's another this, here's another that.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get to the real stuff, but it's just so minuscule, the amount of stuff that there's actually evidence or meat. I call it meat on the bone,
That's why I think you got to look at the MUFON database, because there's some cool stuff.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm all in. I'm going to give them my $6. Hope they don't spend it on having sex in airplanes.
Yeah, and you can search for it. You can search for like dates and times, places, locations, keywords, all kinds of stuff. So it is helpful. I like it. So I found some cool stuff on there.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask you for a favor, because I'm going to be making a series of these videos that are kind of they're like parodies of Third Phase of Moon videos. And we're going to be showing some weird stuff on the screen, and I could use another presenter if you want to help me with that. Like,
Sure. The Cuthin brothers.
The what?
The Cuthin brothers.
The Cuthin brothers. Yes.
Yeah.
But I think that if they can get away with putting absolutely known, non-mysterious things on YouTube with clickbait titles, I want to try it and see what happens when we do that. I think it's a social experiment.
But with your channel, I don't know how that's going to go. Everyone's going to know it's a joke, right?
Yeah. Well,
I mean, if you're going to do that, you'd have to
I have some that are, you would be surprised when you see it. You go, I don't know what the hell that is. And then it's something stupid and ordinary. And I'm going to tell them what it is at the end of the video.
Well, because they did a lot of trial and error with their stupid fake videos. So you would have to do that for a while before it started to catch on.
I'm trying to buy a monkey, Sheila, and shave it down and make it look like an alien. We'll get a costume for it. Come on.
Not a monkey. You should get a hairless cat or something.
Yeah, those are weird. I knew somebody that had one. They had to keep heaters in the room. Those things shiver and shit when they get cold because they don't have any hair on them.
Poor babies. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good luck with that. I just think I think that's a strange thing to do with your channel. It's gonna make people are gonna lose trust in you or something.
No, it's going to be a goof. People already know it's a goof.
If
I'm
you
not
had
going to
like
make fun of a lot of them.
Okay, if you have like a separate channel where you're really trying to do this, you could see, but then you probably
You know what? That might be a good
money.
idea. Like, just start a whole new channel and put a bunch of them up there and see what happens. And don't tell everybody that it's bullshit.
That would be the way to go. Otherwise, people will be like, you have to. There has to be some type of suspension of disbelief. They have to just believe it. I don't know.
I think this is a good idea, though. We need. I need some CGI of aliens. And
wow. I don't know how I can make still images. I can make some creepy still images, but
well, there you go. That's enough. They made $500 on this totally fake AI generated images that somebody said was from Roswell, 1947. And
where? I just did one like that too. Interesting.
Third Phase of Moon. They made a video, and the title was something like "Restored or Lost Roswell 1947 Crash Images" with a question mark. And everybody that looked at it instantly said AI generated images.
What was on the images? What did it look like?
I could show it to you, but not at the moment.
Was that recent?
Yeah, it was recent. Yeah, their video's still up. Just search Roswell on their channel. And everybody I know that looked at it instantly said those are AI generated images. They played dumb, and they got huge views. It got huge views.
That's what sucks about this AI stuff. It's going to be a problem when it comes to this kind of stuff, and it's getting better. And it's going to be it's bad. Like I'm like beta testing some video stuff. Like you're going to be able to nothing's going to be real anymore. It's all going to be
indistinguishable from reality soon, you think?
Yes. Even now, the still images are.
Well, now there's some telltale signs with most of the generators. When they do a scene and put people in it, the people always look wonky. They don't look right, you know?
It depends which one you're using.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah. People don't realize how good it actually is. They always like show examples.
They got 30,000. I'll show you the still from their channel. I'm not going to play their video or I'll get copyright stricken or something. Here's the images. And, it just goes, who's behind this? And
I think
funny.
My Wi-Fi might be cutting out. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. They said, who's behind this? And I can't remember who it was, but somebody said you.
So true.
So they have two videos of the same thing, and 34,000 views and 28,000 views, which is probably like $500 they made off of that, and it's totally fake AI generated images, not real. It has nothing to do with Roswell.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. I faked a Roswell picture too. If it lets me, I will share my screen in a second. Just for fun, I put it on Reddit.
Did you say it was fake, or did you want to see what people would say?
No, I said it was fake. I posted it to something called AI Freakout, which is just
okay.
Yeah, I posted the real image along with it, so I wasn't trying to fool anybody. I just post a lot on here on Reddit. Hold on. Anyway, I'll find it in a second.
I've never gotten into Reddit too much because I have enough rabbit holes to go through. And Reddit is rabbit holes, man. Sometimes those threads go like for 25 pages and people arguing back and forth about different stuff.
I know. And then one comment will have like 1,000 comments underneath that.
Yeah, it's quite the rabbit hole.
Hold on.
There's all these trolls here tonight. Bob Lazar is here.
Oh, cool.
Live chat.
What? So people don't like Bob Lazar anymore?
I think I have a lot of videos about Bob Lazar being a fraud, and most people that are actually good researchers agree that his story is fake. Unfortunately, that if I could pick one story that was real, I would want it to be Bob Lazar's story. It's a great story, but
yeah, I kind of always believed him, but I haven't looked that much into it, so what do I know? Yeah. My computer's not letting me do much, but I'll see if I can bring that up in a little bit. The Out There channel is in the chat.
Yeah, he's here.
Cool.
Yeah, he did some of the debunks in that latest, what I will call a documentary. It's in the description of the video, these third phase of moon hoax pieces, if you're interested. And now I think the latest is that Gufan's going to prove that the debunk was wrong, but only one data point out of 10 somehow. So somehow we're supposed to apologize or something. And I kind of feel like, well, prove the other 50 hoaxes are fake, that we got those wrong too. You know, they admitted to this, so much of this stuff.
Right.
I don't think I owe anybody an apology. But now he's pissed off at Now he's pissed off at you too, right?
Well, they did this to themselves. They did it to themselves. What did they expect us to think? Like, come on. Okay, I'm going to share my screen here.
Oh,
Hold on here.
I don't see it yet.
No, it's coming in a second.
Boy, I know you can't wait to get your new computer, but I can't wait for you to as well, because I want to see what you're going to do as far as new content, you know?
Yeah, I can't wait till I can actually have a functioning computer. I'm sharing it, right?
Oh, yes, you are. Why is it not? Oh, there it is.
Is it showing? Oh,
it looks like a cat in there. Oh, that's so funny. That's
I changed
great.
it. Oh yeah. This is on Twitter, just for the heck of it. I changed that. Oh yeah. But I was able to change it the first time I changed it. It looked just like I could change it to the person that was squatting down. I changed it to like a black female, like admiral commander person. It's very interesting how you can change it so easily.
That is interesting.
It's on my computer. Yes.
It's interesting how easy it is to take so you took like the original photos and then you manipulated them.
Yeah. I use something called runwayml.com. You color over the area that you want to change. You type in what you want it to change it to, and it tries to do its best to change it. It's very easy.
What is the name of that software? I'm sorry.
It's a website called runwayml for machine learning. runwayml.com.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna bug you and get
free.
all these links. I have notes from you. This is so funny. Like, I hate to be selfish with you, Sheila, but you're like my tour guide into this stuff, and you're further along than me. Like, I only went to the image generators so far, and I'm fascinated with them. So
I'd love to help you out. Like, we can do off air. I can show you, because anybody who's actually interested in it, I'd love to, because nobody ever wants to talk about it. They don't care about it. So I'd love to help someone get into it.
I love this stuff. I think that it's going to be a creative, powerful tool for good creators. And I saw Pragmagic was in the chat earlier, and he's kind of on the negative camp, because he's an artist and a content producer as well.
I understand where he's coming from.
He says that the rich elite are going to stamp out the creatives with this thing.
I don't think so. I think people are being dramatic. I'm friends with a lot of comic book creators, people who worked for DC and Marvel that got kicked out for voting for Trump. Those people, like Ethan Van Sciver and stuff. So they don't care for AI either that much, but also their jobs aren't going to be in danger, because it'll just make it more niche for a human to be the artist, you know. But they could incorporate it. I think, like, I made the backgrounds for one of the comic books that one of them made using AI. I didn't make it. I generated it.
And I have a project that I'm going to talk to you about off air, but just briefly, like, I've got fascinated with this idea of making a movie all on green screen. But the problem comes in is that you need a really good artist to do all the backgrounds, or it's not going to look right. You know, it'll look shitty. It'll look cheap, you know. But then I thought, what if you could get somebody really good with AI to do all the backgrounds, or I could get, I've been doing some tests, and it's pretty amazing what can be done. And I needed like desert scenes. So I just used DALL-E and put in, like, you know, desert scene, mountain background, many clouds, or different keywords until you get the background that'll work for you. And then you save that one and you delete the rest of them, right?
Well, they're working on doing that for video too. Yeah, Runway ML, it's going to be coming out soon, where you could change a video's background. You can make it in space. You can make it anywhere that you type in. So they're rolling that out soon, but it's not quite there yet. I don't think for movies, for like a video. It would be very artistic looking.
Well, that'll kind of fit the motif that I was going for. So maybe it'll work. I'm going to do some more testing. I have all these green screen screens that I'm not using, and I'm going to set up. I just cleaned my entire garage, and it's a pretty big, huge garage. And I'm going to try to make that a whole green screen room and try to film stuff and then try to put backgrounds in and do some testing. But that's amazing that you could probably right now with the current level of technology, even being not a Hollywood, no Hollywood budget, but just by yourself, you can make a movie on green screen totally with the help of this AI software, especially.
Yes, I think it's going to be coming soon where we'll all be able to do that. If they like don't price gate it or something, but yeah, we'll all be able to like make our own movies just by typing them out, which is really cool.
Yeah, and what about people that are interested in art, always wanted to be an artist, but don't have the physical skill or whatever it takes to actually paint or, I think it opens up possibilities for some people. For
disabled people, for mentally or handicapped people.
Yeah.
I think it's beautiful. And it's also good for sketch artists with suspects because, so there's this guy in Comicsgate, he always wears a mask. Some people know what he looks like, but I didn't. But somebody who has seen his face described it to me, and I put it into the AI, and the face that I came up with, turns out it does look just like his real face, which is crazy because he revealed his face later on. But so it's good for sketch artists and describing suspects and stuff. I think it'll be good for that. It's amazing. It has so many uses.
That is pretty amazing.
Yeah, it's so cool.
I'm seeing even with this DALL-E, it's pretty interesting to just generate. You've been kind of away from YouTube and the content creation thing, but like, let's say you just need. I was doing a story on a murder, and I needed images that weren't copyrighted, that were like a police murder scene with tape. Yeah. And I just put into the image generator like police crime scene taped off or something like that. And I came up with all these images that I could use in the project.
Yep, you have your own stock images at that point. Yeah, stock images.
Yeah, so
it's really good for that.
But let's talk about the downside though of this, because there is a downside, and that is, I suppose that some people will be put out of work by this, and also the amount of fake. Like in the world of UFOs, that's going to be a big thing, like how to detect if it's an AI image or not, right?
I wouldn't even trust pictures from now on, honestly. Unless you happen to trust the source, like pictures, I know personally that those can be manipulated with the click of a mouse. So with no Photoshop skills at all. You don't have to have any Photoshop skills. So I don't know. Yeah, it's going to be a problem. Deep fakes where you can put someone's face on someone else's face is a problem. You can also fake their voices, which is how I got into AI to begin with. And I built a custom AI voice of somebody I know, and it worked. So there's so much you can do.
I think that I like to see the good side of things, but you do have to recognize that that's going to be a problem for some people. Like, I know UFO guys that are already cursing these things. They're like, Jesus, now we're never going to know if it's fake or not,
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you just have to use your better judgment. It sucks. But I mean, I love AI. I love everything. I love playing with all the tools and stuff. I use it for art and fun things. I'm not thinking about faking anything, but that will be something that it's used for. Unfortunately, the pictures, like right now, I could make a celebrity doing something that they would never be doing, whatever it might be.
Oh, the deep fakes is a whole nother thing. Now you'll soon be able to make a celebrity say or do anything, right?
Right. And still
did you know, I didn't know this. A friend of mine told me there is something called deep fake porn now.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
They get a regular porn with somebody that has nothing to do with the celebrity, and then they stick like the celebrity, like Uma Thurman or somebody, and then it looks pretty convincing that that's really them.
Yeah, the closer they look to the celebrity, the better it looks. But I have a program that does that. It's called Deep Fake Lab or Deep Face Lab, one of the two. I don't really use it because it takes a lot of GPU, but it can do that. It can also do live, like if I'm on webcam right now, I could have like Scarlett Johansson's face or something like that. If I had a powerful enough computer. But yeah, It's crazy what
Wow.
can be done. Yeah.
Well, now I have more motivation to build I'm going to build a monster of a computer. I used to do
Yes.
that every 2 years. I used to really be into doing that. But after a while, I got lazy and I just went, I'll just buy one right off the shelf. I don't care if it's custom or as long as it does what I need,
No,
And
yeah.
also with my business, I get a lot of old computers from clients and customers. They upgrade every 2 years. So I go, oh, it's only 2 years. I'll just use this thing, you know.
Yeah.
I'm cheap, so it's like, oh, it's only 2 years. And I have some that are like older gaming computers, but they're still perfect for video editing and things, But I'm going to build a monster to do some of this stuff. I'm
Yeah,
going to
get
build
a
a
really
monster
good
PC
GPU.
again.
Because if you have that graphics card, you don't have to go through anybody else to like pay them to generate these things. You just you can run it locally on your computer, which is the best way to do it.
You mentioned Out There Channel, and he on Twitter. I want to get your reaction to this. It turns out, and now I'm sad, and here's why I'm sad. I'm sad because Third Phase of Moon just put out another hoax,
Oh,
but they involved two people that I like and respect, and that would be Michael Schratt and Jim Goodall in the video. And they like showed them the video to get their reaction, but it turns out, it's likely another totally fake thing. So we'll get your reaction. Here's what they put out.
Okay.
Massive UFO fleet encounter with commercial airline. Aviation experts reaction. And that would be Jim Goodall, who is an expert in aviation history, but he might not have been aware that they were most probably allegedly showing him something they knew wasn't what they said.
Why do people even talk to them? Like they were on Coast to Coast. I was just like, ugh, what do you guys?
Yeah. Well,
Nobody knows anything.
here's what UFO Proof found. Look at that.
What's this crap? Let me see.
So if you could see, the first one is supposed to be massive UFO fleet encounter with commercial airline, aviation experts.
Are those boats?
Reaction. That's what UFO Interest is saying, that those are boats.
They look like boats. I mean, to begin with. Okay.
We can see a good example of those UFOs. And now people are going to argue over whether he's right or not. There's a whole thread. Oh, I didn't mean UFO. I'm sorry. I didn't mean Out There Channel. UFO. This is from UFO
of Interest. I love him.
Yeah, he puts a lot of this stuff to show what it really is. And we can easily see that it could easily be taken from an airline, but you're pointing down at the ocean, not up at the sky.
That's ridiculous.
And,
that's silly. Yep, that seems ridiculous. Seems right on par. I love UFO of Interest. I think he's a good follow. And anytime you have a question about something, you kind of run it by him. And sometimes he'll be like, oh yeah, I debunked this here. And he'll like send me a link from him already debunking it like years ago. So it's good to run things past him sometimes.
Yeah. I think he does a great job most of the time. But the shit peddlers hate his guts. They hate him.
Oh, wow.
Probably because he's busting their scams and,
Yeah, it's like go out there and record. Like if anybody is in an area where you can like see the sky at night and you go and record, I think after a while you're going to record something cool. Like,
I'm looking forward to this thing. And I think it's November 18th. These guys are coming to my cabin and they've got like
so cool.
I could show you videos, but they're so bad that I did because I don't have great cameras and I'm using a phone and like a Kodak.
Oh, no. You need a tripod and all that.
Yeah, but it just looks like a light in the sky. You don't know what it is. It could be anything when I do it. But those guys have good cameras that can zoom and
night vision
and FLIR and all this different stuff. So
that's going to be cool.
We're going to have an interesting thing. And I this weekend I'm going there just to make firewood for one night. I'm going to make a huge bonfire while we're doing the sky watch because it's going to be cold and we're going to be out there a while.
That's so cool. I think that's more of what everybody should be doing is that kind of stuff. I think that's great.
Yeah, and we'll see what we capture, but we're not going to lie to anybody. If we don't know what it is, we'll say we don't know what it is. I will say this. I'm going to have satellite tracking map and Solarium on two different laptops so that if it is a celestial thing, like, we're looking at Mars or Saturn and we just don't know it, we'll know from the software I have. And if it's a satellite, we'll know from the software that I have.
Yeah, you can be expecting the satellite and be like, okay, it's going to come at this time and stuff. So yeah, that's really good.
19th and 20th. That's the date that it is. Okay,
That
thank you.
sounds awesome. I think the hunting is half the fun, so you could stream that if you have a way to stream it.
Yeah. Oh, we're gonna do that. Yeah.
Cool.
We're definitely gonna do that. I think
great.
that it's gonna be fun just to watch us do the sky watch, and
I think so.
we got to figure out how to pipe in the cameras to the live stream. But
Yeah,
we're gonna have three of us nerds there. We'll figure something out, right?
yeah. You could have little windows with the cameras and stuff.
Yeah, unidentified S4. He's one of the people coming, and along with Ron from Cosmic Neighbors. He says we will have all software up to cancel out the obvious.
Very cool. That's great.
Yeah.
That's what more people need to do. That's great.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize, but we went over time for you, so I apologize. But I could talk to you for hours about this AI software, and I have a feeling we'll be talking off air more about it. If you're up for it, I sure am, because I've got 1,000 more questions and projects, and I think it's going to be an incredible tool for me in the future. I could see that.
I'll give you a crash course on it. You'll know how to do it within like 10 minutes. It's all good.
Well, you could probably save me months of messing with it myself. You know, when somebody knows how to do something, I appreciate that. And thank you so much. Because if somebody already has been through the learning curve and they know how to do what I'm trying to figure out, I love somebody offering to show you, you know. And by the way, I ditto anything that you need to know that I know how to do. I'd be happy to help you as well. And
thanks.
You know,
because it was a lot of going into the Discords and asking questions and figuring it out. Yeah, it was a bit of a process, but I'd be happy to show you.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you being here, and I hope you do become a frequent guest. But don't worry, I won't ask you to come on every week to get.
That's okay. That's cool. Yeah, I'll be happy to come on.
I would if you wanted to, but
why not?
You're a busy mom, right?
Yeah, I do a different podcast on Friday nights. That's the only thing I have.
The comic book one, right?
Yeah, it's comic bookish.
It's my comic book. Tell everybody where they can find that?
No, no, because it's not. They won't know what the heck is going on. It's a weird podcast. It's not even about.
I listened to it. It wasn't that weird. It was like comic book nerd stuff, right?
Well, okay. It's called Camel Nights. It's on a channel called Camel Moon Art, and that is on Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Pacific time. So it's kind of late on Friday nights. So we just talk about all kinds of weird stuff. They show like TikTok videos and like they actually don't talk about comic books, but they are comic book creators. So it's kind of confusing, but they just look at whatever goofy stuff. We're a very tight-knit community, so there's a lot of inside jokes, but you're all welcome to join. All welcome to come.
Great. And I have your old channel in the description of the video, or new channel in the description of the video, newer Sheila Alien channel. And I will, if you send me the link, I will put your older channel in. I'd like to see some of your old videos myself, so please do send me the link, and we'll share it here with our audience.
Sure, I'll send it right now, because I just recently like re-released all those old UFO videos of mine, because for some reason when I got the channel back, everything was privated, so I had to go through and unprivate them. But so I did that. So now those are all, they look like they're like new uploads, but they aren't. They're old. The dates are on them. So.
And it's just youtube.com/Sheila Aliens, but SHEILA Aliens.
Correct. Yep. I just sent you the link in private chat.
Yeah, and I'll put that into the live chat here as well, so people can check out your older work, and the newer channel is in the description of the video as well.
Right.
Just put Sheila Aliens in the YouTube search bar and you should find her easily.
Yeah, I think both channels pop up, and you guys are welcome to comment on my old UFO videos with what you think it might be. Everybody's welcome to comment on my stuff.
It's aliens, Sheila. It's gotta be aliens.
Maybe. You never know. But yeah, thanks for having me on, and thank you for everybody in the chat.
Yeah, my pleasure. It's good to get to know you a little bit better. And I think you and I are going to be fast friends. You and I are going to be doing some nerd stuff real soon.
Awesome. Sounds good.
All right. Thanks, Sheila. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Have a good night. Bye.
You too. Good night. Wow, what an amazing lady. She's just a cool chick, right? And interested in so many weird and strange things that I am as well. So, yeah, that's awesome. She's going to help me to navigate through this. Go look up AI software and try to learn which one you should be using for what task or what does what. There are now AI image generators. There are AI animation generators. There are AI video generators. There are AI programs, which she mentioned, that you can take a video of yourself and then put it in this AI software, and it will take your background out and put a different background behind you. There's all kinds of things, and she's been into this for quite some time. So I'm going to selfishly use her expertise to get up to speed a lot quicker than I would be able to on my own. So we'll take some comments and questions from the live chat. Space Exposure is here and says, thanks, Sheila. Good interview. Lord Ludicrous says, great conversation. Yeah, she's a cool chick. And I love some of these projects that she's doing. Check out her YouTube channel and look at this. These videos that she's making with all this AI software is amazing. And in some cases, like the one that we played at the beginning of tonight's broadcast, she did with AI software, all the images, all the video, all of the music that you hear, everything in AI software. Incredible. I am a big believer in software empowering people to do great things. You know, early on, I realized the power of the computer to do creative things. Before anybody really even knew you could, I was making music on computers, got really good at that, and I still enjoy that today. But the power of computers has become such now that, you know, it used to take a lot for a computer to manipulate even the data of audio, you know, and now computers are just getting more and more powerful every year. And it's not just audio that you can completely manipulate now. You can manipulate video and animation and all of these things, imagery. And I really love using the power of software to do incredible things, right?
Not trying to beat a dead horse, but when someone like this gets readily accepted into the UFO and exopolitical community, it does make you want to ask the question, does ufology have a Nazi problem? Just like a community had formed around the alternative free flavoured testimony of exopolitical whistleblowers, another community was forming on the sidelines, ready to poke holes in already unbelievable stories.
Let's talk about Linda Moulton Howe, the woman who has been caught selling 100%
sent provably fake alien pictures. Somebody sent her a video game cover. She's telling everybody that's a real picture of an alien taken on the moon.
Stephen Cambion runs the YouTube channel Truth Seekers, dedicated to exposing what he sees as hoaxes and fraudsters in the UFO and secret space program communities.
I can't see how anybody can spend more than 5 minutes on David Wilcox and not understand that guy's a total fraud.
Did you hear the latest? The latest is that he's taking baths in his own piss because the Archangel Michael told him that if he did that, he would get superpowers.
Time traveling and fighting reptilian aliens in space. Pretending that the Montauk Project was real, when it's really about dudes jerking off in front of each other in chairs. This is some serious shit we're talking about. Those aliens want to bang old broads. Michael Sala's a fluffer.
That's the best description that I could give for one Michael Sala. Draco reptilian aliens fucking people and eating people.
We don't want to have sex with humans. Humans are disgusting.
You were talking about how if we just take away all the CIA infiltration out of the community, then what do we have
What's
left?
What's left? Not much.
Unsurprisingly, he's done quite a few shows on Randy Kramer.
Randy Kramer's heroic efforts to help research and develop Earth's first holographic regenerating medbed. His funds are running low. To continue this awesome endeavor, he needs your help. This $70,000 goal will help bridge the gap.
There's always a scam involved, isn't there?
As you probably already know, Captain Randy Kramer has firsthand knowledge of these beds, as he has had several of his own body parts blown off and regenerated in the bed beds during his service as a super soldier and space pilot in the U.S. Marine Special Section and Mars Defense Force with Radiant Garden Fleet.
They grow new stuff right off your body with a holographic pattern that tells your body to just grow more cells. Call a holographic medical bed. There's pretty amazing.
Like a kind of 3D printer.
No, not at all, actually. So if in my arm, let's just say my arm had third-degree burns all over it, and we have a holographic projector that projects a hologram of my arm, but using a blood sample that has a DNA sample and a computer file, that's perfect, right? So it projects a perfect hologram of my arm with cellular level resolution.
According to him, the GoFundMe was to bring this technology that could cure any illness imaginable to the world, and even go as far as to stop the aging process. People actually donated to it, and I don't blame them. Imagine you're a true believer suffering from a chronic illness, and a man comes along and tells you that he's been to Mars and been privy to state-of-the-art technology that can cure you. It's the exact same mentality as people that drain their bank accounts and funnel their hard-earned cash into the pockets of an enigmatic cult leader.
And you see how these scammers work? They scam people with these big, fantastical claims, like, I'm going to create medbed technology. And then he got $60,000 from that scam. Where's the medbeds? He just rolls on, and now he's on to a new scam. Like, give me $99 a month, and I'll teach you how to have superpowers. For $99 a month, you too can learn to have superpowers. Brought to you by the man who once collected, by some accounts, over $70,000 in order to create medbed technology, which could regrow limbs, cure cancer, cure children with autism. I'm the father of an autistic child, for those unaware, so I was particularly offended by this man's claims. Interestingly, we have done our due diligence covering him, and he is off to the land of the cosmic con artists, still conning people for $99 a month, where you can learn to have superpowers like him. It's a long story. You can check our previous videos. But tonight is a special event here. I cannot tell you. I have been trying to bring this interview to you for quite some time now. And we've just had a comedy of strangeness happen every time we tried to do it. I got sick with COVID. She got sick. We had to reschedule several times, but I'm happy to say she's in the back in the green room here. We're getting her sobered up and ready for her appearance tonight. So she will be here momentarily, but we do want to take just a moment to recognize those members of the live chat. Welcome, and My Flock is Everywhere with the 99 cents super sticker and a $2 super chat. Says, Walt, love you, brother. Starting the night off right, praising the cash. That's what we do. Thank you very much for your kindness, generosity, and support, and helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
We're going to be embroiled in a very intense conversation here. No, I promised her, she was worried about, if she should have notes prepared. What can I tell you about tonight's guest? She is an incredible researcher, and I love incredible researchers, somebody that I could admire and respect because of the work that she puts in. For those unaware, her YouTube channel is called Weird Reads with Emily Louise. And it's one of my new favorites. Unfortunately, I've watched almost every video she's ever made. And what I can tell you is that every video that she does is sort of documentary style. She's got a great personality. She's funny. The videos are well sourced and incredibly well researched, more so than almost any other person I've seen on YouTube, including myself, that make videos. She really, if you want the whole story, this girl brings it to you. And one of the things that brought her to my attention is, you guys know how I feel about this Montauk project that everybody pushes as a true story. But everybody leaves the part out about the jerking off in the chairs and the gay sex parties with all the people that were bringing people the story of Montauk. So I get annoyed with everybody that does a video on Montauk because they don't mention it. But Emily Louise did, because she gives people the whole story, which is another reason why I like, admire, and respect her. So without further ado, we're going to bring her in here and grill her for a while. You'll notice, I want to thank Ryan from The Secret Teachings. We've got the perfect shirt on to do a show on the Secret Space program. I have my Blue Rooster Chicken shirt on. I am so ready for this. And I wanted to mention, her latest video is amazing, and we played a clip from that, and she gave us a shout out and mentioned this community of skeptical voices that sort of formed along the sidelines. She did a great job. I don't even know where she found all those clips. I forgot about some of those shows. She did an amazing job, but her latest video is called Alternative 3. How a hoax documentary created a conspiracy cult. And what's most interesting to me about this video is it really ties together. It shows you where all this secret space nonsense came from the seed of it, to the root of it, to the stalk of it. She breaks it all down. We will put the link to her YouTube channel in the description of the video, but we're going to have a great talk with her tonight about some of her amazing work. Welcome, Emily Louise.
Bloody hell. What fucking intro was that? God damn.
Oh, come on.
I don't think I can live up to this hype. You built me up too much.
Oh, maybe we overhyped. Yeah. But you
didn't overhype.
Yeah, I always talk about this overhype and underdeliver, right? All the grifters do that. They have to sell their fake stories. But I think you deliver. I am very impressed with all of your videos. I love the Montauk one. I have a thing about cults. If there's a documentary about cult, I watch it. I don't know why, but you cover the cults, the secret space program, the Montauk gay sex parties. You cover all of that stuff.
It's
but
my
what I really wanted to ask you is, I don't know where you got started in this rabbit hole. Like, what originally got you? Because you are in it deep, honey. You are in this. You are deep in the rabbit hole now.
Oh God! I'm never gonna get out.
But where did you start on all this stuff? And what got you so obsessed and fascinated?
Oh my God, it's a really hard question. What do you mean, from I don't. Right, first of all, I'm not very good at answering questions, okay, and I'm a little bit nervous, so please,
well, relax,
you're gonna be able to tell. I will loosen up. Maybe I should have had a drink.
There's people in the live chat that are so happy that you're here.
I know. Now. Sorry. Okay. I don't know really. Maybe. Okay. Actually, I do know the answer to this question. I have a friend that got really into kind of QAnon-y kind of stuff. And I'd always been interested in this kind of stuff. So, oh my God, I'm so bad at answering questions. If we go way back of like what really got me into this kind of stuff, it's obviously like X-Files, Art Bell, all that kind of shit. But what got me interested in like really kind of researching it was a friend that got really deep into QAnon and a lot of the kind of new age stuff. And I wasn't really sure where a lot of it came from. And I wasn't really sure how a lot of it connected to a lot of unsavory things, shall we just say. So I wanted to find out more, and I kind of got a little bit obsessed with it, and now I'm here.
You're stuck.
But I feel like I've always had a bit of like a magnet for weirdos. I feel like it's something that I just got kind of like, you know, from birth. I just attracted weirdos to me. That sounds weird. I think you know what I mean, though.
Yeah. Well, don't you think though that weirdos are interesting people sometimes?
Absolutely.
You just gotta stay away from the dangerous ones.
Well, this is what we were saying before. You know, you kind of moan about being in clown world, but there's a little bit that kind of enjoys it. You know, like a little bit. You know, they're quite entertaining.
Yeah. Very, very. It is one of those things. It feels like once you get in here, you're just stuck. You got to keep going.
Yeah.
We'll
never get out. We'll die in here.
Well, that's not a great thought. But
I know. I talk about death too much. Sorry.
And you know what I find interesting is that how long did you spend on this last secret space program? It's a full-on documentary, right? It's like,
thank you, I appreciate that. 5 months.
5 months on one video, video, but it covers the whole gambit from.
It was a lot.
And can you explain to my audience, or for people who are unaware, the thread in this documentary is that essentially Alternative 3, which was a fake documentary about the rich, powerful, elite ruling class going to Mars to get off planet, right? Can you explain a little bit about this Alternative 3, what it was and how it seeped into the UFO community and the conspiracy world and the secret space program ripped it off, right?
Yeah, so I feel like Alternative 3 is very much like a product of it. It's a product of its time, right? So like if it came out now, it wouldn't have had anywhere near the same level of influence that it did. And obviously back in the 70s, you can't verify information, you can't Google stuff, whatever. And a lot of people kind of watch it and they say, I'd never believe that. You know, it's very obviously fake. But I feel like if you go back to like 1977, you would very easily fall for it. And a lot of people did. And it kind of started seeping its way into like the UFO world very, very early on, like basically as soon as it came out. And there are people like Brinsley Lepoix Trench.
I hate those French names. I never know how to say them.
Well, he was the Earl of Clancarty, so he was in the House of Lords, and he's I mean, you want to talk about a nutter. Like that guy was,
he's a full-on wackadoo.
Oh God, yeah. Like he was really something. And he was like a big believer in it. And then from there it kind of just went into like different UFO groups. And but then it really kind of got picked up by Bill Cooper in the early 90s. Well, him and Montauk. So it was like he started talking about it in the late 80s. And the Montauk Project books came out in like the early 90s. So it was around that era, which is like kind of like the really kind of the big boom in like UFO stuff, where you got Bob Lazar and all of those kind of characters coming out. And they really like latched on to this Alternative 3 story. And Bill Cooper like references it in Behold a Pale Horse, like it's a legit thing. Like he talks about it.
I checked your references. I noticed that you mentioned Bill Cooper's book, and there's so much of ufology or whatever that comes from Behold the Pale Horse that it's interesting to me. And you know what else I always thought interesting is that all roads lead back to Madame Blavatsky.
Oh, always.
And I have found that too. No matter what you look into, there's a thread of Blavatsky in there somewhere.
Everywhere.
This woman,
everywhere.
Yeah.
Especially with like a lot of the early UFO contactees. Although there's another one, and I only found out this recently through like a friend who's also a researcher. Have you ever heard of OASB? the OASB book.
Oh, I think I have, yes.
It's like a channeled work. It's like one of those channeled works. It's like absolutely huge. But that's a lot of like the early 50s UFO stuff. Like a lot of their ideas come
all
from
jammed into
it's all kind of they're like intersecting communities, right? Like New Age and UFOs. Like they have a lot of overlapping.
You mean the crystal hippie bitches and the UFO nutters?
Yeah. The crystal hippie bitches.
There's a lot of overlap. You're right. There's so much overlap.
Yeah.
And you know what other book is hugely influential in UFOs and secret space is the Urantia book. Because
I haven't read that and I will never read it.
I know why that works so well. I know why people go balls deep into that. It's because it's like it has every answer to every question you've ever had about the world or God or demons or angels. It's all in there. And it sounds so good. It's well written. It sounds so
and it's massive.
Reasonable that it's true. I can't get through it. I've tried. I got
there's no way.
Quarters of the way through and but that has seeped in. But don't you think that the timeline then, according to you, and I think you're accurate in this, is the timeline kind of went this alternative 3 comes out. And then we've got the UFO people in the 80s.
Oh, there was also people like Mae Brussel as well. So it kind of got into like the more kind of parapolitical stuff. But I'm probably too much of an apologist because I'm a bit of a Mae Brussel fan. But again, like I feel like you have to remember that it was of its time. Like and not only the documentary. Sorry, I've totally forgot to mention this, but it's the book as well. So Alternative 3 began as the fake documentary, which was and then the book came along 1 year later, and the book was essentially to capitalize on all of the interest of the documentary. So it got churned out really, really, really quickly. Obviously,
and they got a writer to do that. And
Leslie.
But isn't it interesting that
video.
This is a fictional book about a hoax documentary. It was like,
it is
for those that don't understand, I just want to be clear to my audience. You know, like the War of the Worlds, where they did a radio broadcast and pretended that it was real, that Martians were landing. This is what Alternative 3 kind of was. It was a hoax documentary that was put out to be like a joke that it was real, and then they made a book about it that was also fake, and the UFO nutters globbed onto this book.
But the reason why they did is because it was totally marketed as non-fiction. So it was sold as non-fiction. It was all designed to be that way. It was then kind of, in Leslie's defense, Leslie's the writer of the book, Leslie Watkins, and he
seemed like a good guy in your.
I love him so much. He's a genuinely really sweet person.
Yeah.
And like in his defense, I don't want to say that like he encouraged these conspiracies, but.
Yeah, but he didn't do much to stamp them out,
Yeah.
So the whole Alternative 3 was kind of a scam if you think about it, because they marketed it as nonfiction to sell
the book, 100%. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And the book is it, and I should have said this earlier, but the book is the thing that really catapulted it. So like the book then kind of it was the book, and then there was also the rumors around the book. So there was all this stuff that was saying the book's been banned and you can't buy it in America. It was
just a publishing issue.
Yeah, it was a publishing issue. And there's a part of me that thinks, well, isn't that really convenient for like the publishing company to kind of like create this little like lie/conspiracy around it, which then generates more interest, which then generates more sales, right? Like you got to have that.
No, it was a brilliant form of early like guerrilla marketing.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I.
What if this is true? What if this is real? And then even after they sort of came clean and said this was a hoax, this wasn't real, the UFO nutters and some of the crystal hippie bitches already globbed onto this thing, and they would not let go that it was real
because they had been encouraged as well. I maybe I'm too like I am an empath, like Corey Good. So I feel
superpowers. I didn't know that.
I'm an intuitive empath. So I feel like I feel like a lot of them got like hoodwinked, but like almost on purpose, because if you go to a bookshop, you pick up a book and it says it's non-fiction, you know, like you're gonna go, it's a non-fiction book. And then if the book's telling you that, you know, there's a fucking civilization on Mars, or like a, you know, breakaway civilizations on Mars, or whatever the hell you want to call it, you're gonna, you know, some people are going to believe it because it says it's non-fiction. So I have got a little bit of like, I do kind of want to defend them a little bit, but you know, I'm talking about in like the 70s and the 80s, like, and at this point, you know. Also, nice that that person in the chat said this accent is horrid. That's nice.
Somebody else said they loved your accent. And look, we've got Compli Zerd is trolling David Wilcock. People do this in my live chat. They send $6.66 to troll David Wilcock. 666, which equals 3:33 each, which is 3:33 a.m. alien abduction time. Better beware, guys. Well, thanks for helping us to praise the cash. We appreciate that.
I love
and
that.
You have the Queen's English. So, most people I like your accent. I'm going to try to troll you. Like, all right, Emily, like, can you tell us about your other documentaries now? I can't do it.
Oh my fucking God.
Yeah,
that's like, I actually think that I can do quite good, you know, like East Coast accent. You know, like, gonna go down to the corner store and get myself some coffee.
That's Boston. But yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah.
That's East Coast.
Yeah, hard to get used to. Be nice. And listen, everybody should always be nice and respectful to our guests so that we could get them, especially, you know, nice ladies like this. It's 2 a.m. her time. And by the way, now's a good time to tell you this, but I could have done this in the morning my time so that, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but you
I'm
know,
sorry, Emily.
I like
I'm
to
sorry.
stay up late.
I didn't think about it. Yeah, but we're starting at 2 a.m., right?
Ah, it's all good. I'm literally drinking a coffee. I stay up till like 5 a.m. anyway. I'm, you know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Can you talk about this? So I wanted to go through sort of the timeline. So the alternative 3 starts all this, and if you really think about it, Randy Kramer's story is in alternative 3, basically.
Oh yeah.
And also Laura Eisenhower's stories is in alternative 3. She directly references alternative 3.
She says that she is that she was recruited to be part of like specifically alternative 3. Like that's what she says.
Yeah. So what we get is, like I said, this book and this documentary, even though it was completely fake, it gets globbed onto by all these UFO people and secret space people, and then they take it as true, 100% true, and then they sort of build onto the mythology.
Yeah.
And then we get to Montauk, who also borrows heavily, and then everybody builds off of Montauk. It's like they're building this ridiculous house of cards out of nothing, you know?
Yeah. But it's like folklore, right? It's like these kind of stories that one of my favorite examples of how quickly it changes is in the video. Was who was this? It was somebody's source. It was one of either David Wilcock's sources or one of Bill Ryan's sources that said they're called jump gates, right? Jump gates to Mars. Then Bill Ryan goes, no, actually, they're jump rooms. And then Andrew Bouchargo gets it and goes, it's the Mars jump room program. It's like it just changes, like in this tiny little changes. But if you don't know where it comes from, then it's a lot harder to like, because I find with this stuff, like it's so fantastical that you can't even like, you know, to like debunk it. It can be quite
it's designed. You know what I've always loved though, Emily, is that these people that tell all these stories about all the space battles going on Mars and all this other stuff, like there are people, I have a telescope and I can see the surface of Mars, right? I could see if there was a base. I could see if there were space battles or huge ships in orbit around Mars. Like, and I have a pretty meager amateur astronomer telescope, but some people have really ridiculous ones. They could really image things. So isn't it kind of ridiculous that all these people are talking about secret space battles on Mars that nobody could see but them? I always thought that was the stupid part of this. Like, really? Nobody could see this shit but you.
but really, you know, like if you think about it, all of the telescopes have probably been rigged.
Yeah, the
You
Blue
know.
Men in Black got to them.
Yeah,
That's what happened.
Exactly.
Yeah. They
You know.
scrubbed out the bases and the
Yeah.
reptilians.
Just
and
like
the
they
jump
did with the
rooms.
face on Mars as well.
Yeah.
You know.
Do
it's
you know
all of
Richard
that.
Hoagland pushed that for like 10 years. He still
Oh,
hasn't let
yeah.
it go. Now he says that there's a cover up to cover it up.
Well,
I
he's
think.
a big part of this as well, especially like with the Mars stuff and like you know, that whole kind of thing where
Yeah.
people say like, oh, the CIA remote viewed Mars. And it's just like that Joseph McMoneagle guy that was also like, I don't know the details of this, so don't quote me on it, but I was reading a book a while back called The Stargate Conspiracy. I still haven't finished it, but it's actually quite a good book. And it was basically talking about the relationship between Richard Hoagland and people from the Monroe Institute, where with the whole Stargate thing with the remote viewing thing was going on. I don't know the details.
Yeah,
so I probably
and
shouldn't have brought it up. But
Richard Hoagland also taught David Wilcock to grift. Did you know that?
Did
basically, oh yeah,
Oh,
he sucked up and hung out with Richard Hoagland for a long
I
time
was
before
trying
he
to
became his own
find these-
grifter.
Of course
Yeah.
he did. I was trying to find these message board things because that's where he got his start, right? On the on the Richard Hoagland message board. But you can't get them anymore, not on the Wayback Machine. It's on like a
It's-
BBS thing. You can't find it.
It's probably behind a paywall or something like that.
It's so
right?
annoying. I really wish that I could find it. Yeah, that's where he got his start. And also
somebody said they like my haircut, but somebody else said that I look like a lesbian. So I don't know. I don't know. Like
what does a
haircuts are
lesbian look
subjective.
like?
I don't know, but somebody said I had a lesbian haircut. So you never know what people are going to say.
Well, I think it looks lovely.
Can we talk for so all this stuff gets funneled from one fake story into another one built on top of the first fake story. So we've got alternative 3, and then we get into some of the 80s people like Behold the Pale Horse, Bill Moore, and some of these others that use that breakaway civilization idea, which Richard Hoagland would later steal and claim it's his invention. And so then we get to Montauk, which feeds heavily off of this alternative 3 stuff, right? And
That's why I first heard of it. Yeah. So Montauk was, I mean, the book came out in 91, the first book, but they were kind of, the stories were kind of forming in the 80s, like in the mid to late 80s. Preston Nichols and a few of the other guys were fixtures on like the psychotronics scene, like the Psychotronics Association. They were giving talks and stuff like that. I think that's where they all kind of like met each other. Al Bielek was involved in that as well. Al Bielek, who likes to say that he had no involvement in like the paranormal. Well, he's dead now, so he doesn't like to say anything.
But he was heavily involved in these. He was
really
the thing
involved
is
in it beforehand.
this
but he
is
said he
so
wasn't.
deceptive that these guys will say things like, I've never been involved in UFOs. I don't know, I just had these experiences. I'm not a UFO guy. Yeah, you are. And a lot of these people you can trace.
I'm
their
sorry,
lineage.
I can't stop laughing at the comment on the screen.
Somebody said I was a beautiful lesbian. I'll take it. That's a compliment. It made me feel good, Emily. I would make a beautiful lesbian, somebody said. So
I think
there's that. Right?
I think that's probably true.
Trolley Troll said that I'm a lesbian trapped in a man's body. Might be. I love women, and
I think you're just a
so do
heterosexual
lesbians.
man.
Yeah, probably. Most likely. So when we get to the Montauk, though, the angle that I can't stand that everybody ignores is all the gay sex parties, right? With this, there was a lot.
Okay,
of
so
gay
you want to get? I knew you were going to
get into the
this.
gay. Get into the gay sex parties
Okay.
and the masturbation, because people don't know this about Montauk, but one of the ways that some of these guys would make guys prove that they were a Montauk boy is they would put them in a chair in front of them and make them jerk off, because there's something about the orgasmic energy that makes all the secret Montauk chair stuff work, right? You got to.
So it's all to do with like. Right, so it's all to do with like Wilhelm Reich, and it's this like orgone energy, like the details of it are like don't have it in front of me, but essentially the jerking off is a deprogramming technique. Okay, let me go back to the beginning. So the idea is,
are you experiencing trauma, Emily? Do you want to de-traumatize yourself? Just sit here in this chair, take off your pants. You gotta take off your pants. It's so creepy, and everybody leaves this part of the story out.
It's so basically the idea. Okay, this is the other thing that gets me about Montauk as well, and I'll say it before I explain, like, you know, what the jerking off thing is. But the thing that gets me about it is that if you believe that the Montauk Project is real, and if you believe that Preston Nichols was telling the truth, then you also believe that he's not only a child sex offender, right? You also believe that he's a child murderer, because that's what he admits to in the book. The whole idea with Montauk is that these psychosexual techniques were used to break and fragment the mind, right? So you're creating alters in the mind of these young Montauk boys. And Preston is very specific in the book that these are children that we're talking about, right?
Yeah, I have the book. I was kind of horrified when I reread parts of it.
And it makes me then wonder, right? If you've got somebody that's admitted to that, why are you going to invite them to a conference and sit next to them? Like like what's his name? Sean David Morton sits next to him, joking around with him. You've got Richard Hoffman.
And you're right. This is a point. This is a point that people miss. If you're saying you ran this program that was sexually abusing children, why are you at a UFO conference, like, talking about that stuff? Like, it's really
Kerry Cassidy's there.
That's a huge plot hole that they all forget about and they miss. And we've got people like, Jimmy Church and Christina Gomer and a lot of the UFO circle jerk crowd. They tell the Montauk story, but they tell it from, like, the credible part of it, and there's just no evidence for it either. That's a problem. And I don't know if you know this, Emily, but I know that Montauk is a fake story, because years ago, probably in early 2000 or 2001, or even maybe earlier, maybe 1998 or something, I drove there and I hopped the fence and I went looking for underground anything. There's nothing there. There's abandoned old buildings, and there is nothing there that he describes in the book. There's nothing that he describes in the book, though. He talks about vents all over the base that would vent the underground. He talks about all these specific things. And I'm sorry, I spent a whole day there. I didn't find anything but abandoned buildings. So I think that was just a convenient, creepy set that he drove by maybe one day or something, and he incorporated into his story.
Well, have you ever watched the video where he's going around, where it's like, the thing about Montauk that, and somebody said in the chat, like, there's a credible part. The only credible part of it, I think, is that they build on a lot of kind of like MK Ultra kind of stuff, mind control or that kind of stuff, things that we know are legit. And we also know that we're not necessarily told the truth. And we know that, when organizations like the CIA say it never worked, maybe it's not the whole truth. But
they sure got rid of all those MK Ultra files.
Yeah,
they all just there was thousands of boxes of files, apparently, I've heard, and they all disappeared except for a tiny segment of them that we got.
Were destroyed.
Yeah, they were all destroyed because they didn't want people knowing what they were doing. My favorite is Operation Midnight Climax, Emily. Do you know that one?
Yeah, that's the LSD, the one and the
LSD and the hookers. They were dosing guys with LSD at whorehouses and seeing how they would react. That
and it's awful.
Yeah,
it's like genuinely horrific. But the thing about, like I said, the thing about Montauk, and we were talking about this earlier, like, people like Kerry Cassidy, who now she's a QAnon person. She's a Save the Children. She wants to go liberate the children from the deep underground military bases, but she's palling around with a self-admitted child murdering predator.
Yeah, this is a huge plot hole that I never understood myself. And these people should have to answer for this, huge inconsistency. Like, are you for the children, or are you hanging out with a guy who, and how many Montauk children were there, according to him, that were abused in this fashion, kept in cages, kidnapped, tortured, right? Like, this is terrible, right? It's a terrible part of the story. Uh-oh. I think that Emily has frozen. Oh, no. Yes, she's frozen. It must be the Men in Black. The Men in Black got to our stream because we were... I hope she's frozen. Emily, if you're monitoring this broadcast, her feed is down. Yes. Oh, there she goes. She de-rezzed, but don't worry. I'm hopeful that she will be back. 1 second here. That was you. I believe we're still live. Just reconnect from the same link. I'm sorry about that, friends. Sometimes when we are broadcasting with a guest that is very far away geographically, we have some of these issues. So we'll take comments and questions from the live chat, and hopefully Miss Louise will reconnect right in the middle of the good stuff, too. Billy Hicks says, I wouldn't necessarily say Montauk was fake, but instead it was a mind-controlled, spiritual, demonic ritual experiment with plenty of sex magic. Well, could be, but I've never found any valid, real evidence of it. And I believe that the people who made all the money pushing the story were frauds. They weren't who they say they were. They didn't have the education or the work experience that they claim to have. It's really strange. 1 second. Emily says that her internet has dropped out. Bear with me. No worries, Emily. Reconnect when you get a chance. In the meantime, we'll take comments and questions from the live chat. Hey, Stephen in Chatverse. Rodrigo Vieira is here. Another friend from across the vast ocean. Good to see you here, Rodrigo. Haven't seen you in quite some time. I hope you are doing well. She's a good guest. I hope she gets back. I'm sure that she will. Maybe she needs to turn it off and turn it back on again. I spent a career in IT, and that fixes most everything. Turn off the router, turn it back on, reconnect. Philharmonica says it's all demonic. A lot of people believe that. Where do these people get these grifty ideas? Well, we're trying to break that down for you. A lot of UFO mythology is like one fake story building on another fake story, on another fake story, on another fake story. And I think that Miss Louise has done an incredible job of breaking down the connection. We start with Alternative 3. We get into the 80s UFO scene and people like Glenn Stringfield and Bill Moore and others pushing UFO conspiracies and Majestic 12. And then it gets into the Montauk Project and the secret space stuff. And it all goes back to this Alternative 3, which was, regardless of what you think of Alternative 3, it was incredibly influential because it was foundational to so much other UFO mythology that would come after it. But I think that Emily correctly points out that the huge plot hole is, in Montauk especially, is like, wait, so in order for this whole story to work, you ran this project where you were torturing children, keeping them in cages, fracturing their psyches and all this stuff. And we're just supposed to think you're a great guy now? Like, none of this makes any sense, but there's always plot holes, but sometimes there's huge plot holes, right? And in this case, she's right. Like, Kerry Cassidy's hanging out with these guys, right? While she's a mole children person. Save the children, right? It's pretty stupid, right? Let me see. Questions or comments for me, please put them in all capital letters. We're waiting for our guest. If you're just joining us, you are watching Truth Seekers, and we're waiting for our guest, Emily Louise, to return. The Joker wants me to ask her what her next video is, please, and I will certainly do that. Your local nerd says, sending Emily good internet vibes. Yeah, let's hope. I'm on my phone, 4G, and my Wi-Fi has totally gone, trying to get it back. Oh, sorry to hear that. Well, this may be the shortest interview in history, but I think she'll be able to get back. Usually people can. Um, that's what it is. It's the secret space program. The people are trying to silence her. It's the blue chickens. The blue chicken cult got to her. That's what happened. That's exactly what happened. They don't like her talking smack. On the Wilcox stream, I asked why Liz signed an NDA. What do you think he is hiding? I don't know for a fact that she signed an NDA, but a lot of divorce settlements include some sort of NDA so that the wife or any spouse cannot go and trash you after you've given them, half your house or half your money. They should keep their mouth shut and keep whatever happened in your marriage private. Many men do that when they enter into a divorce agreement. It's a common part. Sherry, what they did at SSP to children is horrific. Get the firing squad ready. Fire when I say go. Oh, that's interesting. The blue chicken pecked out her router. Yeah, it definitely could have been. Definitely could have been. Rodrigo correctly points out stories on top of stories. Yeah, I can never say that word right. Epistemological dilemma. Yeah. Well, we have shown here that many of these stories in UFO land, you build, especially if you're selling a fake story and you want to make a lot of money, what you have to do is you have to build your story on an already accepted story. That's why so many people grift off of Roswell. We've got several different examples that I can think of. The alien autopsy scam, that was a total hoax. It was built on the Roswell mythology. Oh, this is a video of the autopsy of an alien that crashed at Roswell. No, it wasn't. Had nothing to do with Roswell. It was a complete and total fake story. But hitching it to Roswell helped sell it as a true story because many people believe that aliens crash landed at Roswell. And also in the Roswell camp of building stories on top of stories, we have the Roswell Slides, which was a complete and total fraud run by Jaime Maussan and promoted by Richard Dolan and other people. And we've got that Roswell Rock. There's several different books of supposed interviews with aliens from Roswell. The alien interview, not the alien autopsy, the alien interview. That was a different one. And that was all of these stories made tens of thousands the alien autopsy made millions, but the rest of them made tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they were all built on top of the Roswell mythology that was already out there and accepted. Operation Shutdown is here, and thanks for being a member. Says, thank you, Stephen and Emily, for bringing attention to the facts. Yeah, I apologize. I'm not sure if she's going to make it back. We'll give her 10 more minutes. Wilbo Baggins is here and says the green chickens don't like anybody. No, wait, I have the blue chickens, the blue rooster chickens, right? All right, Complizard is here, and thank you for being a member. Thought people that claim to have alien evidence had to sign 1 or 2 book deals. Yes, that is it. And we've got her back. The secret space program grifters were unsuccessful in their attack to stop her from breaking down the Cosmic Con. Welcome back, Emily.
Jesus Christ. I think I'm being definitely being gang stalked.
Maybe, yeah.
What's happening? Do you know what I've had to do now? I've had to connect because my whole internet, so the Wi-Fi has just dropped out. And I've now connected to the internet on my phone.
On your phone.
Because I'm now like, so if I dip out again, that means I've run out of data. So I apologize. I'm so sorry.
Oh no.
I don't know what's going on.
Right.
The internet was fine, and then it's like,
It's this. It's Randy. You know what it is? It's Randy Kramer.
It's the deep state. I think it's the
Randy
deep
Kramer.
state.
He doesn't want you talking about his
right.
MedBed scam. So
okay.
These SSP grifters are getting destroyed here, and they don't want you to ruin their con. So
true.
Very true.
DDS.
Yeah, maybe they
That is
denial
very
of
true.
service attacked your. Yeah, it could be. Hey, it
It's
works
awful.
for.
I
Did you
think
ever?
it's. I think it's
It
because they
works for
dip out the
Wilcock. Every
internet.
time he has a technical problem, it's a deep state attack. It's
Absolutely,
deep
that's what I'm
state
saying
attack.
from now on. That's going to be
Yes.
my line.
So we were talking about Montauk and all of the sex stuff, and then isn't it a fair statement to say that many of the people that were selling all the books and making all the money were really not who they claimed to be?
What do you mean?
I mean, it was sort
I
of
mean,
a
yeah.
facade.
The
Like you got the
yeah.
one guy living in a falling down house, and it was a hoarder mess full of
Oh, you know
garbage.
what?
And
I should have sent this to you beforehand. The other day, I found and I hadn't seen it before, and it's on James Rink's channel, Super Soldier Talk, and it's him being told. It's like a whole hour and a half thing. He goes to Preston's house and he lays down. So Preston's whole thing was okay, I'll get into this now. Preston lived in like a very kind of rundown house. He used to live there with his mother, I think, but his mother passed. One of my favorite facts is that his mum had a memorial shrine to Yul Brynner. I talk about this all the time. I just love it. I think it's great.
A shrine to Yul Brynner?
Yeah.
The lollipop guy, the Kojak, really?
But yeah, I don't know if he's in. I don't know if he's in Kojak, but yeah, Yul Brynner.
He's from Kojak in the United States. That's what he's most famous for, Kojak.
Yeah.
Oh no, Yul Brynner's a different guy. I'm sorry.
Hal Puthoff was Project Stargate. Hal Puthoff. Yeah.
Oh no, Yul Brynner from The
character.
King and I. Okay, he's a different guy.
Yeah, that's the
I was
guy.
thinking of Kojak. He's another bald guy.
Anyway. Yeah. So a shrine to Yul Brynner, which I love. I love that. It's like
That's a pretty interesting guy, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I've personally got a shrine to David Wilcock, but you know, whatever floats your boat.
You got a statue of the Archangel Michael and some piss?
I do.
Include it with that? Yeah.
Yeah. And a what's he call it? A sizzle jacket. Anyway, let me get back onto the thing. So he's got a house, very, very kind of, you know, run down. The thing about Preston is he's quite a scruffy man. Another thing I love about him, he was a Y2K prepper, and he also had a dog called Stupid, which I like. Anyway, he wore a lot
well,
of,
that kind of makes sense. Like,
Mm.
I had a dog that I'm pretty sure he thought his name was Stupid. Because
Nice.
I'd be like, "What are you doing? Get down, stupid! Get off the couch, stupid! You piss on the floor, stupid!" You know. That
Like
is a good name for a
Preston just
dog.
went full send. He went for it. He was like, "No, your name is Stupid." Anyway, so Preston's whole thing, he was very much into music, because I don't know if you know this about him, but he was also he was a consulting producer on Star Wars. He also he wrote songs, produced songs for the Moody Blues, the Rolling Stones.
He didn't do any of this stuff. He's a bullshitter.
He didn't do any of this. He is a bit of a
Well,
bullshit
this
artist.
infects a lot of these guys because they start getting away with all these lies, and then they figure, I can say anything and people will believe it. Oh yeah, I'm an astronaut. I'm an astrophysicist. And the other thing is that his so-called science was a bunch of collected garbage.
See, I can't speak on. I believe.
Well, I'm a
100%.
computer science and electronic guy.
Well, there you go.
And I can tell you that the stuff that he had in that bus and everything, where he was pretending that he was some kind of scientist, it was all trash that he like picked out of surplus electronics place.
Yeah.
And nothing worked.
I
know somebody that talked to him, saw that bus, saw the machinery, you're like, does this work? No, not yet. Does this work?
Oh,
no.
of course.
Nothing worked. So
no, of course it doesn't.
It was just props. Look at all of these cool electronics with all these knobs and shit. I'm a science guy. No, you're not. You're a scammer.
He had, one thing he did have. So his whole thing was, he thought that he was communicating with an AI god. That so basically he had this, his whole thing was music, right? So he was a very like musically orientated guy, and he had this whole big sound system set up in his bedroom, because of course it would be in his bedroom, and he had a bed there, and it would be like almost, it was like rigged up to the music, and and it would like I'm fairly certain that it would like move and stuff. Anyway, he was really big into classical music, and his whole thing was that he would listen to Marvlast by Bedrich Smetana, and it's the specific like piece in that called Tabor, and he would listen to Tabor in the bed, and he'd communicate with an AI god, and the AI god was actually called Tabor. It's a whole thing.
Tobor.
Anyway,
that's like a name of a 50s sci-fi robot, Tobor.
Well, it's an AI god.
AI god,
Yeah.
according to him. I don't know. A lot of these guys mix in science fiction they watch at some point, somewhere.
100%. But
so wait, the music let him communicate with an AI god in his bed.
Yeah.
He was probably jerking off in his bed while he was doing this. Louise. Yeah.
But there's a video on YouTube of James Rink going to his house, and you get a tiny little house tour, which I really enjoyed, which is like an episode of Hoarders.
I've seen this video, yes.
Yeah, and James Rink's, like laying down in the bed, and Preston's doing, his whole kind of bit, like puts the music on, right? Puts the music on, gets them into this state of mind. Whereas it almost becomes like a kind of hypnotic thing. And the thing about this is, right, and it's very easy, and I'm guilty of doing it myself. We all do it, laugh at it, the jerking off, all blah, 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 blah. But when you really come down to it, Preston was really preying on people that weren't very well.
Yeah, people that wanted to believe that they were part of this thing. Yeah.
Yeah. And so like one of the whole kind of jerking off thing is given this kind of story. Oh, it's to do with Wilhelm Reich. It's psychosexual mind control techniques. That's why we do it. We have to deprogram you the same way that we programmed you. All of this kind of stuff. And the programming was like a form of sexual torture.
Jesus.
But it's like it's horrific.
This is grifty and scammy and creepy beyond belief.
But it's predatory. That's what it was. It was a guy that wanted to jerk off other guys, and did so in a way that he was preying on people, and it's very disturbing. But it's interesting how that kind of blossomed, right? Because you've then got like, you start off with Al Bielek and Duncan Cameron, which were like the original kind of, so it was Al, Preston and Duncan to begin with. And then you then move on to like the kind of Stuart Swerdlow, right? He's like the big kind of Montauk, the big kind of Montauk boy that came forward, but he's not in it. He wasn't in it until like the second book.
Yeah, so these guys were also pushing the Philadelphia experiment, which is a complete and totally fake story. That's another one of those stories that people push, and I go, have you actually researched that? Because if you do, you won't believe any of it.
Well, the movies, but the movie is actually based on their life. That's real.
That was a great movie, though. That was a great time travel movie. I have to say that there's a Hollywood movie. I can't remember who it stars, but I remember seeing it as a kid, and it was a great science fiction movie.
Yeah, it's not a bad movie. It's like, it's a bit kind of.
But they said that movie was based on their lives.
Yeah, that's where it came from. Oh my
God!
Because again, this is another thing in these kind of new age world, and David Wilcock does this all the time, that you can't possibly get a bunch of writers in a room and come up with an idea, right? You're not like that is like incomprehensible. You can't possibly do that. It's either channeled or it's like information that is put out deliberately on purpose to obscure the real truth.
Yeah,
that's what it is. It can't just be people making shit up.
I always love that people just accept channeled works and they like, oh, that's 100%, like the law of one. Just because it's in the law of one doesn't mean it's true. That's channeled nonsense, like every other channeled nonsense, I think,
Exactly.
I can't. I don't understand it. So these guys do the jerking off deprogramming, but really it's just a way to get their rocks off and take advantage of sick, vulnerable, probably mentally ill people, right?
That would be Preston. That's
Yeah.
my read on Preston. There's a lot of other people. I'm not the first person to say it, obviously. There's many people that have investigated this. There's that. I don't know if you've ever watched the Is it Disinfo TV bit
Yeah.
that they did?
Yeah.
They went into it on in lots of detail on that. But you're right. It is something that's kind of overlooked, or it's kind of just put in at the last minute, like, oh yeah, and they were also, doing this kind of like sus thing. But it's like, it's almost then framed. And again, like I say this, I'm guilty of doing it myself. But the more that I think about it, the more that I read about it, the more that I kind of like explore these subjects, like the more sinister it kind of becomes. Because it's like, the people that came to Preston, these are people. I don't want to like cast aspersions on people or be derogatory, but these are people that aren't, that they've got a lot of problems in their life, and they're looking for something that's going to give them some kind of meaning. And becoming a Montauk boy, you become something that's a bit otherworldly. You've got like this incredible backstory. It's horrific and horrifying, but you're also, you're a super soldier as well. So he's like got these people that are coming to him, and
he's he's trying to jerk them all off. Like
Yeah.
that's where it gets incredibly creepy. And this is what I was talking about. You see all these machines behind them. That's all just military surplus garbage. None of this stuff works. So it was just he built a set for himself to be science-y. I mean, maybe some of them did things, but nothing like time travel or whatever. And can we talk about the connection between Stranger Things and Montauk? Because that's interesting. And
that's where I first heard of Montauk.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know, but they were apparently they were gonna call Stranger Things Montauk at first. Yeah. But then the producers got wind of the jerking off parties, and they thought better of it and renamed it. This is what I heard from somebody that was involved in the.
Oh no, I haven't gone again, have I?
No, you're still here.
Oh, okay, right. Good. Sorry,
but I had somebody that I spoke to that was involved in the creation of that show who said that they were going to call it Montauk. But then they got all this derogatory stuff about the masturbation and all of that, and they didn't want that associated with the fictional television show. But they did base a lot of the stuff in Stranger Things on Montauk. You got psychic powers and children and right?
Yeah. I'm not sure about the jerking off. I can't speak to that, but the original, even before, so they've got like Stranger Things has a like a show Bible that they used to pitch the project. Even before they created that, they had another document that they would talk, and it was literally just a carbon copy of Montauk. 11 was going to be Duncan Cameron. That is who 11 is based on. That's the whole character, and the whole thing was going to be called Montauk to begin with. Like you say, it was set there. Everything about it was going to be Montauk based. That's where they got a lot of it, most of it from. But obviously they changed it. Thank God.
Yeah, and weren't they sued? They were sued according to
there was something to do with that about some other filmmaker. I'm not sure.
Or somebody that owns the rights to the Montauk books was saying that they took the concept from them or something like that. They were definitely interesting that Stranger Things, which became something of a phenomenon. I've never watched that. I tried and I couldn't get into the first 2 episodes. So slow. I'm going to try again. Because everybody tells me how great it is, right? It's great.
Yeah, I'm a big Stranger Things fan. I don't care. I don't care that everybody else.
You look like somebody that would be into Stranger Things, Emily Louise.
I'm going to take that as a compliment.
I definitely am.
I don't know how it was meant, but I'm going to take it as.
So can you take us from? Can we go from? So we've gone and we've traversed this timeline, and it's alternative 3. And then the 80s UFO grifters and Behold the Pale Horse and the breakaway civilization. And then we get to Montauk. We're still building this house of cards, but then the SSP, a lot of the SSP stuff gets built on top of all of that, right?
So that's where like I would say that people like Stuart Swerdlow come in. So he was a Montauk boy, and there's the whole thing where he goes to Mars, right? Mars becomes this really big part of the Montauk story as well. They go to Mars. They've got to like find some shit on Mars. I can't remember the exact details. But
yeah, but just
also,
to be clear, you're talking about the later books, right? Because they didn't mention any of the Mars stuff in the original.
It's in the second book.
Yeah.
It's in the second book.
But for those that don't know, this is UFO disease. They did the conference circuit. They sold that first book, and then they started making up new stories and more new stories, and it got more and more ridiculous. And it even got to the point of like Jesus was involved in bringing the second coming of Christ.
Well, so they mention it. I'm gonna grab it because I like.
You want to read this too? We translation says love Emily's docuseries on Alternative 3 and Montauk. Kind of what I always wanted to see, but nothing like existed before. Cheers from Berlin. Well, thank you for helping us praise the cat.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
There we go.
Praise the cash.
By the way, all of you, I'm getting Emily Louise to start live streaming and praising the cash. We're gonna help her do that. Yes.
God knows I need some cash. Anyway,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're fine. So they do actually mention Mars in the first book.
Okay.
I thought,
but it's not a focal point, though. It's not.
It's just like one thing. It's like one thing, but they were really inspired by Total Recall. That became they were like really inspired by that. But the what was I going to say? They mention alternative. There's like a bit on Alternative 3 in the first book. They mention Richard Hoagland in the first book, so they're like obviously really influenced by it. And then the second book, which is this one. I know what I'm doing. I'm doing like
Here,
show it down.
I'll solo you. Go ahead. You can show it. There you go.
Oh God.
There you go.
It's this one.
Montauk Revisited. They go back because they needed more money, Emily Louise. They needed more money.
Adventures in Synchronicity.
So they suddenly recovered more memories and they had a new book to sell.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes. Nothing suspect there.
This is where it gets fucking insane. Like this is Jesus's blood on Mars. You got Project Bluebeam in here. You got Jack Parsons, Aleister Crowley, Marjorie Cameron's in it. It's all popping off. If you want a good read,
I don't have that one. I'm gonna get it.
Honestly, like the further you go, like I'm not gonna say better, but it's an acquired taste, but if you like reading crank shit,
well,
you're
the
gonna
woo
love
gets crank shit. The woo gets so deep, and it gets worse and worse as they go on selling more books. Though it gets like ridiculous.
Yeah, it's wild. It's a wild ride. But yeah, this is the one that introduces it. So it's like, hang on, where am I going to find something?
Troll just sent $10 and said, split this with Emily. And thank you for also being a member. No, but you know what I am going to do?
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Praise the cash, and I'm going to join your Patreon with the $10. So there's 10 months. You. And by the way, everybody should join Emily's Patreon because she's I think she's a great content producer. She gets some extra goodies over there. And she's reasonable like me. What is it? It's $1 to join your Patreon.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. That's just like, if you just want to support,
Yeah,
you do a little bit. You do a little bit more. You get a bit more. I haven't put anything on there recently because I've had a cold. So
yeah, you had quite the cold, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm a bit of a wuss when it comes to being ill. So I just,
me too.
I'm like Morrissey. Spent the day in bed.
I just had COVID and I thought I was going to die. I was telling my wife, I think I should go to the hospital. She's like, you don't need a hospital. Shut up. Just take a nap. I'm
going to be real. This sounds crazy, but getting COVID was the best thing that ever happened to me. It like cured me of my anxiety about COVID. I just was cured. I mean, it wasn't nice. I don't want it again, but anyway, moving on. We're talking about that. But the second book is like where it goes into. So Stuart Swerdlow is referenced in this book. He's under a different name, Stan Campbell. He calls himself Stan Campbell in this, and he's also a CIA applicant. He like got recruited to be part of the CIA, and he went to a hotel that they told him to go to, and then like something terrible happened to him, and like I think that he was like assaulted or something like that. Like, I mean, I don't know if it's real. It's quite horrific, you know, when you read this book. Anyway, but there's the whole thing. He went to jail as well, Stuart Swerdlow. Like, it was like an embezzlement. It was like an embezzlement thing. It was something. It was like embezzlement or something like that. It was like some sort of thing. I just can't.
And wasn't he supposed to be Jesus, right?
Oh, it was like getting Jesus's blood.
Yeah, and do you know, like, is he still grifting? Like, what is he doing now?
Okay, so this is so he.
We'll get the update on this Swerdlow grifter.
He's like I find him a little bit terrifying. He was kind of involved in the whole Max Spears thing. If you know Max Spears.
Oh God, look at this one. That's a great picture. He's getting ready for the jerk-off party in that shot. That's what he's getting. He's getting ready for the masturbation party, you know? Yeah, and it's just so... These guys are so gross that the fact that they were also sort of sexual predators, it just kind of like... It's the icing on the cake for me. Like, especially Preston Nichols, you know?
Oh, yeah. That's it. That's the dog. That's stupid.
Here's him with his dog, stupid. This is exactly who you want to try to give you a handy, Emily. If you're a man, let me just tell you, that's a dream come true. This guy giving you a handy, you know?
Smash.
Oh my God. I'm going to have nightmares about this dude trying to
And the memorial shrine to Yul Brynner just off in the corner.
This is so bad. It's so bad. But so creepy good, though. There's something about it that makes me want to like watch more, you know? Like,
it's bizarre. No, I know.
And by the way, I do have to tell you that Montauk piece that you did also was like documentary quality, ridiculous levels of research that even a lot of the things in that I was not aware of. And you know, I'm not saying I'm great at research, but it's rare that I watched your whole Montauk piece and I was kind of like, how did I miss that? How did I miss that? How did I miss that? Emily nailed so many things about this Montauk whole mythology. It's just a great piece.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, so I kind of I did it and I thought, oh, this is just going to be like a little quick thing. And now it's like, I feel like I'm just going to be talking about this for the rest of my life. I feel like I've just been dragged into it. But the thing is, this is the thing, like, because it's so convoluted and it's so like...
It's hard to follow it through. It's hard to follow it through, yeah.
But you also, you're not aware of like how influential it is either. Like, I didn't realize how influential it was. Like, I feel like, of course, like the super soldier stuff also comes from, you know, MK Ultra and stuff like that, you know, very real things. But it's like Montauk was this real kind of, I don't know what the word, like, I don't know if catalyst is the right word, but like, you know, it was a real kind of like, it was a real thing, you know.
Yeah, and a lot like Alternative 3, it was a seed that other people planted in other areas of mythology because it combined so many different things that would later become just accepted, like My Labs and MK Ultra and secret government time travel experiments and secret alien projects and interdimensional travel and Mars jump rooms and all of that is all Montauk.
Montauk and Alternative 3.
Before I forget, not that you need a bump in subscribers, right? But you're doing better than me, honey. But I want everybody to make sure I put Emily's YouTube channel in the description of the video before I forget. So go down there. Or you can just search on YouTube "Weird Reads" with Emily Louise. And I'm telling you, you will enjoy her content. I rarely endorse somebody else that creates content because it hurts my ego that you're so good at this, Emily. But
well, no, some people might not. Some people, I get a lot of like comments, like, because some people don't like that I include like political rants in it, but I'm just, I do want everyone to know that even if you don't have to agree with me politically to watch my videos, we're allowed to disagree.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
No, that's good, and I'm sure there's many things we disagree on, and
yeah, but it's when
friendly,
when I'm making stuff, I kind of I put my own opinions into it, and I feel like a lot of this stuff is influenced by especially when you're talking about people that believe in it. A lot of it is kind of people have had.
It is political, though. If you think about how many, look at the infiltration of the right wing sort of people into the ufology. There were so many, and then they all became Q-tards. Like not all of them, but a lot of UFO people became Q-tards, and they still are. So the politics plays a part. I just want to make sure too that if you're from Emily's channel and you're visiting us here to hear this interview, please subscribe to me as well. You might like some of my stuff, and I gotta tell you, I really enjoyed all of your content because it's everything I love, Emily. It's cults and UFO wackadoos and secret space idiots. It's just all in there, and it's really entertaining and fun what you do. You really make it like fun to watch. So I'm just going to share your channel so we can see some of the past projects that you've done. And somebody wanted me to ask you what your next video is going to be.
Oh,
do you know?
I do know, but the thing about me is I keep going. I'm the sort of person that is like I've got a touch of the ADHD about me, and I go, I'm going to do this because I'm like really hyper fixated on it in the moment, and then I just never get round to it. And then by the time, and then I'm like, well, I've already said that I'm going to do it, so now I'm embarrassed, but I still don't do it. But I am. The next kind of like big one is Majestic 12 because obviously I like to drive myself fucking insane.
And that's quite the rabbit hole. I try to make something about that and I just can't get through it all because the original drop was all the really best stuff, and then after that it got worse and worse and worse, and everybody just started slapping Majestic 12 on all these fake documents. It is really crazy. But I wanted to mention your Montauk project video. This is like a full-length documentary. It's an hour and 40 minutes. Mm-hmm. She's got a story on the Highgate vampire, which is a true story of satanic panic.
My favorite.
That's a great story. The Cult of I Am I really enjoyed too. That was really wacky. Yeah. And you've got Edgar Casey, or do you mean David Wilcock's first incarnation?
Yes, I do. I do mean that.
Hoaxes, Iceberg, the Borley
Rectory.
I
definitely got round to that.
The most haunted house in England. So you've got quite a selection here. The self-help cult that tried to raise an immortal
baby.
I did see this one. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, immortal baby. Yeah. So quite the strange history of the Bohemian Grove as well. So it's just like. Your channel is a buffet of conspiracy land and cult goodness.
all the good shit.
Yeah, all in one spot. So make sure that you go in the description of the video, go over there and subscribe, and make sure that you join our Patreon, because I know that making one video every 5 months, you can't be doing well with the money situation. So really, you should be pushing that Patreon, honey.
No. It's I had up until November, I had like a full-time gig doing like a freelance gig, working on a documentary. But from then till now, praise the cash.
It works.
I'm kidding. I'm
praising the cash everywhere. Everywhere we can, I'm praising the cash. You have to try to earn a living at this crazy clown world we're in. And does it bother you as much as it bothers me, Emily, that some of these clowns are making like millions of dollars when you see the level of garbage that they're showing people?
Honestly, it that annoys me. I get annoyed by like a lot of people that kind of, you know, create stuff. I'm really trying to move out of my hater arc, you know, and like,
Yeah, me
you know,
too. Yeah.
but
I just made peace with it. I've decided that like I'm a subculture of a subculture here. So like, and it's not a huge subculture to begin with. So, and you just have to accept, like, unless I'm going to start selling, telling people to take baths in their own piss, like I'm just not going to make a lot of money at this, because apparently that's what people want to hear. Nonsense,
For me, I feel like I do, because I kind of operating in this I really don't like YouTube as a platform. I find it really frustrating. I find that a lot of stuff that is factually incorrect consistently gets like boosted, and people that don't, you know, it's kind of it encourages you to be like a content farm, right? So it's like you're constantly battling against an algorithm for relevancy, and it rewards you every time you feed it. So if you keep feeding it, they're gonna, you know, start pushing your stuff. But and I would encourage people to think about this the next time you're on like a big channel that puts out videos every single week. Not only have they got a team behind them, but also think about the quality of the content that you're watching, because you can't churn out
people reading Wikipedia. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. But they get millions and millions of views, and it does get frustrating, because I don't necessarily care. I will say, it's honestly, I do not care about views. It's about like I just want people to kind of see it and enjoy it. I feel like the right people see it. That's all that really matters. But it does.
No, but you want to be
disheartening.
recognized for the amount of time and energy and dedication. And listen, I've done this stuff, so I can look at your videos and say, this girl really worked hard on this, you know. But you do make it look effortless, and that's probably the problem. You gotta splice in some scenes of you doing research and say, I researched the next 6 minutes for 9 months, you know. Praise the cash, you bitches. You know, you gotta
should do that, shouldn't I?
But you're right, there's a content farm mentality. And also what you said resonates with me, because I always feel like I'm on a hamster wheel. Like I was really sick, and it was a big deal.
I remember you saying this.
It was a big deal for me to take 2 or 3 days off, because then you lose this momentum, and the algorithm goes, you took a day off, bad content creator, and they turn the knobs all the way down on you, and you're like, I only took 3 days off. Like, come on.
It's awful. And it's like we were talking earlier, and we've got a little bit, you know, conspiratorial, which is one of my favorite things to be.
Yeah,
but it's like how much
some 3-letter agencies involved with some of this stuff.
How much of it is it does make you wonder, because you see a lot of these people that talk about these kind of topics on YouTube, and they're getting like all of these views, and then it's like when I look at like an analytics type thing, and it's like everything goes up, and then it suddenly screeches to a halt, and it does make you wonder, you know, people are going to think I'm fucking crazy.
No. And I have also seen, you know, there's another issue that I think is really a problem, and that is that David Wilcock. Let me ask you if I'm being unreasonable here.
Go on.
Because I don't think I am. So David Wilcock is allowed to be monetized fully on YouTube, and he puts commercials in every 4 or 5 minutes. He's commercialed out the wazoo. He takes the time to edit his video and insert commercial, insert commercial, insert commercial, insert commercial. He doesn't just do the normal thing everybody does, the beginning roll, the end roll, the mid roll. He goes in there and like puts commercial, as many as he can in there, fully monetized, making all this YouTube ad revenue while he's telling people to take baths in their own piss to get superpowers. Right. But when I make a video making fun of that or being critical of him doing that, my video gets demonetized.
Yeah. Makes sense, doesn't it?
The system is rigged against the truth, you know?
Absolutely. Well, and also he's got a bigger platform, you know? So and if YouTube wins. Yeah, and if YouTube sees that you've got more and more views, they're gonna, you know, try and push more people towards your stuff. It's just a really shitty system. I hate it. I don't like it. When people call me a YouTuber, it makes me cringe. But you know, it's what it is. You know, I haven't got anywhere else.
Isn't that term better than influencer? I don't like the
Oh
term
God, yeah,
influencer.
I'd rather die than be known
I
as
bet,
that.
but I gotta tell you, Emily, I used to be like influencer. Anybody who told me they were an influencer, I'd be like, "You're an idiot," you know. But I met this young girl who was hot, and she's an Instagram influencer.
I love that you specify that she's hot.
Well, come on, it helps if you're going to be an Instagram influencer to be super hot.
Of course, yeah,
but
of course.
This girl is making like $300,000 a year, and
Get the bag.
She takes pictures of her ass for 10 minutes a day. That's her day. You gotta respect the grind, right?
It does make you wonder, you know, like, what are we doing? You know, we could be making that. You know, I don't know.
I always say I'm going to start an OnlyFans. I'm going to start an OnlyFans, Emily, but I'm going to make people pay me to keep my clothes on. I think that would be more successful, right?
Maybe.
Yeah, but there's something to be said for these influencers. Like, this is a career now. They just take pictures of themselves and they post them, and they're making hundreds of thousands of dollars. So I can't call them stupid, you know? Like, why have a real job, you know?
It's crazy.
Do you see yourself eventually moving into real documentaries that would be on streaming services? Because I think you totally could, and there's a lot more money there, you know.
So I can't really talk about the project that I've been working on, but I've been working on a secret agent. Not like that, but it, like, just kind of like behind the scenes, working on a project that will hopefully be out this year.
That's
as
awesome.
like pretty wild experience. But yes is the answer. But trying to get things funded is the really difficult thing. So I guess I can say a little bit about, like, I'm not sure if this is going to be on YouTube or anything, but I am going to film with somebody in like a month or so. In I don't know if you're aware, there's a really big like Dogman scene in East Yorkshire.
I didn't know where it was, but I know that Dogman is getting popular again. Yeah.
Oh, it's wild in East Yorkshire. There's a whole like subculture of people that are really into Dogman. So I kind of like befriended a couple of these people, and I'm going to go hang out with one of them in June, which I just for a couple of days. I don't know if I'm going to make anything of it yet. I mean, obviously I will try and like film some of it, but like we're going to go out, we're going to look at, see what's going on. I'm hoping that I get to see Dogman. I don't know if I will.
I don't know. Did you ever hear about the smoking dogmen at Skinwalker Ranch?
No.
Yeah, there was dogmen at Skinwalker Ranch, and they were smoking cigarettes. You've never heard about that? You think I'm kidding? I'm not kidding.
Sorry. I tell you what, like, Skinwalker Ranch, I know it's bullshit, but there's something about that story that just, like, I just kind of love it. Like, it's terrible. It's awful. And everybody involved in it is the worst person on planet Earth. You've got, like, friggin' what's his name?
Grifters, yeah.
Bigelow and Hal Pitoff and all those guys, like ghouls, actual ghouls. But there's something about that story. I just find it very interesting. I actually started watching the show, and it's terrible. I think I described it as Real Housewives for UFO nerds. Like it's just like filmed in the same way. It's got the same vibe as like a Real Housewives of Beverly Hills kind of thing.
You're right. It definitely does. And
the fucking guy, Dragon.
Yeah, that guy. There's nothing more credible than a grown man that makes you call him Dragon. No, you gotta call him Dragon or he gets mad. He gets upset. His name's Dragon, okay? They tell people that when I swear to God, they give people, they sit them down and they're like, listen, Dragon's really sensitive. Don't call him anything else. Don't ask him what his real name is. His name is Dragon. It's so ridiculous. It's so stupid. It's so ridiculous, right?
Smash.
I'm trying to find this. I had the Dogman bumper, which is really funny, but I can't. Of course, I can't find it because it is the Skinwalker cache, though. We have the Skinwalker Cash background. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. Emily, I want your professional opinion as a serious researcher about this George Knapp story, okay? Can I get your professional opinion? Here we go.
They come down this dirt road one night and they see two figures, humanoid-looking figures standing up with their backs to the road. It looked like they were smoking cigarettes. They had trench coats on, smoking cigarettes, standing out on the road. These guys figure, what are these fellas up to? So they're pulling up and they shining their lights on the guys, and they turn around and they were dogs.
I love that one. That comes courtesy of Stephen Greenstreet. But look, there's not just smoking dog men at Skinwalker Ranch.
Oh, I want to go there, man.
George Knapp is the guy who wrote the book. The book claimed to have been based on all this evidence. There's no evidence of any of this. It's just stupid stories. But besides the dog men, there's one more story. There's one more great story. I want to get your professional opinion. This is George Knapp. He's an award-winning reporter, remember? Okay?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Like Linda.
Standing on two legs, a wolf creature, a wolf standing in her yard, its paws crossed like this, leaning on a tree, staring back at her.
Hey, man.
Oh, my God.
That's the Skinwalker Ranch, man.
But you know what's crazy about this is I used to believe this shit.
Me
I used
too,
to believe in it. I used to eat. I've been to Area 51 twice. I did actually see a UFO at Area 51. I will say that.
Wow,
and it's not an alien. It's not an alien craft. I have to get you the video. I'll send you it. People look at the video and they can't actually see it, but there's stills. I zoomed in. It wasn't I don't think it was aliens. It was obviously experimental, military stuff. But I used to be obsessed with this stuff. I've been there twice. I'm like
all the way from England. You went to Area 51
all the way from England.
twice?
Been there twice. I've been to Roswell. I'm into it, right? But I used to believe in it, and then I got to a point where I was like, this is all bullshit. This is literally
welcome to my world, honey. Yeah.
This is just the military making up shit. That's it. That's what this is. This is just a multiple psyops built on top of each other.
Well, we were talking off air, and I think that we both agree that there is a huge amount of evidence that especially the United States government pushes alien stories to cover their black projects.
100%.
They definitely do that. And we want to thank Anthony from Unidentified S4 for a kind and generous $19.99 super chat. Thank you for helping praise the cash. We'll keep fighting for truth. Thanks for helping us.
Praise the cash, praise the cash.
Praise the cash.
See that, Emily? We're gonna design your new live show tomorrow. Me and you. We're gonna do it. We're gonna be your co-host.
I feel like I could actually get into this,
You could.
I feel like when you've got someone to vibe off of, right, it becomes a lot easier. I was really terrified about this because I thought.
I know. Do you know? You guys know this. Listen, I gotta tell the audience this. Emily was like, "I've never done a live show. I don't think I could do it." I'm like, "Relax. You're just, half my audience is high. Relax. It's not a big deal." She really was worried. And I don't know if you thought
maybe it was because
something. No.
Maybe it was because I DM'd you saying, do I need to prepare anything? And you just said, bring lube. We'll do a deprogramming on air.
I did do that. I did say that. But of course I was kidding.
We're
not doing a live Montauk deprogramming. But if we were, you would need lube. And I thought you might want to demonstrate the Montauk deprogramming with the lube,
No, I'm
good. And by the way, I got in trouble with my wife, Emily, because do you know there's a great fire starter that you can make with Vaseline and cotton balls. Right. And I had this jar of Vaseline out, and my wife was like, "What the fuck were you doing in there?"
Good Lord.
I was making fire starters, really. I swear.
Of course you are. Of course you are.
Yeah.
Love them. It is easy. It's actually, once you get into the swing of things, it is easier, and you're quite easy to talk to. So
yeah, you too. I think I'm glad that you're here, and I'm glad that you're out there because, Emily, on a serious note, this is like a lonely, weird place. And when you find a fellow idiot like you go, wow, that's cool. I'm not alone in this clown show.
Yeah,
It's fun.
exactly.
It's fun. Yeah.
I feel very lucky. I've made some good friends through doing this. So
yeah. So you said that you're not sure what your next project is going to be because you're too ADD, but do you have some ideas brewing? That
well, Majestic 12 is going to be the next big one.
Is that going to take you 6 months or?
Probably, yeah. I'm also there's like little bits, little things that kind of wanted to do something on what's his name, Madman Mike Madman Markham, time travel.
Yes. I think that you should definitely do more on Madame Blavatsky too. And
Rudolph, she's everywhere. She'll just pop up
Rudolph
everywhere.
Steiner and the mystery schools. I think that would be right up your alley if you.
Rudolph Steiner, yeah.
You know what I learned from your channel that I never knew? Who is it that wrote Think and Grow Rich? Napoleon Hill.
Napoleon Hill.
Yeah, you did this whole thing, and he was a total failure, and I never knew that. Napoleon Hill, for those that don't know, wrote the most influential self-help book in the history.
He was a big liar. He was a big. He said, "Oh, I met all these people," but he hadn't actually met all these people.
Yeah, well, the purpose of the book was that he claims that somebody sent him to interview all the richest men in the world, and then he wrote down what they did to become rich. And it's interesting that he's writing a self-help book on how to become rich when he was like a total failure of a business person. I never knew that. I never knew that.
Well, that's part of the grift, isn't it? It's like, that's what you do. You go, how do I get rich? I'm going to teach other people how to get rich. It's like the people that say that they're empaths. They're like the least empathetic people in the world.
Corey Good,
or like the people that say like new age spirituality scenes, they're like, oh, I've achieved ego death, and you've never seen an ego bigger.
A lot of the SSP grifters, I know a certain SSP grifter claims that she achieved ego death, and that's why she can communicate with the higher beings now, because and meanwhile she's constantly on social media begging for attention for her nonsense. I don't understand. You're right about I do want to say one thing though. I wish your last video was like super thorough, but I wish there was another part where you just talked about more of the SSP grift stuff. You should make some more videos of that stuff because.
Well, I wanted to. That's why like I wanted to do a video on like David Wilcock and Corey Good for ages, and I just didn't know the angle because it's a bit of a there's not a huge amount of like videos on them, but I wasn't really sure like what way to approach it. So that's why I kind of went like to be honest, when I started doing the alternative 3 thing, I thought that it was just going to be a really quick video. I thought I would just be like, there's this little hoax documentary from the 70s. This is it, kind of short 45-minute thing. And then when you start to unravel it and you go, holy shit, like this has influenced everything. And it was really weird as well, because the thing that got me about it was that not many people had written about it either. There was like Martin Cannon wrote a really good article on it, like almost like an essay on it, which was amazing, like really, really, really good. And if you go in my sources for that video, which is in the description, you can find it there. Or you just
how professional! She even publishes all her sources, and
I've got an amazing friend.
That's the mark of a good researcher. Not only can you share sources, but people can go after you and find the same information. I've always found that to be the mark of a good researcher. None of this. Emily does not do the trust me, dude, school of research, or somebody told me, or my anonymous source. She's got scholarly, citations for everything she's doing. It's impressive because it's a lot. It's a lot of sources,
Oh, there was that sources document is very long. But like I was saying, like there was no one really. There was like a couple of pieces on it. Like there's the Martin Cannon piece on it. I think that Nicholas Goodrick Clark mentions it very briefly in his book Black Sun. There was a couple of other people that mentioned it in passing, like that it was influential, but there was nothing that kind of put it all together, right? So I was like, well, I've got to do this now. And that's just it.
Remember what I talked to you about before the show? Remember what we were talking about? Look at this.
Oh, for God's sake.
Oh.
This is the thing I love about being a woman, you know, it's just great. It's like, you know, you'd be talking about something, you go, you know, I put my heart and soul into this whole thing, you know,
I
talking
apologize,
about it's not your fault. It's fine.
Yeah.
You don't
She's
need
a
to
serious
apologize.
researcher, not just a woman.
You don't need to apologize. You don't need to apologize. It's fine. You know, just don't do it again.
Who, me? I didn't do anything. Come on, man.
I'm joking.
People are getting me in trouble. Like, please be kind to the guests here. It's very important, especially if they're females, because we don't want to have a sausage party here every night.
Do you know the thing I love about that?
Women guests. Yeah,
do you know the thing I love about that? Right? It's and I get this in my comment section all the time, right? It's like, what do you want me to answer that? Like, yeah, okay. Are we gonna go on a date? Like, come on. What's going on there?
Well, maybe
if you become a patron, you know.
Emily, maybe you're not empathetic enough, and maybe they need Montauk deprogramming, and you got to bring your lube. That's what I think, maybe.
Christ almighty. I have to set up a new Patreon tier for that. God damn.
Can I have a whole new tier? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Someone said to me that I need to put like a sugar daddy tier, you know, just for the rich weirdos. You don't offer anything different, you know. It's just like if you feel guilty enough, you can just give me some money.
Here's this here. Where she got that sick UFO lamp from, please?
Oh, hang on a second. Let me find it. I think it's called the my mum bought it for my birthday. It's the alien abduction lamp. It's abductionlamp.com, I think.
Oh my god, that's a thing. There's a website called abductionlamp.com. Oh my god.
Yeah. And they cranked the fucking price up on that because it was not that much when my mum bought it for me. It was like £50 when my mum bought it for me, and now it's like double the price. Yay for capitalism. Sorry, I won't say that again.
The planet's favorite UFO desk lamp. I want one.
Stephen, you can't be putting this. Are they sponsoring you? You can't be trying to sell this.
I'm not trying. I'm just looking at it. It's a cool lamp, though. It is a cool lamp. That's pretty cool.
It is.
Alien abduction.
I do like it. It's fun. It's a fun lamp. It's not worth as much as what they're putting it on there for at the moment, though. God damn.
Yeah. That's one of those things that I think I'm going to buy it, but then when I look at the price, I go, I'll never buy that.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
I'm too cheap, but I'm not really cheap. I'm just poor.
Oh yeah, me too. Me too. I feel that.
You know?
Yeah. I feel that.
Don't you think it is good to be like a hungry artist, but it's not good to be, you know, a starving one, you know?
No, you know, I would like to be able to afford food and life. But yeah, you know, I don't want to be like I'd rather be myself than be, you know, like a Nepo baby or something like that. You know.
Yeah. So, what do you see? Let me ask you a strange question.
Go on.
Are you going to continue with the content creating? Is this like in your blood now? Like, do you see yourself doing this in 5 years?
Yeah. There's no way I'm going back to like, you know, corporate hell or anything like that.
That's where I used to be in cubicle hell. I'll never go back. Right? No, did you have a job like that?
I worked in an office. It wasn't a cubicle, but I worked in like marketing for 10 years, and it was not fun. Let me tell you that. It was quite soul destroying, actually. It's awful.
I used to call it soul sucking. Yeah. 10 hours of soul sucking. And,
it sucks.
Especially in the United States, we have these things called cubicle farms, which is just this huge building with all these thousands of cubicles, and you're in one of them. You feel like you're in a beehive, and then you can hear like all the voices behind you like crush down on your soul.
But that's terrible. It becomes like really kind of soul destroying after a while, and it did just I feel like I kind of lost who I was when I was doing that job. But you know, like it was not good.
Yeah, so don't you think though, content creating, even though it doesn't pay much, it's like a cool job that you like doing, so you just deal with the lack of the funding, right?
Yeah, I guess so. You can
Like
try
working
and
at a
find.
record store. Like my favorite job I ever had was working at a record store.
Oh, my
'Cause-
favorite was working at my one of my good friends had a Chinese restaurant, and I worked there for like 6 months, and it was like this tiny little walk-in place. You could only fit about 12 people in there, and we would just play like the loudest punk music, and it was just so like DIY. It was just me and him working in there. He would cook the food, I would do literally everything else, and it was the hardest job I've ever had. It'd be like 6-7 hours straight on my feet, no breaks, serving all these people, but it was the best job apart from like doing this kind of stuff. But it was the best job. It was like the most fulfilling job, because you're doing something, but the vibes were good, respected. It was just I loved it. I loved working there.
Yeah, my second favorite job was probably I worked at an Italian family restaurant for a long time, and I liked the family. I used to go, like I would get there at like 11 o'clock in the morning, and then we would all eat lunch together, and then we would do lunch service, and then we would all eat dinner together, and then we would do dinner service. So it was like real close.
And don't you think that it's absolutely criminal that they are like the hardest jobs and they are the most underpaid?
Yeah. I was just talking to a friend of mine. She's a waitress, and she just found out she's been working there for like forever, and everybody else is getting $4 an hour, and she's getting $3, and she's been working there longer than anybody else. And
$3 an hour
plus the tips. So that's how they get you. In the United States, they pay you under minimum wage because the tips. Yeah, but it does.
That is absolutely insane.
Yeah, and then a lot of places in the United States, they exploit the restaurant workers. Like, oh, we're not busy. Go clean the toilets. Like, no, dude, I'm a waiter. I'm not a toilet cleaner for $2 an hour. I'm not doing that. And somebody wants to know, did you ever talk about Rendlesham, or what do you think of Rendlesham? Because you're from England, so you're qualified.
Yeah, I honestly, I read Nick Pope's book on it like a long time ago, but I can't really remember it. I can't remember much of it. I've got, what's her name, Georgina Bruni's book that I still need to get. Sorry, I keep fiddling around. I'm like trying to get my thing. I've never been there. It's on my list. I would want to read like a bunch of the books first before going, but it's definitely something that I would love to cover and look into. But it's I don't know. I'm not going to say that I know a huge amount about it, because I don't.
Human says it's all bull.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I mean,
spoiler alert. Emily's new video on Rendlesham is coming, but it's all bull.
But if I did cover it on the channel, then yeah, I would go there and see what's going on.
So yeah, I know that you. It's really late there, and I think we've covered. I really wanted the timeline covered and this building on, and I'm glad that we could do that. I don't want to keep you because I know.
You're fine.
Like, it's almost 4 o'clock in the morning where you are, right?
I'm actually like surprisingly wired right now. I'm like ready to go.
Yeah,
I'm gonna sleep again.
Yeah. Well, so what do you think of the? I was going to ask you what you think of the latest David Wilcock, Wacky World of Wilcock.
I didn't watch this week's stream, sadly. I watched the one before.
The one before where he was gay bashing? What did you think of that one?
I think he was gay bashing in this one as well.
Yeah, but in the last one before this one.
The whole thing with the presentation. He needs to get a new bit. Do you know what I mean? Like he is milking this one bit that he's got to death. And it's like it was maybe funny the first time that you come on with a thing and going, oh, look at my sparkly shoes. But if you do it every week, people are just going to get sick of it. You can't keep doing the same bit.
I don't know, Emily. I was sick of it the first time he did it. I was like, this is stupid. And
it was like I was saying to you, like it's loneliness, like he's living a life like Jack Nicholson in The Shining. He's in that remote cabin. Yeah,
it's not a remote cabin. He's in a mansion. He's in a big ass mansion.
Remote big ass mansion. And the last week he got the whips out. This week it was like some daddy kink thing that he had going on Twitter. It's like I just want to say to him, like, it's all right, Dave. Like it's 2023.
Do you know what gay? Do you know what gay insurance is? I want to give him the gay insurance. Did you ever have to do that?
I don't know what that is.
It's probably an American thing, but like among men in the United States, at least when I was growing up, we had what we would call the gay insurance. And if you had a friend that you were pretty sure was gay, you gave them this gay insurance. You said, like, listen, dude, you know, I know that you're not into chicks very much, and if you like dudes, it's okay. We'll still be friends. Like, it's okay if you like to suck some dicks. I'm okay. Like, just don't try to suck my dick, and we'll stay friends. That's the gay insurance.
Right. Okay. I'm glad I know about that now.
That's what you got to do to David Wilcock. Is like, dude, if you're in the closet, it's okay. Like, come out. You're fine. You know.
He's just an he's just an awful person. He really is. It's like I like. There's a level of what's the word?
Psychosis.
Well, I was going to say like psychopathy. You know,
psychopathy.
He's going to fucking sue me now, isn't he?
No, that's Corey Good that sues everybody. Well, yeah, David Wilcock doesn't do that.
There's like, you know, something there. You know, you can't like to have the confidence to proclaim yourself to be the reincarnation of fucking Edgar Casey. Like, something's not right in the psychological makeup of that man. But I find him fascinating. I really do. I don't understand how he's a real person. Like, is there no sense of like internalized shame? Like, I don't like if I was behaving like that, I feel like I just feel so ashamed all the time. It's just very, very weird.
That is very weird, right?
Yeah. He's just an odd duck, I guess. And also, you know, don't you think like Archangel Michael needs to get better friends?
Well,
you know,
yeah,
like
and I talked about this.
With.
I talked about this extensively on my show, and the plot hole in David Wilcock's new scam or con is really ridiculous because essentially, Emily, he wants us to believe that the Archangel Michael is giving him secret messages that the Archangel Michael wants David Wilcock to sell for $99. Do you know what I mean? Like, that does not make any sense. Why would an angel go, David Wilcock, come here. I want you to channel these messages, but don't give them away. Yeah. I want you to sell them on YouTube and for $99. And I want you to load them bitches, those videos you make. I want you to load them bitches up with every commercial that you could possibly jam in there. So that
sounds like something an archangel would say.
Yeah, so that my messages as an angel can get through to the people, but don't give them away. Charge $99. Like, that is just religiously ridiculous. That is scripturally ridiculous. That is just absolutely ridiculous. And he also admitted several times that when the Archangel Michael first came to him, he said he was another entity, which means he's got angels. He claims he's talking to angels that are lying to him. That's scripturally impossible, according to all known spiritual texts about angels. They can't lie to you or scare you. The first thing they say is, do not fear or fear not. I come in peace. They're not allowed to come to you as different entities for a while and then go, oh, by the way, I was fooling you. I'm the Archangel Michael. That doesn't.
But it makes you wonder whether it's, you know, all bullshit.
Or he's talking to demons that are tricksters and would tell him to sell messages for $99.
I don't think it's demons, Stephen. I think it's
what's
bullshit.
more likely? What's more likely if he's really communicating with any kind of non-human entity? That an angel came to him and said, "Sell these messages for $99," or that a demon did? And who wants to work? Who would want to work with David Wilcock more? Demonic, evil entities that want to trick and scam people, or angels? I think it's demons. It's demons. Definitely demons.
You're gonna like pell me on this now. I'm gonna be like, you know, this is gonna be my new thing. I'm gonna be like, no, he's definitely talking to a demonic entity. I think that he is the demonic entity.
Oh, that's even better. We ought to make a documentary about that. And my flock is everywhere with a kind and generous $2 super chat. Thanks for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash.
I love that little bit. I think it's great.
That's my son, who, by the way, Emily, I'm not sure if I wasn't pissed off. I was proud of him, but he once watched a show where there was a lot of super chats, and he came to me and he hit me up for more. He wants his cut of the money. He does.
You raised him well.
Yeah, and Sunny Beach with a kind and generous $10 says, so stoked on your guest tonight. You both rock. Yeah, this was a great time. Thank you for helping us to praise the cat.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Sunny Biatch. Yeah, and we tried to do this like 5 times, right?
I know.
We finally got it.
Time's a charm.
And when you bounced off, I knew this was going to happen. This is some shit. Like,
I'm so sorry.
No, it's all right.
I've probably cost myself like 20 quid in 3G or 4G or whatever. Thank God it's not 5G. That was a joke.
Well, if you send me your PayPal address, PayPal, I will send it to you.
No, absolutely not. No,
I know what that's like. I was at the cabin once and the internet was down, and I was like, well, I got a Wi-Fi hotspot I never used, and it worked for like 7 minutes and went off. Like that.
It's so annoying. I don't know why my internet bounced out. Bizarre.
Yeah.
Really strange. Anyway, but I'm here now, so it's all good.
And we're glad that you're here. Yeah. Well, would you ever consider doing a live stream show on your channel? I think that you should.
Maybe. I feel like I'd have to have someone to bounce off of though, because that was what makes it easier. You know.
I can help you for a few of them until you get your legs under you. I'll do
just
it.
Hop over to my channel.
Yeah, I'll do it, and I'll farm your whole channel for subscribers, right? Like, head on over to Truth Seekers. Yeah.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
I can't believe that I was nervous about this. Super chill, you know. It's just a little
No,
chat.
I know. That's why I was like trying to convince you, because Emily was very nervous. But you have to consider, the audience has to consider that you got your script, you have your editor, and no one sees you until you're done with the whole thing.
There's no editor, it's me.
No, I know, but you have your software to do the editing with.
Yeah,
so
I know what you mean.
Your presentations are like carefully manicured and crafted, and this live thing is kind of scary if you're used to it.
It's a whole new world.
I used to be used to that editing style, but I could only make one show a week, and even that was a struggle.
Yeah, no, it's tough. I love editing though. Like I feel like editing is like I love the writing and research part of it. The thing that I hate the most is sitting down in front of the camera. I hate it. I actually hate it. I dread that moment where I've got to like set up all the lighting, got to put the makeup on, got to get the fucking hat out, dust the fucking hat off, because I don't wear a hat all the time.
Clean your background. Do you ever do that? Like, just throw everything out of the camera view.
Yeah, that's literally what I've done today. Like everything is just like off camera, and then everything apart from the sitting down in front of the camera, I absolutely love the editing process, because that's where it's like when you've spent like months and months and months writing something, researching it, going over it, doing, I cannot even tell you how many draft scripts of the Alternative 3 video I wrote. Like it was utterly ridiculous. I got it up to like 30,000 words. There was so much that I cut out of that. It was
you could turn that into a book, turn that script into a book.
Genuinely been thinking about it.
Yeah,
I have been thinking about it. Anyway, but when you get to the editing process, that's where everything comes together, and you suddenly go, oh no, this isn't complete shite. This isn't like the worst thing I've ever made. This is actually quite good.
I've been there, so I agree with you. I've been there.
I'm trying to get a little bit better at being a bit more confident.
But I've also had some incredible failures. Like I once spent a few months researching one story that became one live stream that, like, I just spent months and months on this, and I interviewed all these people, and some people were lying to me and I had to cut them, and some people were wackadoos and I had to cut them, and I just put months and months, and then we finally do the live show with a lot of support. I put a lot of videos in between the live portions to support it and explain some of the portions of it. 2,000 views. I was so pissed. I was like, this is so stupid. I spent months on this.
It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating, and it does like it can suck sometimes, but you just gotta just keep carrying on. That's the way I try and see it. I'm like, okay, cool. So it doesn't matter that some person that, you know, reads a Wikipedia article on the secret space program, then makes a 45-minute video on it and doesn't really do a huge amount of research, and also has like a team of 6 people underneath them, puts out a video and gets like 2 million views. And you know, whatever. I know I sound bitter about it, but
I'm like that too, though.
but
Yeah,
it does get a bit frustrating. But then you have to go like, look,
especially the Wikipedia readers. When I can go to Wikipedia and just find out that you just read an article from Wikipedia, for your 100,000 views, I get pissed off. Like, at least add something to the story, or find out new information that you can include, or something.
Well, like just like, and another thing that I've trying to start doing a lot more in videos as well is making them a bit more of like an immersive experience. So there's a lot of when I first started, it was a lot of just kind of like talking to the camera, and then I realized, I was like, oh, I actually have like a bit of a platform here that I can use to like interview people, because I don't know about you. I mean, you interview people for a living, but it's like, you know, I find talking to people to be a lot more interesting than just like sitting by myself and just doing research by myself. I love that. Me
too.
But, like,
and the show and the platform gives you a passport to talk to some interesting people that you would never get to talk to. I've interviewed like a whole lot of people that I grew up, you know, like Stanton Friedman and a lot of others, big names. And it was amazing to me that I could just enter into their world for a few hours and talk to them. It's awesome, you know?
Yeah.
Zizix with a kind and generous $2 says he needs a leprechaun for gold or money. And thank you for that. And thank you also for helping us to praise the cash by being a member.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
I didn't notice, but did you have memberships on your YouTube channel too?
No.
You got to turn it on, honey. You got to turn it on.
They take a lot of your money, though. I love this person in the chat. You can see her waiting for an opportunity to speak. ADHD all over. I recognize it.
Well, yeah,
it's true, though.
This is Mr. Ian, and he volunteered to be your co-host, and he's in England, and he said,
"Oh, really?
I can work with her. I'm married and therefore safe and not creepy at all." He's a little creepy. He's a little creepy, Mr. Ian. Yes. Yes. Yeah. But you know what? I think that you should do a live show, because it'll solve some of the financial pressure that you're under, because, you know, it helps. It just, even if you just did one a week and do an interview, just do it live.
Yeah.
You know? You can still cut that up into other projects later. I always say I'm going to, but
maybe.
Yeah.
The thing about me, Stephen, is I'm crippled with self-doubt and anxiety, you know? So
yeah, I was too. You know, I told
struggle.
you that, like, yeah, you just kind of like, just puke it out. You'll be fine.
Yeah,
just puke it out and go and do it, you know?
Yeah.
Because a lot of the stuff that you do, like, how about instead of researching a story for 6 months, you research simpler stories for like 3 days, and then you just do a live show and show everybody what you found. I would watch that.
That's just, I know, but it's like, it's just not me. It's just not me. I have to be like in there. I've got to be like, you know, it's not a project unless I'm almost in the psych ward. You know?
Yes, like, absolutely. You got to go deep.
You got to go like a little bit crank.
Well, you know what they say, at the edge of madness, there lies genius, right?
Yeah, it's like when I was making this, and when I got to like the
Charlie Weiser, don't get her deeper into ufology. Yeah, I should be telling you to run.
But when I was doing the Paul Bennett section, which I wrote like so much, which is why I want to do the Majestic 12 thing, because I use a lot of that material. But I just kept going to my mum, like talking to her while I was making this. And I was like, Mum, do you know about this guy that did this thing? And then they directed some like laser weapons into his house, and they kept trying to make him feel like he was. And she was like looking at me like I had literally lost my fucking mind. She was like, "What are you saying right now? What is going on?" And I was like, "There's this guy, just trying to like, you know, get it all out." And then like saying to her like, "Oh yeah, like, you know, trying to fucking explain who Duncan O'Finian is to a 61-year-old."
No, I'm in the same boat. Like,
My wife has no idea who. Like, I try to not bend her ear too much because she's just like, "Who the hell are you talking about?" Like,
Yeah.
she doesn't know. Like, if they're not on Ancient Aliens and she's seen them before, she's just
Yeah.
like, I don't know who that. They're all crazy people to me.
Yeah.
That's what she thinks. It's like the
Yeah, and then you're trying,
wackiest.
you know, like even like people like, you know, can you imagine trying to explain like fucking Aaron McCullum to somebody that's never had anything? Be like, yeah, there's this one guy who's like DNA got blended with a dolphin.
Yeah, the guy who has, and then that other guy who has 15. He's got 1,500-mile-per-hour kicks or something. That's a different guy. The guy who got blended with, he's basically Aquaman, but he's Dolphin Man. And I wanted to tell you too. There's a story we're going to run tomorrow that there's another pedo dude in the SSP who also claimed to be an astrophysicist and an astronaut while he was a registered sex offender. And all of these SSP people, they interviewed him, and not only did they not catch that he was a sex creeper, but they forgot to check that he was also not an astrophysicist and not an astronaut. It's crazy. This super soldier stuff is the craziest, isn't it? You got to do a video on this.
It's just wild. It's well, I feel like I'm kind of like immersed into this weird like super soldier thing now. Like I can't really like shake it from my brain, but it's so bizarre. Like again, like go back to it. The thing that gets me about it is like, you know, you look at people like Kerry Cassidy, who again, like I've said it before, but like these people that are like save the kids, and now you're literally platforming pedos. Like, what are you doing? And these people that are like, oh,
and a lot of people don't know this, but Kerry Cassidy, one of her huge sources was Bill Brockbrader, who was court-martialed in the military for being a creeper with his own sister-in-law, who was way underage at the time, and it was like a multi-year thing. It wasn't like he made one mistake, and now that guy is on the run from the police. And she used him for years. She milked him for fake stories for years.
It's just
so awful. You're right. This is like, come on, Miss Mole Children. Like, do you not care that you're platforming this clown?
Well, no, because she also did the same thing to a child. That there was the I've forgotten what the child's name was, but he was the indigo boy from Mars. He was like a Russian child.
Yes, I didn't know that. She went there to exploit him,
shoved the camera in the face of a child that is clearly being exploited by a parent who's, you know, into all of this kind of stuff. It's like it's comical, then it's depressing, then it's disgusting. It's like you know, sometimes it's all three, sometimes it's just, you know, it oscillates. But those are the people that really kind of get me, because I'm like, you know, on one hand, you're saying that every person, you know, the deep state's full of pedos and X, Y, and Z, and the next minute you're hanging out with them all. Bizarre.
Yeah.
You know,
or people that they kept children in cages and tortured them, and you're hanging out with that guy.
Like, at least commit to the bit, you know? Like, if you're going to be like a save the children person, you've got to go all in.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with you. Yeah. Well, we're past the 2-hour mark, so I think we're going to wrap it up here. But I will hope that you will come back.
I will, absolutely.
A lot, and we have some special events coming up that I would like you to come and be a part of, and I'll send you some information on that. And to remind everybody once again that the link to the description, there is a link to Emily's YouTube channel in the description of this video. And you guys know I don't endorse almost anybody. I'm afraid that maybe Emily said something wackadoo 20 years that will get me in trouble because I said whatever. But no, I don't endorse many other content creators. Mostly because I like people to make up their own minds. Because people come to me for recommendations, though, and I would certainly always recommend Emily's channel because the level of detail she puts into her videos, and they're funny. They're really funny and entertaining. I was cracking up watching that one about watching that one about
Napoleon Hill, because I was like, how did I never know this? And I was cracking up. Like, this guy's a complete fraud. I never knew. I love that book, by the way. I thought it was helpful to me in business. I really did.
Yeah.
But
Okay. Well, I mean, that's the thing. They can be helpful. You know, I have been into a lot of this stuff myself. You know, I've got fucking crystals and self-help books and blah 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 blah.
Yeah, you look like a recovering. You're like a recovering crystal hippie bitch.
Yeah, I wouldn't say hippie. I would never refer to myself as hippie.
Well, crystal
Absolutely
bitch,
not.
for sure.
Yeah, but but yeah, it kind of pulls you in. But there's a horrible dark undercurrent to it when you actually start digging into it. And a lot of the people involved in it are very sus. Very sus.
Yeah, I agree with you. And even a broken clock is right twice. So maybe some of these guys get lucky and they put some generally good ideas in a book, even though they're scammers and fraudsters.
Absolutely.
You know,
It's like you shit coat it, right? You take a morsel, you take a morsel of truth and then you cover it in shit.
Yeah, nice. That's a nice way to end it. Just take a morsel of truth and cover it in shit. That's the SSP world. That's the Montauk world. That's the MK Ultra world. That's the secret space program world and the UFO world. It's a morsel of truth covered in a pile of shit. That's it.
It's going to be my fucking catchphrase.
We're going to clip this shit out. We'll make a song out of it, Emily.
Nice. I need to start selling merch like you. Put that on merch.
Yeah. Well, I want to thank you for being here. I'm glad that we could finally do this, and I hope that you will become a frequent guest here. And I will be your first guest on your new live stream show, which debuts next week. We want to promote that for everybody. Yeah.
I'll
talk to you off air about that. I really will. I really will. We'll talk off air about that. So I'm going to throw you out of here, and we're going to wrap things up. Wrap things up here. But I thank you, and especially for it's like 5 o'clock in the morning over there, friends. So,
it's only 10 past 4 in the morning.
Jesus. Well, thank you very much for being here, and I can't wait to see your next video. But now I know I'm going to have to wait like 6 months. You're great, but you're slow at this shit, Emily.
I really am. Sorry, I apologize.
All right. Well, you have a great night, and once I throw you out of here, you can just close down your browser, and you're good.
Okay. Thank you.
You have a good night, and thank you so much for being here.
Bye.
All right. Goodbye, Emily Louise from Weird Reads by Emily Louise. What an incredible talk we had. I knew that we would have a good time. And to be honest with you, friends, I'm getting kind of tired of the anger and, even though sometimes it's righteous anger, I'm getting kind of tired of those really draining shows where I don't really feel like I'm having a nice time. And I think that you guys as an audience know that and respond to that. If I'm not having a good time, I guess a lot of you aren't, right? But tonight is just sort of laid back and let's have a fun talk about the clown world that her and I both find ourselves embroiled in. So questions or comments for me, please put them in all capital letters. People are thanking Emily's, and Unknown Center says, Emily, great job, interesting and professional, great conversation. Steven says, Sherry. And I have Emily is great. I agree. I really liked her videos right from when I first found her, or it might be more accurate to say she found me, but I think she found me first and was asking me about something to do with the SSP, and then somehow I ended up in her latest video, and we did get a bunch of subscribers from that. So I want to thank her for that, because I think she's got 30,000 subscribers. She's doing great over there. Stephen, will you get Jeremy Rise or Cal Korff on soon? Yeah, probably. We're trying to have more guests and less monologues. For those unaware, the monologue is when it's just me. And I agree with what Emily said earlier. It's nice to have somebody to sort of bounce off of. I prefer to when there's someone else here to talk to, when it's not just me talking. What was Montauk really used for? I believe it was a radar base, definitely military base, but I think it was a radar station, I believe. But it's been years since I looked into Montauk. For those unaware, I hopped the fence at Montauk, but the statute of limitations up. That was back in the early 2000s or maybe even the late 1990s. So can't get in any more trouble for that. I have a special surprise for everybody, though, that we'll play the show out with, and that is that listen, Simon Fly, who you may be aware makes these great music videos of UFO grifters, and he's starting to include me in the music videos as well. He did that Cosmic Con Shuffle song and a bunch of other songs. So we've got a new piece to play tonight out with that is courtesy of the wonderful Simon Fly. And Simon Fly, we want to make sure that we recognize him. Music videos here, not all of them, but most of them are courtesy of Simon Fly. And of course, this is fair use because it's a transformative work, a comedic parody, and covered under fair use. So we're going to play the show out with his latest masterwork. Yeah, I have seen that. Wilbo Baggins is asking, have you seen Randy Kramer's recent video of him claiming to know how to beat cancer? Sure have, and that's medical disinformation. He's not a doctor. He's not any kind of healthcare professional. He should not be talking about that at all. And he's a grifter. First he was selling medbed scams, then he was selling buy some superpowers for $99 a month. Now he's going to sell the cure for cancer, I bet. That guy's an absolute clown show. But it is what it is. Complizert says, new haircut looks fresh. You could walk around in the hood in Frankfurt. Yeah, if you say so. I just thought it's summertime. I wanted to get rid of the mange, right? The fringe and the mange. Maria Rose is here and says, wonderful show. Thank you, Stephen. Yeah. Simon Fly is a Don. Yes. Fire. Yes. Charlie Rowland just saying good night. Brandy Phillips saying enjoyable as always. Yeah, I would agree with you. No Bold Truth says, think she would make another good roundtable guest with Raised by Giants. I absolutely agree with you. Yeah, I can understand. The Steven show last night with Wacky Man drained me. Yeah, 5-hour stream last night. So tonight we're going to keep it to a reasonable time frame. We're coming up on 2 hours and 15 minutes, and that's really plenty. But I did want to make sure that I mention that we'll be back tomorrow night. We're going to be back tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we're going to have a really great exclusive story of another sex creeper who was welcomed with open arms into the UFO and secret space program community. I've been doing research all day, looking into the whole story. I've got all the court documents to share with you and a ton of information. And if you'd like a little spoiler, this is another sex creeper involving the so-called Journey to Truth podcast. That's right. Well, it doesn't involve them directly, but it does, because essentially they're booking somebody that's interviewing a sex creeper, and they just got caught interviewing a sex creeper. And this other guy that's interviewing the sex creeper now also interviewed the last sex creeper, Navwar, that Journey to Truth interviewed 6 times. And the person who's interviewing this new sex creeper is the star of their new convention. So if you want to journey to truth, you're going to have to get through a lot of creepy dudes that love to do horrible things to children, apparently. And it's absolutely ridiculous. We do want to encourage you to do a few things. First, we want to remind you that we're a viewer-supported show. The best way to help us, there's 2 ways, and that is to throw money at us. Join our Patreon, become a channel member. By the way, we shout you out if you become a channel member during the live broadcast and give you a thank you. You get some extra benefits. You can send pledges by PayPal, or you can join our Patreon for as little as $1 a month. Now, the YouTube membership is $5 a month. You get everything on the Patreon, but a bunch of YouTube extras like a channel badge and all kinds of stuff like this. Billy Hicks, where can I see Wilcock talk about pee baths? I never saw them on your show. It's the last stream he did before he took his big long break. And I'm going to post the clip of that on my Twitter eventually. So follow me at Stephen Cambion on Twitter. And yes, Mr. Ian reminding everybody you can continue the chat tonight on the Discord channel. And I'll be over there as soon as the broadcast ends. I'm over there as much as I can. So I also like to remind you that the other way to support us is to, of course, like, comment, subscribe, and share these videos. If you're listening to an audio podcast, please do us a favor and rate that podcast with 5 stars or 4 stars or whatever the most is. It helps us rise in the it helps us rise in the search engine. Wilbo Baggins asking, can you only become a member on desktop? Yeah, I'm not sure. A few people have mentioned to me not seeing a join button on their mobile app. So you might want to try it on a desktop or a laptop or tablet if you're having trouble on a phone. So I apologize. Mr. Ian says, no, member is my nemesis. Mr. Ian working on our AI engine. We'll have more fun AI videos to share with you soon. So that's really all we got for you. I'd also like to encourage you to, if you really want to help us grow, help our channel grow, and I know many of you would like to help. There's other ways to help besides throwing money at us. One of the ways that you could best help is to watch one more. I've been told by a YouTube expert that when people come here and watch a live stream, if they go and watch one more, it does something to the YouTube algorithm. It lets YouTube know that we produce good quality shows here, that people come back to the channel and watch another one, and that causes YouTube to crank up the recommends. So more people will find us, we'll find more subscribers. We are closing in on some very big goals of mine. My original goals when I began this show was to get 1 million views and 10,000 subscribers. We are rapidly reaching just about 8,000 subscribers. We'll be there very shortly. And I think we're at 915,000 views, which is a miracle that we have made it this far. So I'd really like to hit those original goals. And then we'll set new goals for the show. Also like to mention that we will be here tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then I think Thursday night for sure at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. I also have some produced videos. Grifty Grifton sure stepped in it tonight. Boy, you know, karma sometimes works in strange ways. So, you know, a person that we previously covered that's a scammer and a grifter and works with the biggest fraud, scammer, grifters in the world of UFOs, you know, we did several pieces investigating them, even produced documentaries, and he's not too happy about that, so he's attacking me for nonsense. Tonight, boy, he really stepped in it. And coward that he is, he said a lot of disgusting, despicable things, no surprise there, but coward that he is, he took the video down. But don't worry, I've got a web bot. And the web bot got most of the cringe nonsense that he said, which will make a great video, right? Great way to thank him for stirring up drama and lying about me in his clickbait garbage titles. Congratulations, dummy. Congratulations, you dummy. I got it. I got it. You're not getting out of this one, loser. Oh, it's great. Sometimes the universe just hands you a gift, and you have to thank the universe and accept it. And so that's what I'm doing. So really, that's all we got for you. I'm going to get out of here. I'm hopeful that I'll have those videos done. Yeah, I want also to remind you that I always share everybody's good night or goodbye messages as the end of the show trailer. You know, the end bumper plays. But remember, we've also got a bonus for you tonight. A new music video that's awesome from Simon Fly. So get those good night and goodwill messages ready. I'll be sharing them on the screen. Please do go to the description of the video, go over to Emily's channel and subscribe. She's really a talented content creator. And I think that I'd love to see her make more videos. And we want to encourage and support people who are doing good work, who are creating good content. I'm going to go join her Patreon, and you should too, honestly. It's only $1. It helps her with a couple of bucks to keep doing what she's doing, and she's doing it well. You and really messaged me. Go over there and watch some of her videos and let me know what you think. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. We want to thank her for joining us tonight, especially. We've been trying to do this for so long. We want to thank all you kind and generous benefactors, you Patreon supporters, you Twitch subscribers. We also want to thank Rumble. We got our first big check from Rumble. We got some little checks before, but we got our first big one. And we want to thank you kind and generous supporters, you Patreon supporters, Twitch subscribers, the channel members, you PayPal pledgers, who are always throwing a couple of bucks in our hat and helping us out. It really means the world to me that so many people from all around the world will help and support a viewer-supported show like ours, and you guys sure do that very, very well, and I can't thank you enough for that. We want to thank Mr. Ian, the man with the golden voice. We want to thank Spooky for the amazing graphics. We want to thank our chat room moderators. That reminds me, I forgot to, there was one person that I was supposed to do something for today in the chat room, but I haven't seen a message for some time. It's okay. I can go back after the broadcast ends and do that. And I will do that. That person knows what I'm talking about. So that's all we got for you, friends. Want to thank all of you for joining us and remind you that we'll be back tomorrow night with an exclusive Truth Seekers only story of yet another creeper caught crawling into the UFO secret space program community and being welcomed with open arms. Isn't that great? Tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, be here with me for a new Truth Seekers only exclusive story, a story no one else is going to bring you, but we will. So that's all we got for you, friends. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you.